Welcome back, everybody, for day 2 of coverage here in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart. Will, we were spoiled yesterday in the live stream, weren't we?
A little bit, yeah, especially on the pro side of things. Ram Guevara Jr. pulling it out, pulling off the Niner in the final, which was pretty epic, wasn't that?
Yeah, well, Jason Watt going first on an 11, Ram hits the 9, so it must hit 9 in a match that was just perfect. You guys will probably see it posted like ASAP to the Rocky. It was incredible. But on top of that, we saw a couple of other great moments on our live stream, including the great Katie Norman battle against Z in that final.
I love the ASAP to the Rocky. None of you people that are 35 plus are probably going to know that one, but hey.
We're a music company here.
And dark company. Bringing you the goods. Yeah, but all around, I mean, we got some entertainment on that non-pro side as well. John Cortez pulling off the double dip over Johnny Smith. That feels nice for him. And it was an entertaining battle, back and forth, some interesting shots taken. Same for the women's matchup with Katie Norman pulling off.
Yeah, I mean, Katie surviving a scare. Z was on the attack, and you thought it was going to be a double dip scenario. Katie does manage to get ahead and get the win. 75 points separating them in the very last leg versus John Cortez, that is, over Johnny Smith. And man, Johnny Smith feeling a heartbreaker in that loss, but going to be trying to look for a little bit of redemption today, playing with Ryan Crawley in the amateur doubles, and that's a scary team in my opinion.
Yeah, doubles is anybody's game here. I mean, we know what certain players are capable of. How do they mesh on the board? How do they figure that out? So it'll be interesting to see what our coverage brings today and who's going to win our doubles titles.
Yeah, and it was funny because I thought we were going to play amateur doubles, but apparently if you have your own line of darts, you can't be an amateur. No way. It's going to be some good stuff today on the stream, huh?
Yeah, I believe so. So, folks, keep it right here throughout the day on our YouTube and on our Facebook pages. We're going to be bringing you the entertainment for most of the day, I think.
Oh, yeah, we're going to be seeing plenty of action. So right now, let's go ahead and get into it. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry, ow, that hurt. That fall was a big one, but we're excited to start off with a big one from Tyler Weehee as we are on day 2 of coverage in San Antonio, Texas. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart. Today, we are starting off with our coverage of the Pro-Am bracket, which is going to be all cricket, race to 3 on the winner's side, race to 2 on the losers. We also have our women's doubles and amateur doubles brackets as well. And Will, I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, it should be a good one as we get Kyle up here from Oklahoma. Oklahoma boys. Well, I guess we can't say a couple. Tyler is technically a Kansas boy like me.
Is it? Is that he gets the technicality on it?
Yeah, pretty much so.
Well, the Hollow team that I believe we saw over in Houston as well. Glad to see them back on the board there. See, that is Tony Silva up at the line. Tyler Weehee started off with some perfection. We saw some good moments out of him yesterday and then some low moments as well. Long day of cricket ahead for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's going to be a drawn-out battle, no doubt about that. We do have our brackets available on Tournament King. So if you have the BullShooter app, go ahead and check out our brackets via that free app.
Yeah, just download the BullShooter Live app from the preferred app store of your choice. So we do get another 9 mark there, this time by the Dart Knight Garza. Go over, download the BullShooter Live, and then go to that Tournament King section, switch it from my events to all events, and you can follow along with every single bracket.
And by the way, there's only one real answer to the app of your choice, and that's the App Store from Apple. So,
unless you're on Android.
Well, if you're on Android, sorry,
Google Play,
you need to get out of it. You need to leave.
Yeah, that's true.
Get off the stream.
No green bubbles. Get out of here.
Not allowed.
Looking into the mix early on, finding some battles between these teams, both coming off first round buys, so right into the second round.
They're going to look to do some damage here on the 20s. Big triple to start off would be ideal.
We want to give a good morning to chat as well. We got Jakob Armstrong and Justin Hightower alongside with a bunch of others. Let us know that you're tuning in and here. We like the company.
Yeah, certainly so. We love the company. We appreciate the company. Share around, let your friends know we are live and back kicking after a fun Friday night here in San Antonio.
If you missed your opportunity to ask Will a question on our road trip, now's the time.
No, definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Joker has an opportunity to start to turn the needle into their direction. Does he stay? He does stay. I like the supporting role, just setting up Tyler for a clean shot at the 18s potentially. It's going to be a key factor with our pro-am bracket. Don't get me wrong, a lot of times you see these AMs, and they're AMs that are about to become pros. This is a very common theme. But that being said, it's all about making sure whoever has the hotter hand on your team is set up. So if you're a true AM on your team, you're making sure your pro gets the preferred shot.
Well, I always mention that you shouldn't come in with the mindset of trying to outdo your teammate. You need to just compliment them when they have a big shot. You follow in with a big 4 or 5, and you guys will get away with a lot more. So it's those big misses, those big 1 and 2 marks that really hurt your chances of advancing and kind of making a run here on this bracket. So, yeah, minimize those misses and just capitalize when you can.
Yeah, and most importantly, yes, competition does drive your partner to want to perform, but you don't want to add any pressure to your partner. That's also why taking those shot selections where you're going to take 3 at the points where maybe you would have taken 1 dart at the close.
A big triple opens them up. How about another? Can't find it, so got to stay. You can see not even a hesitation or a look over at the 18s.
I mean, look at the stats, right? If Joker's averaging a 3.5 and Tyler Wee's averaging a 5.7, his entire job is to make sure Tyler gets to have control of his own throw. And if he can make sure that Tyler approaches with the point lead, he's going to think job done.
Right.
Like Redmond saying, good morning, gents. Appreciate the stream yesterday. Sick 9 from Ram yesterday.
That was me, actually.
That was actually Will Stewart in a Ram cosplay. That's exactly what that was. Incredible. And I'm over under on how many times someone brings up the Ram 9 that I guarantee you I'm going to bring it up 15,000 times today, as it was absolute perfection.
Yeah, it was just a clutch knot. I mean, when your opponent's looking at a potential 12 and you hammer in the 9 to lock in that leg, and the way that he did it, I mean, just in the center bit of the bowl, dead center of the bowl.
No question.
No question
that was
at all.
a perfect game without a doubt because it needed to get hit. It was in a final, dead center bowl. I mean, that's as good as it gets, Will.
I thought it was funny. I did see somebody on our page that mentioned, "Oh, come do that at my local league in Australia." Buddy, he would do it at your local league in Australia too, because he throws like a 93 steel tip average. It's just, he's a good player. It doesn't matter anymore. I mean, the Ram of old is kind of back. I mean, he was making his runs, maybe 10 years ago, maybe 10 to 7 years ago.
Yeah, about 10 years ago is about spot on, and when him and Alex Reyes came up with about the same time.
Yeah.
And actually probably stepped away from the game about the same time, too.
Yeah, just been on quite the run of late.
Imagine being a local team, and the amateur doubles team that you play is Alex Reyes, Ram Guevara. That was a real possibility because they came up around the same time.
Wow.
Disgusting.
Well, he has the opportunity to attack the 17s if he chooses. The other team doesn't have a wedge, so choices. He's looking at it, isn't he? Yep, 17, begs the triple.
Tyler and Garza, very steady in this leg. 5.83 for Tyler, 6.0 for Garza. I know for a fact we've seen Garza play on our feed before because there was a controversy as we've had 2 Dart Nights on our stream. Garza being one of them, the other one being Darcy from New York, that played in a Batman mask on stream. full one, not like a little eye one, a full Batman.
Oh yeah,
Batman mask.
How did that go?
I'm Batman mask.
That was absolutely atrocious.
Can you show me yours?
It's better than that.
I'm Batman mask. Will, that was terrible.
That was the same person doing the same voice, Nick, but good try. Good try. Don't start me with the voices this early, please.
I'm sorry.
Because then you'll have Charles
Oops.
Barkley coming out in no time.
That was just terrible.
That was a knucklehead move. That was absolutely stupid.
We're going to be having some fun today, all day on the stream. Heads up for Run a Show. We will be covering full Pro-Am. We'll be covering the full women's. We'll be covering the full amateur. When it gets to that mixed triples, we actually do a secret bonus coverage with no commentary over on twitch.tv/Arachnid360. No commentary, just the trips matches while we go out there, film some content, talk with the players, interview with the players.
Yeah, it's an extra little bit, So if you're craving some action, some soft tip action tonight, go ahead and go over to the Twitch, throw it up on the big screen if you want to, and just kind of sit back and enjoy it. That's kind of just a little added bonus.
Well, it's also for the players. One of the reasons we started doing this is the goal is to always post as many matches as possible, and you see we have been doing that. We posted 30, 40 videos this tour alone, but the idea is that we want to be able to say, hey, in case you haven't had time to watch or in case we haven't gotten around to posting a trips final, that you don't wait to see it, right? I know someone said, I want to show my kids this final, so I said, here, at least it can exist here, and then hopefully the full match will get posted out later. Our best to platform and show off all the different individuals, especially accomplishing hard feats in very tough fields. As Jacob Johnson in the chat says, there's actually a Reyes versus Ram video from 11 years ago on YouTube somewhere. Crazy match for it being so long ago. Yeah, absolutely incredible.
I believe it. And unfortunately, some of those old matches you'll never be able to see because they were never streamed. They were never, Now we're starting to see all these events being streamed and broadcasted where we're able to see these epic battles ensue. And I mean, this is one of them. You got 1,037 points to 1,025 here in leg number 1.
Yeah, ain't a woofing. Look at this absolute onslaught. And it's really been Steve Garza and Tyler Weehee holding the reins and then just setting up shots for their partners as when they can. On the other side there for Joker and Tony. And right here, Joker knows he just needs to make sure to get the point lead back. Does find a trip on the last, and that's a massive trip at that.
Round 16 of 25, so we're okay here to try to square this up for a win.
And incredible
Tyler and Kyle.
25 rounds makes it interesting because we've been seeing a lot more of those 20-round formats. Honestly, I will say because it's 25 rounds, you see less people kind of starting to go for the round-out play, and I think it actually runs about the same length when it's 20 versus 25 rounds. Because I know at round 15, I'm playing for round-out at that point if I'm still in the pointing non-bull phase. He can go ahead and just start the bull. If he doesn't like it, he can go ahead and jump off the ship. Exactly what he does.
Yeah, jumps into a triple is what he did. Good 4 mark.
Ooh.
At least distance yourself a little bit.
I mean, if this match is going to go on like this for the rest of it, every leg will matter when it's this close after this many rounds, after this many points.
Should be free to attack at least one dart.
Doesn't like how it's hanging. Just going to go ahead and, again, play that setup role. We've seen it throughout the entirety of this match from Kyle so far.
Yeah.
But that's a winning strategy in this format. You can't really fault anything about that. If I'm playing with a Ram Guevara, for example, if I'm Jim Spears playing with Ram Guevara, do you think I'm going to make Ram feel like he has to point first and I went and hit a 1 or 2 marks when I needed 3 to close? No. I'm going to go ahead and get those points and let Ram do all that crazy stuff, right? Same logic in this. Or if I'm playing with Will, I have to go for all the closes because he can't hit them.
What was your... Do we want to talk about yesterday on here?
That's an unofficial format.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Brand new darts.
Oh, okay.
The wind was blowing.
How many excuses are we going to make, Nick?
At least 3 more.
Okay.
My toe hurts. I couldn't run full
45
speed.
seconds, Nick. 45 seconds.
Well, GG, sir. GG.
Well, more Bulls. Does capitalize there. When's it gonna end? Is a true question here, Kyle. 20 can take the look. Will take the look. Downstairs to the points. He just didn't like the hanger on the 20s. I was like, okay, maybe he's taking a look at the Bulls. Nope. Straight on down to the 17s.
Well, now the roundout's coming into play.
Yeah, round 20. Yes and no.
Yes, if the Bulls keep getting hit the same way by the hollow.
Yeah.
No, if they don't get the point lead back. First start makes it really hard. Second
Yeah,
start makes it impossible.
This should give Tyler the opportunity here.
Do you know who Tyler Weehe's favorite music artist is?
I don't want to know.
Michael Jackson.
I knew you were going to go there. Gosh, he's going to hate you at the end of the weekend.
He hasn't.
You hit him with the little piggy wee, wee last night, and then you hit him with the Michael Jackson wee today. Wow. Nick DeShare, everybody, and Tyler Weehe with a 5.06 to get the leg in this one. And it was a good back and forth battle there, but Tyler definitely the most impressive of the bunch with that 5+.
Yeah, Tyler did really good. And credit to Steve Garza. Other than the fact that the Bulls brought down his average, was hanging at about a 5.8 as well, majority of that leg. So credit to both the A players doing what they need to do. And it really is a battle of the Bs, right? It's a battle of the players going second, trying to make sure that they, again, do their job, make their one big hit from them can completely change the dichotomy of this matchup as a whole.
Tyler attacking those 19s. Wow, early shift to the 20s. I didn't expect that. I figured out he did another triple before he goes up.
A very aggressive play. I mean, maybe taking in fact that they have the 1-0 advantage, but it's a big risk. I don't think I would like to see that risk normally, but in the same vein, Kyle's been hitting those 20s really well. Maybe he just wants to sub his partner for a guaranteed close. Question in the chat here about why some boards go 20 rounds and some go 25. It's just vendor and tournament settings. Different tournaments have different settings. I've been to tournaments where it's 35 round limits. Been to tournaments where it's 20. Never seen less than 20, because that sounds like at that point you just play quick cricket, which is a 10 round game already built into the board.
Yeah, I think that it's just vendor specific, tournament specific, like you said. So I like a good 25, 20 is fine. 35 is a little excessive.
35 is excessive. And if you're hitting 35 rounds, oof, boy.
Yeah.
You're tired.
Yeah. Throwing 90, what would that be? That would be over 100 darts.
It would be.
Jeez.
Tyler does get the point lead. Now going to go ahead and take care of the 20 he started.
And I like it because two singles takes it away. Forces your opponents to a new wedge. And you have the 12-point lead, so.
Very solid shot selection. No real notes on that one.
Yeah, it just gets it done, right?
And it puts Tony in a situation where now he has to kind of take the reins and open up a number for his team. Made it almost impossible and does not get it after those first two darts. Do you know Tyler's favorite video game console?
Nope.
The Nintendo Wii.
Great one, Nick.
Thanks, Will. 6 mark there from the Joker to continue to push the envelope along. Now facing a 3-number advantage and a 12-point deficit. Steve Garza going to be pushed over to the 16s.
The absolute nonsense I still have to deal with.
Did you expect any less? Or
I was hoping for less today.
Do you remember how crazy I used to get? Like, our first commentary together, I said, wham, bam, peanut butter, and jam when someone hit a 9
You
mark.
still say that to this day.
I do sometimes say that.
Yes, exactly. So let's not go off the beaten path. Eric asking how many teams do we have in the pro bracket? What did we say, 20s?
I think it's 21.
21, so not bad on that
We have
margin. A little bit of a jump from yesterday's pro bracket. So good to see.
We got 69 in the non-pro, and we have 32 in the women's.
Oh, perfect bracket in the women's. That's good to see.
Very convenient. And here's the thing. This stop clearly has a very solid participation. It's going to only get bigger by the next year. I'm really looking forward. I really hope we get this one back on our tour because I know the players so far have been enjoying it, and we've been enjoying it.
Well, Tyler and Kyle have set themselves up in prime position. They've got the 19s and got the 17s with a small lead. So, Kyle, what do you do? Just point it up? I think that's his task here in this one.
But still takes a quick swing over.
It's not a bad idea. At least get you one on the board and take a swing or a chance at one. He collected, which is great.
Rain, I got to give Will some credit. He's had to deal with me for a week straight right now. He is at his wit's end of dealing with me. I am an energy drainer. I am high energy. I am on edge the whole time. I'm giving Will credit where credit's due.
Nah, I'm doing okay. The later night last night and getting up early. We'll find it, though. I've got the old energy drink going, so.
We don't have a hard job, per se, but what I will say out of the weekend on the tour, the Friday to Saturday transition's rough.
Yeah.
But Sunday, our commentary is so fresh because we get to time to film content, time to rest up, time to check the equipment.
Exactly. You have the evening to take care of some interviews and whatnot, but it's kind of more of a relaxed evening, yeah. So.
Unless you're hanging out with me. Then it's a very draining evening.
Dealing with Nintendo Wii over here. Come on. Come on.
Nintendo Wii is pretty
Gosh.
great. If Nintendo wouldn't sue for copyright infringement, that should be a shirt. But no, we appreciate each and every one of you guys. We got Kenny Tang tuning in. We got Justin Charles Short, Eric Grimm, Philip Bradley, Rain, Justin Hightower, everyone else. Thank you all for tuning in.
Well, there you go. 2-0 in favor of Tyler and Kyle. That's a nice one. 4-5, 3-7-5 for that team. Kyle actually coming in with the better average.
And that's when you're the pro and your AM's throwing the better average, you're either feeling really good because that means you're an absolutely lethal duo, or maybe you're like, maybe I let off the gas a little too much. In that case, it was for good reasons. Matt backing me up in chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to have some support around
I
here.
just hate that Tyler's going to go home with all these nicknames.
But you and I both met Tyler. He's really chill.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's just going to be shaking his head. Nick, what did you do to me? Big 7 for him.
Someone came up to me here and said last time that he made the stream, whoever was commentating with in that given time, we started calling him Buddy the Elf. And so I'm just saying, we've given out worse. Nintendo Wii, he far from the worst. Get an energy drink debate in the comments already. We didn't even start this one. Kind of proud. White Monster is the definitive best energy drink. Changed my mind.
Don't hate the OG of energy drinks, Red Bull. Come on
It's a
now.
mixer.
That's an OG
It's a
drink.
mixer.
No, it's not. No, it's
mixer.
not. It's
Yes,
the
it is.
OG of energy drinks. Monster was second?
Listen, OG only matters if you're a dartboard manufacturer. Arachnid, the originator of soft tip darts, baby. Woohoo!
And Lucozade, high up there.
Oh, that's a good one.
High up
It's
there.
a good one.
If you haven't had a
Is it top
Lucozade.
25?
No, it's top 5 in my book.
Your book's always a little different than mine.
Top 5 in my book. A good old Lucozade from the UK.
Your book usually has bigger text than pictures. Mine, novel of art.
Okay, you're a dictionary, is what you are.
Sun Tzu Deshera, the art of energy.
All right, 20s and 17s to work with. We'll just keep going from here. 160 plays 56. So they're set in stone for 3-0.
Yeah, 40-point difference, 2 numbers. We've seen some conservative play out of Kyle. That continues in this moment, making sure nothing's left to doubt. It's going to take 1 dart at it. Doesn't go, but a 120-point lead, you're going to be fine.
Now they're definitely going in the chat about energy drinks.
They already started on their own.
How do we go from like 2 energy drinks to like 75 brands? And
There's way too many.
there is so many brands of energy drinks now.
And then every time I'm like, oh, this is my new favorite, like for like flavor of the week. And then all of a sudden I drink it the second. I'm like, this is gross. I don't like it anymore.
You get hit with a new flavor. Well, he should attack the 16s here. No reason not to. 240, 152. Oh, Aaron bringing the Sobe drinks back. Oh, the clutch.
Oh, love it.
I forgot about those boys.
I don't even know what that one is.
The Sobies?
I don't know the Sobies.
Oh, somebody help him.
I don't know the Sobies.
They were delicious. They had like pina colada, strawberry daiquiri drink. Oh, yeah. It was like more of a juice.
Mike Maloney, I cannot confirm nor deny these allegations.
Help me, Maloney. Just help me.
216s needed here for Joker. You're going to start up. Now, this is one of the situations where I think it was more helpful to your partner to hit 216s.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that go ahead and cue him in. I mean, you've got the darts to do so, and you've got the 20s and the 17s still. So, yeah.
Well, in this case, only 116 doesn't change anything. Big shot here from Darcy. Puts the pressure back on, keeps him in the leg. And he finds a 3 in the bed, absolutely punishing the decision there from Kyle. This chat's going crazy with Sobe.
Dude,
I
telling
don't know
you,
that one.
dude, you need to
was
look
that
it
too young
up.
for that one?
Dude, yeah, it was good, dude. It was good. It was at 2002, 2000.
Oh,
when did
okay.
it come out?
I was 4, so I wasn't drinking energy drinks yet.
Now I gotta show him.
He does get the close 16-point lead. Oh, I remember seeing that logo.
Yeah,
That logo.
1996 is when it was founded.
I remember the logo. Never tried one.
Yeah, it wasn't an energy drink. It was like a tea and juice beverage.
Interesting. You like those things? Well, now you can see Kyle. 1 point difference. Going to go ahead and pad points this time around, and more than warranted in this given scenario. Finds 2 trips over to 15. Hits a 9 mark to basically lock this at 3-0.
Dude, you want the chat to go nuts. Just bring up Sobe one time, and they're gonna go ham. I love it.
The chat was like, "Today's the day, guys.
It's coming
Today's
back." It's coming back.
I thought for a second somebody was like a Zima type scenario.
There we go. Preemptive switch. Sorry.
Oopsie.
There you go. You can do it now, I guess. Tyler Weehee and Kyle get it done. How about a 4-5 and a 6 for those two guys? That's pretty impressive. Kyle throwing some good stuff.
Oh, great stuff from Kyle. Other than that one strategic decision we disagreed with, otherwise really great play from him as we're getting into the first leg here of Sober as a judge taking on Glenn and Bobby.
See, we're game 1 here, so just getting underway. Not bad at all. 120 plays here. So, Bobby, you've got to find the 19s here and make it meaningful. Does get the double somehow.
It sneaks it in, but doesn't really help out any of the situation here as High Strung Ginger is going to have an opportunity with a 120-point lead. Should just be 1, 2, 3 in the close. Does it in 2. Back up, it looks like. Over to the 18s, though. Great correction. Over. Finds a 6. Finds a great position this first leg.
Nick, we're talking about drinks. I can't help but to ask you. You ever had a Yoo-Hoo?
No, I don't like chocolate.
And that tells you everything you need to know about Nick, folks.
Yoo-hoo! Wee! He took off his headphones, guys. I think I broke Will. I broke his spirits. Bobby Pratt, of course, from Star City Amusements. Gentleman we're quite familiar with. Get him off the program. Wow.
I knew that would hit some people's souls right there.
You were setting me up with that one. I
knew it. I knew it ahead of time.
That's
I knew it
man.
ahead of time.
Winner of this match does play that Tyler and Kyle team. Suburbs the Judge did get a play-in match, and they won 3-0. Glenn and Bobby coming right off the first round bye, and you can kind of see that difference in this first leg.
Yeah. YouTube is live, so if you're struggling with that, just make sure to refresh your feed on either USA Darts or BullShooter, of course, the BullShooter Sports Network over on YouTube. And make sure that little red dot is scrolled all the way to the right. And that's kind of the key there. Is if you hop in and then you come back in, it may just keep you on that same spot rather than the live feed. So make sure to drag that dot over and hit the cog wheel. Make sure you're in 1080p because somehow or another, YouTube just automatically sets you at 720 or 360, and you're looking at a grainy screen and wondering what's going on. Well, it's YouTube, not us.
Yeah, this is a USA Darts BullShooter feed. We get 1080p in this house.
Yeah, you're dang right. We try our best to give you the clearest coverage possible in this. It was now 2025. Next coming is going to be 27K rather than 4K.
Yeah, I've already run out of Ks to count on my fingers. I'm struggling, folks. Pretty much a locked-in first leg.
Yeah.
A little bit of a fight back here potentially from Glenn to try to push us a little bit further, but only 2 15s needed.
Glenn openly struggling a little bit here on the Arachnid board. I told you I'm used to seeing him on the steel tip side, so you know I was wondering how much how much soft tip he's played, what kind of difference that would be, and just struggling just a little bit so far.
And some players struggle with the transition more than others. Normally you see the struggle from soft tip into steel, but you can have struggles with steel going into soft, particularly the lighter way the barrels can throw off some of the players, as well as just not being able to use the darts as markers or guides in the same way that you typically would in steel because of the way it's facing flat on the board. That's why you see darts stacking. Even more common in soft tip, where in steel, I mean, really, Phil Taylor did it best.
Yeah. Ginger looking at the 19s here. It's a big step over. Can't blame Purdue, so he was pretty well blocked on that after that first dart, but somehow musters in a 4 mark on the 19s.
But Bobby, in a decent position, should be able to just go ahead and continue to play a little bit conservative. I want to see that stay on the 22 trip. And that second one, unlucky deflection, but no reason to move off. Unfortunately, only gets a 1 mark. Chat just cracking me up. You really just threw me under the bus there, Will. That is terrible.
I know how to, don't I?
That is terrible.
It's the little things.
This is the first time someone ever commented, "Can we get Danny back at Mented?"
I don't think he's going to be going anywhere anytime soon. He's obligated to a certain. He needs to stay at home and handle that.
Certainly, but of course, someone that is always a welcomed addition to our team.
Yeah, no doubt. Nothing but thoughts and prayers to him. And I know that's got to be difficult, man. I couldn't.
Yeah. Oh, I couldn't even imagine.
It hurts me just even thinking about that. So, yeah, best wishes to Danny and his family from all of us.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the kind words. We got Charles tuning in from Logan, Utah. Let us know where you're watching from. We appreciate each and every one of you saying hello. I know it means a lot to the players as well.
Yeah.
To be able to have people back at home watch, give their insights, and support them, whether they're in the room or otherwise.
Oh, see what he comes up with here. Big triple, so takes the look up top for 2.
You just needed 2 singles, and he went outside on the double.
I think it was just a spray. I don't necessarily. I guess he could have been going for it, but he at least turned around and hit the 2. Hit the 2 big trip 19s.
No, and a great
But
shot.
look at that.
But it gets slapped right back with a 9. So high-strung Ginge gonna need to get something going on another number. Not gonna find the close on the first. Does find on the second. 17-point difference. He was debating about the switch. Decides to stay because it was only 17. Single 18 does add a dart. I like the stay. Good discipline. Hi from Alaska. Forrest Odom. I've been there before. Loved it. Got to go over and Hoona, Alaska, stay out there for a little bit, and Juneau.
And that wasn't 4 darts, but I just want to kind of say, like, doing these tour stops and whatnot, very cool. Like we experienced the Alamo yesterday, and kind of took that in.
We're not going to forget it either.
Well, you can't. Just those historical sites and darts has taken us to many places now, and it's just an added bonus being able to kind of see the country and see what's out there in the world.
Yeah.
Outside of the dart hall too.
If it wasn't for darts, there's many places I just wouldn't have even known what it was actually like to be there, like Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Hey, every place has its beauty parts, buddy.
Not Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Well,
I'm sorry, guys. I actually didn't.
You wouldn't anticipate that in Wichita either, but boy, do we got a nice zoo.
You guys have a great zoo in Wichita. Bryson and I were big fans.
All right. Bobby, what do you say here? Close the 18s right away. Add it up.
Definitely a better performance from Glenn and Bobby, who were showing, hey, we're just coming off a first-round bye. We're getting our first starts of the day, and that was some first-game blues. Definitely a way more competitive second leg.
Exactly, and that could have been it, getting that round 1 bye. You're kind of just getting comfortable with your throw.
Randy Green in the chat. Wichita does have a nice zoo.
Hey, you been, huh?
It's from St. Joseph, Missouri. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Likely
Not
been.
too far off, but what, 3.5, 3 hours away?
Right down the road. Definitely some struggles for Sober as a judge in this given scenario. Facing down the barrel of a 135-point difference.
Wait. Not a bad idea to just close out the 20s. You know that a big triple on the 17 doesn't do much, so go ahead and take that out. Force your opponent to a new one. Yeah, they handle it well, though. Big trip 16, at least grab the wedge, then take your shot.
Well, Robles has to hit a 3 in the bed for it to be a significant damage done to Glenn and Bobby on that last turn. Bobby doing just right, grabbing that number first, just playing it a little bit safe.
Glenn may take the option to close right away. We'll see.
He should, with it being a 50-point difference, because trip 15 still leaves you down 5. Won't get a clean shot at the 16. And again, I think the bigger priority is to close, but doesn't matter if you know you're going to trip the last start.
Yeah, it does go over to the 16 and then switches right back and collects. Good darts for them. Trying to make it 1-1.
And a good fight back. Brings it back within 6. Keeps the dream alive for this leg, although albeit a dim shot if Bobby does get this closed down. It's easy to get caught up, though, trying to close and not getting it successfully done. He's going to point up instead. I love that. Good shot selection. Forces a 9 mark.
Yeah, pretty good averages all around, as you can see there on our scoreboard. Only 2, so kind of a slack turn there. Opens the door for Glenn to close that wedge. Not anymore. He'll transfer back over, you think?
He's staying for the look.
Oh, my.
It's aggressive, it's risky, and it pays off.
I figured he'd at least transfer over on the second, maybe the third. But
he left it 6-3 on the bulls, which means that High Strung can't really shoot the 16 without grabbing 2 bulls. And he does on the second. I don't like that. You have to find at least 2 bulls. Leaving your partner a 6-bull shot doesn't matter if you're Ram Guevara. It is still a hard shot because there's not a lot of real estate. You have to leave 4 or less for you to be able to shoot that 16.
Yeah, it's such a tight margin. Any clank of the barrel can really throw it out of the loop. So.
One more bull for Bobby Pratt. Does get it. 1-1 in this race to 3 winner side matchup to see who goes on to play Tyler and Kyle. We got a couple of gentlemen already making it to the top 8. Tyler and Kyle, of course, which we saw. We got Ammerman and Watt sitting over there after a 3-0 win from Tough Shots. Flying Neighbors and Harder and Caballero, excuse me. I still think I messed it up twice. Sitting there. And if you guys are curious, every single match that has happened, other than this match, has been 3-0 so far today. Except for, there's one other match. There has been more matches 3-0 than any other score line. Beautiful 7. Glenn and Bobby definitely getting some momentum going. Sober as a judge needs to have a sobering moment and realization that they need to collect some big darts here, start turning the tide and momentum back in their favor.
See what Bobby has in mind here. It's the 18s, and you can't blame him. Making that attempt. Only converts on a 1, but yeah, with you having the 19s and your team, the other team still kind of hunting down a number. Wasn't a bad idea, just not the outcome that he really wanted.
Reagan Windsor saying, hi, friends. Well, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hope you've been doing well. I know you had that little car crash scare last weekend, so happy to see you out and about. Definitely not a fun experience. But she wasn't driving, so no points on her.
Five from Glenn. And it will be, I don't know if you've mentioned it or not, it'll be Tyler and Kyle that awaits the winner of this one. So definitely a tough match incoming, no matter who wins.
Well, tough matches all around. Look how full this room is right now. You can see everyone congregate to the boards because they're all playing their first and second round matches. But man, oh man, it is a packed house.
Yeah, 40 boards this weekend here in San Antonio. They were worried about space a little bit, but the layout is perfect because all your boards are pressed against the wall, and there's enough space to kind of filter out if you need to, and enough tables that you can have a sit if you need to as well. So, yeah, good on BullShooter for their layout this weekend here at the first event in San Antonio, Texas. I would say based on numbers, I would look to come back. Why wouldn't you?
I think it's more than likely in the cards. I can't speak on that. It's not my AOR, but I've heard a lot of positive talk about coming back. And do you want to just take a moment here and shout out the One Stop Dart Shop for being our vendor this weekend? Make sure to go check them out if you're here and give them some love and support. We love all of our different vendors on the BullShooter tour.
Yeah, good selection over there. I just kind of took a gander at some of their products, which is their name's kind of funny because I've definitely been in there 2 or 3 times, and it's supposed to be one stop, not 2 or 3 times.
Well, that's because you're indecisive, not because they didn't have the supplies.
I get you.
They did have everything else you need. They even carried some colonial barrels, but no gins or wills. Travesty. That's jail. That's like playing the cha-cha slide at 1:30 in the morning.
He did actually ask me, he goes, you have any darts with you? And I said, yeah, I got my darts with me. He goes, well, let me buy a set. I was like, whoa, I got my darts with me. I don't have, like, a set to sell. Oh, okay.
You should bring some personal ones. It's okay.
I need to.
The people want to see the Will Stewart darts.
Well, if you want to throw my personal set, let me know.
I
you can at least take a peek. see what you think. I'll probably buy the remaining stock because I'm tired of them picking on me.
Until they restock just so they can pick on you again.
Yeah, good 5 from Glenn. Just doing what they need to do. Just picking off these numbers, these wedges. And the 16s are up and open for pointing. Yeah, not the outcome they wanted. Only a single mark. Just it's tough. You're looking at 2-1 potential here.
Yeah, Bobby Pratt definitely picking up his game. It's only 3.5, but what it also is a good, nice, consistent. He's getting those 3 marks where he needs to, the 4 marks where he needs to. If he has an off round, he follows up with a 6. Good stuff from Bobby, as him and Glenn seem to be making a good duo in this. As on the other hand, sober as a judge, maybe showing the sobriety. Combined 6.8 for the team.
Oh, man. Couple difficult rounds, but it's always going to happen. You're going to have a few of those intertwined throughout your day.
Oh, certainly. It's still early. Even if you got the loss now, there's still so much bracket left to run through. You just can't let one particular round eat at you or be a indication of your game. Instead, you have to just know what your game is going into this and expect it to come out at some point and then some.
We've hit the rut.
This is definitely the rut.
Yeah, we've hit that little point where we're begging for numbers. It's such a difficult one to collect on the triple, just because where it's hanging. Somehow or another finds it. Good 4. I'm counting your yawns. That's number 72 already. Don't be doing that.
They don't know that. They don't need to know that.
Now they do.
This is why we leave you in Kansas. This is why.
I'm terrible, I know.
I'm going to make a tier list of all my co-commentators this tour. Will Stewart stock's looking low right now. Ashley Ritchie stock's looking high.
Daniel calling for Fort Worth for a pit stop there. We'll see. I mean, it's a good area. The Stockyards is a nice little area.
Well, with how successful San Antonio is and how successful Houston is, we might as well just have the Texas BullShooter tour.
Could have their own tour. I do like the Stockyards there. I showed you what Billy Bob's, that big,
good old Billy Bob's.
Huge bar there. Seems like it's a mile long.
You can see very colorful language from the high-strung ginger living up to the name. Into that moment, not happy with
as the set says, have a day. from Bob Does Sports. A little kind shout out to him.
The game doesn't go yet. Still a outside opportunity. It's outside for a reason, but one really good round followed by one really bad miss is all it takes to give yourself a chance. 3 clear at the bull for Bobby Pratt. You expect this to be a 2-1 advantage.
Yeah, finally finding themselves in that point. It's been a tough leg, to be fair. You see a couple twos on the scoreboard.
Do want to shout out real quick. You can see over there on our other stream board, AC Strikers taking on the Hollow. That's a ladies team taking on the men in the Pro-Am. I'd love to see it.
Oh, wow, that's great. That's great to see. Yeah, I think that I'm gonna be the one that actually pushes for it.
Push for it.
I love to team up with an Andrea Taylor or a Callie West or a Paula Murphy and try to take down a men's bracket.
I've talked about this story a couple times, but Ashley Ritchie, Levi Kranzel, I played them in the top 4 of a Florida Steel Tip event.
I think that would be. I would. Now it's hard pressed on the ladies to do that, to get out of the women's bracket and put yourself in a situation like that. But I think there is more than a few that would be capable of making a deep, deep run with even just a female, another female partner.
Well, and certainly, gender aside, doesn't matter who you are. Playing in the toughest possible bracket will make you the best possible player. That is just a fact, and every bracket here is tough. But just I'm more from a statistical standpoint. The expectation of the winning Pro-Am team is to be about a combined 9 or 10.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really cool to see. So big shout out to AC Strikers. Currently, though, facing down 1-0 from the Hollow on the losers' side of the bracket.
And just a race to 2 there on the loser's side. A reminder of that one. Oh, what's that 2-2 down there on Ram Jr. and Beans taking on George Daniels and TJ? That is quite the match right there.
That's a very consequential match.
Because Ram Beans is who?
Jim Spears.
That's right. So Jim Spears and Ram. That's a tough team, man. But on the opposite, you got Daniels and TJ. George finishing, 5th, 6th last night in the pro. TJ finishing top 4.
Yeah,
I think third.
He finished third. That very well could have been a finals match. Happened to be on the same side of the bracket. We'll play the winner that will play just the tip. First time I ever heard that team name. Going into that next round, who won a 3-2 matchup. I'm just curious who that team is.
Just the tip has to be up there with most used, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Top 5 most used.
And that's Wesley Rice, Angel Hernandez. Oh, for sure. And then don't get me started on the trip team's name I refuse to say out loud. Julian Fernando, our finalists of the pro singles against George Daniels in Ohio in the chat. Julian, great to see you. John Severs asking, what's the difference between non-pro and amateur division? There isn't. I just prefer the term non-pro over amateur. I think it's a more apt term to our dart player base. But no, there's women's, there's pro A and double A, and then there's non-pro or / amateur.
Because there's got to be a. I don't want to sound like that guy, but.
Say that guy.
What do you consider a pro?
Right.
Nothing but making a living off of darts would be what I consider a pro. And there's not very many that do just darts here in North America. But at the same time, you look over the PDC, a lot of PDC tour card holders still have a job because they haven't quite made the income that they need on playing darts.
You have to be top 100 in the world to be able to make a full-time living. There's maybe, 5 top players in North America? That's including Canada?
Yeah.
Maybe 5 that are true full-time pros?
The definition of our pro probably is your more elite level competitors, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough call, isn't it? It's like, what do you consider a pro?
So that's why it's the same thing. So our pro, if for me, if the pro definition's a little wide open, I also don't want to say the amateur definition's definitive either, especially when there's only certain ways to qualify, and it's through very tough qualification brackets. I like to say the term non-pro because someone could have been a pro 5 years ago and then come out of nowhere, come right back.
Yep.
I think in due time, I know that I don't know if this will be in time for the 40 tour. I know that the pro system is currently getting reworked right now.
Oh, really?
We're doing.
Okay. So
I don't
there you
know
go.
much specifics. I know that that's in the cards. I don't know if it's. I know the intention when I first heard about it was to get rolled out by the 40 to kind of say, hey, this is the new system, blah, blah, blah. I don't know much else beyond that.
You always have to be working on the things. So I'm happy to hear that because BullShooter, being that it's its 40th, you need to take a little bit of extra steps, and they've done it in the past year. Kudos to them. Now just keep on trucking in the right direction.
In the last year, it's a different company.
Ram and Jim pull off the win over George Daniels and TJ Stroud. They will advance into the next round. We're into that, top 4? Well, we need this match, and then we'll be all the way into the top 4 on the winner's side.
Top 8.
Oh, sorry, top 8. Yes, my apologies. Blake Gaskin for the tour stop in AZ. That we've done one before, haven't we?
I know for a fact.
BullShooters, is that right?
Yes, and I know that there's 80-90% chance. Basically, we were trying to squeeze in towards the end of this tour, but how many times, just because of the transitional period, that we've tried to squeeze in some stops, as that is, by the way, a 3-1 win for Glenn and Bobby. How many times this tour where we tried to squeeze in stops? Instead, we talked to BullShooters. We're like, we can either squeeze it in at this very specific date, or we can go ahead and just get it ready for the 40th. And I believe that's what they decided to do. I know in the 30th tour, I had a great time out in Arizona. Chuck Pulio, David Fadum, Ruben Herrera, JC Martinez. I mean, it was a great field.
They got the talent. But, hey, that's a big W for Glenn and Bobby as they'll advance into the next round. Well, it'll be Tyler and Kyle who will wait. And we're going to have a few more matches coming our way, as it looks like we got Flying Neighbors and Harder, and I can't see that name, so we'll just go ahead and continue on. All righty, that'll be on board number 4, so we'll have another match coming in just a moment, folks. Don't go anywhere. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira, your 39th BullShooter Regional World Tour. My goodness, I stumbled around that one. My apologies. We'll be right back from the San Antonio Westin. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the BullShooter 39th Annual World Tour in San Antonio, Texas, for our last regional stop of the tour, a stop that's been treating us quite so well. My name is Nick Show, joined by Will Stewart, and we were going to try to get that other matchup. We were going to try to get Flying Neighbors versus Harder and Caballero. Unfortunately, they just hadn't got started yet, so we went ahead and started with Ram Jr.'s Beans and just the tip to get things going.
Yeah, I think that's smart to do. I think. Being that this is the match that started first, we'll just go ahead and give it to you. We'll see kind of where it ends up and jump on over, right? If it ends quickly. So I like the idea. I like the mindset. Hope you guys do as well. More darts is always good, right?
Yep, and the winner of this match plays the winner of that other match we were just talking about. So these teams will converge in that next round. Ram Jr. and Jim Spears, obvious favorites in the bracket just because of Ram's performance yesterday alone.
I agree with you there, and I think that this is going to be an impressive display no matter what. Yeah, this other team's going to have to work pretty hard. They're going to have to find a wedge and find it fast, and it's going to be tough to beat Ram and Jim here.
Yeah, Ram and Jim, just real tough competitors in general. But, I mean, on the other hand, you can't count it out. I mean, they just survived a 3-2 against George Daniels and TJ Stout. Very tough matchup in general there, and debatably could have been the finals matchup. Still could.
Yeah, look at this, 114. They've got the 20s, 19s already. They got the 17s as well. Pushing Hernandez to the 16s.
Did talk with Tyler Weehee real briefly. He came up to me grinning, and he said my friend was watching, and he asked me if it was a roast session or a dart match, and he looked at me, he's like, but it was really funny though. He tapped me up and said he absolutely loved it. For the record.
Oh my goodness, I would be absolutely ticked off if I was him. Hey, but at least they're enjoying it, having a good time. It gives the friends a good laugh or two, right?
Exactly. It's all about having some fun here. I love that about BullShooter the most is it's equal parts fun, hang out, let's have a good time to serious pro level play. I mean, that last pro final last night was serious pro level play. Then we see some of the most relaxed, fun, jokey darts ever with some of these doubles teams.
Exactly. I mean, yesterday's pro final was just absurd.
Definitely one of our top matches we've covered in some time. You go through these old droughts where you get some of these tournaments where some things happen better than others. I'll say Houston was incredible, but honestly, Ohio and PA had some great moments, but nothing like that match that we saw.
Just had it all. Is that Batman back there? You said, oh, that Batman.
That's Mark Clark there.
That's your Batman.
We got multiple Batmans as Rams got multiple bulls to get the leg win.
5-0, but I mean, Jim only thrown a 2-6-7 there, so really it was Ram that carried the party there.
His back does not mind as he can carry and do what he needs to do.
Oh, here's a good start. The Professor, the good 6. Now, any other time, that's great. But when you got Ram following you, you're like, is it great?
It just constantly
is a
feeling of being under pressure when you're playing against Guevara.
I'm surprised he didn't go up and take that look. But being that it's doubles, he stayed down there for more.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why. If it was singles, that dart goes up 99% of the time.
Well, he knows what he's capable of doing, and he likes his odds coming back and collecting and just continue on his business. Where you have your partner and you don't know really how he's feeling. Maybe he's a little bit uneasy. Maybe you feel confident, but maybe you just I'm gonna better our odds, and if I trip it, great. Then he can do whatever he wants the next round.
Well, 217s doesn't change anything. Single 20 gets you an option to move if you want. You don't really want to, but that first dart's awkward. Second dart, not really pressing in to try to find that trip.
Got to follow through there. Yeah, does follow through at the last, and
Solid darts there from Ram. Does get the aggressive close this time, but does it with the safety blanket of having 2 close numbers and a mark on the 18.
stays there for all. Decent 5. Gives him just a subtle lead, but you're fighting the 19s and a 17 run here, so Spears can choose what he wants, and yeah, why wouldn't you choose that higher number? And then, kill shot with the second dart on a big double 18.
Yeah, great shot from Jim. The only thing is, I think I would have preferred that last dart to still stay on the 19 or 17. Again,
just for a little bit more. Just for a little bit more.
Let Ram go around and close the board.
He can do that. He can go over to the trip 16, trip 15, and smack a double bowl, and all of a sudden, okay, 2-0.
And it's just about thinking what is needed of you in that turn, what is your goal of that turn, but also what the expectation is on that visit. I know for a fact if I have a hot-handed partner, I'm just going to make sure that they get the options. If my partner seems to start finding some blows and struggles, I want to do everything in my power to pick up that pressure off their own shoulders.
Yep.
But looking likely for a 2-0. Hernandez needed to find perfection on the 15s to get an outside opportunity in this leg.
Just a reminder for you folks at home, that Touch Tunes is still kicking out there. Just another added bonus of being at a BullShooter regional event, being able to choose your own music. Yeah, you may have to skip a few songs from some folks.
And Nick Teixeira is on the jukebox. You're skipping a few songs.
A lot of songs.
Two bulls needed for Guevara for a 2-0 lead in this matchup.
And there you go, 2-0 advantage. 4-9-1, 5-0 from the teammate Jim Spears. That'll certainly work. You see he's lunging there. It's not every dart is identical, you know. It's just too different.
Even then, he's still collecting fairly well, finding consistency on the fives and whatnot. But when you are going against Ram, whose low end is a 6 and high end is a 9 right now,
Yeah.
what do you do?
Yeah, big round at the board for Ram.
So I need to ask you, because you're like the 13-time AirCap champion. What do you do when you are playing a big name coming up where you know you're playing against the best player in the room? And right now, I think it's fair to say Ram is probably the best player in the room just in current form. What do you do to try to help set yourself mentally for something like that?
Well, that's the toughest task. You hear. First off, never look at a bracket. I don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Same.
queue in a bracket. I want to know each round who I'm playing was as the board's called. Now, when you hear that board call, it's easy to get intimidated by the name because you know what they've been capable of. But as long as you focus on what you can do and not what they are capable of, then that's the key to success. So I don't want to be caught watching them and kind of going off of their darts. I want to be looking at the ground, doing my own thing, and just rattle off as many as you can as quick as possible and just catch them in that rut. So that's the goal. Does it always work? Nope. About 30% of the time it works against
Every
those
time.
heavy hitters.
30% of the time it works every time. Is like that we were going with. Appreciate everyone tuning along with us. We got Tim Goodwin. We got Pete. We got Justin. We got everyone else watching along. Ronnie. We got Allie in the chat. Stuart. Appreciate all you guys supporting these players. Playing on our live stream.
Pete has a good alternative. He said fireball. And I mean,
also works.
teach their own.
I like tequila, personally. Tequila makes my darts more better. Currently going on.
More better.
I was wondering if you were going to say
More
something about that
better
one.
is quite the phrase there.
You got Flying Neighbors taking on Harder and Caballero. Currently, Harder and Caballero up 1-0, by the way, in that matchup. Ram closing around the board. He's doing thermonuclear, boxing in the 18s, grabbing the fourth number up, down 17 points. Absolutely 10 out of 10. Love that. That's some confident darts.
Certainly so. I mean, they've put themselves in quite the position, haven't they? Particularly Ram has put them in quite the position, hasn't he? The thing about Jim is he pulls that dart all the way down to his shoulder. It's pretty difficult to do that. Ideal is the eyesight, you know, the eye. But when you pull it down that far, you're
playing with no eye-hand coordination.
Exactly.
Almost. As soon as you take out your eye line, it adds another extra level. It's definitely hard to do. Whereas worked well from, consistent stream appearances from Jim. I've seen him at multiple stops. I've seen him do multiple different tournaments.
Very capable player. It just unfortunately hasn't given the best effort so far.
But frankly, when Ram's throwing a 6.25, doesn't necessarily have to. But in that match where we saw, well, we didn't get the chance to see it, but saw on the bracket of that George Daniels and TJ match, that's where all of a sudden it gets really nervy because TJ's on good form right now. Daniel Ratliff in the chat saying, I tell myself, you can do this. You can do it every day. Just play smart and wait for a mistake and take advantage. Yeah, power of positive thinking. Manifesting. That's another secret to the trade. But 2 bulls and 24 points. Ram Guevara Scrooston Jr. gets the 2 bulls. Gets the points. Of course he does. 6-0 Ram Guevara.
Just nasty, and get the job done. 3-0 there. And just a dominant performance as we go to our next match, the one right next to that one, over on our ice board. It's nice having both of these boards featured here so you can kind of get a view and a perspective on both these new, well, pretty much the new ice board. The Fire's been around a little bit, but still 2 great looking boards, especially if you put them up in your bar or location.
Certainly.
They're gonna get some hits.
Certainly enough. No, you're absolutely right. It's really cool to see. Coming soon, the purple dartboard. What? No, but imagine.
What would you call it, Barney?
The Barney
the
board?
G3 Barney board?
Sponsored by RVB. Like, you get him involved.
Wait, what?
You mean Van Barnevelt? The Barney board going?
Guys, did you catch that? He's so young, he didn't get it. He didn't get the reference.
The Barney, like...
The dinosaur.
I know who Barney the dinosaur is. What are you
sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Because you just immediately went for Raymond Barnevelt with a purple reference.
I know, but I thought I was taking a spin off your spin.
Oh my!
We were re-spinning,
folks. Wow. Well, we're done for the day. Good night. See you later.
Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. It's been a pleasure.
This was a 1-0 score line in favor of Chris, and it's Joe Lee, right?
Joey Lee.
Joey Lee. Okay, there we go.
Tim Hewitt said, been fun. Thanks.
Been fun. See ya.
Philip Morrow. We saw him on the stream last night, falling short in that 5th, 6th position. Jim Spears in the comments is saying, I felt Will Stewart staring at me game 3. It's crazy. Oh, I love it. And just a heads up, folks, we will be having our ladies on the stream here plenty once we get around. Just again, we're based off bracket size itself, try to keep things moving along.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this down pat now, don't you? You kind of know where brackets are going to be, how things are going to work out. So, yeah, top 8 on that winner's side in the women's bracket. The only Q is the non-pro, and that's where things could get interesting with just the mass amount of teams we have.
Which still, for the most part, seems to be moving and grooving.
Oh yeah, I mean it's gonna move. No, don't get me wrong there. Harder. Last start at the 15s, tries to close it out, unable to do so. So Flying Neighbors trying to cue in 1-1. There you go. 1-1 is achieved as we get a little fist pump from Philip there.
Yeah. And it's really cool to see Cody Vomstead out here playing in the crowd. For those that missed it in Houston, the Cody Vomstead Miracle Run was something to be witnessed. Watching on one, and this is really cool. That's actually Joey Lee Harder and going up against Cody Vomstead, because on one side of the top four, you had Joey Lee Harder taking on Ram Guevara, taking him to a last leg decider and missing darts to be able to go to the seat match. And then on the other hand, you had Cody Vomstead in a huge upset, beating Leonard Gates in a last leg decider to move on to play Ram. Loses to Ram, then goes back to beat Leonard Gates by hitting a ton-plus checkout in the last leg decider to move back to that final. Let me tell you, we talked about one of the best matches, if not the best match of the tour, being last night's final. One of the best brackets we've seen was that Houston Pro Singles. It was just entertaining stuff.
Wow.
Cody never beating Leonard Gates, doing it twice in one day, and not a I'm not locked in, ready to go home Leonard Gates, a locked in Leonard Gates. It's cool to see these guys that built that storyline playing against each other in this one.
Oh, yeah. It's always good to see.
Joey Lee Harder gonna try to get that point lead settled back into place. Oh, he went right for the close. Doesn't go. Now you have to go ahead and abandon plan. Go back up. He's been having some struggles. When I talked with Joey Lee last night, he said, I need to just make sure to correct my headspace, try to get reset. I know I can do this, but I have to throw those darts, not just think about them.
Exactly. Only three, though. Only three singles, so 220 plays 190. Chris going to try to capitalize on the turn here. See if he just goes right for the 19s. Sure looks like it. Is going at the 19s. And that is the way to maximize your opportunities there. Big white horse for the man.
Yeah, beautiful shot there from Chris. Does what he needs to do, putting Flying Neighbors in a disparaging position. Not the end of the world. It's matches so far 1-1. It's loser start, so you can't really think about anything yet. Although Harder knows all I have to do is close those corner pockets. Cody's nickname, the Hamster.
The Hamster. What a name.
For those that don't know.
What a name.
Just ask him about it. He loves talking about that nickname.
Well, they've definitely set themselves up in a great position here for this leg. 7-0-4-3-3.
And firing on all cylinders. I mean, a 10.66 combined.
Yeah.
You have to think in a Pro-Am, the baseline average is roughly a 5 for the Pro, and a 4 to 4.5 for the Am is the baseline. And you might need to have more than that if Ram ends up throwing like if Ram and Jim throw a 6 and a 4, that's a 10.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to be at a 9.5 combined, roughly. And you can't think about that while you're playing the match, but that's roughly the target line for the viewer at home if you're curious.
Not a bad shot there, just to kind of stay in line and go bull. Double would have gave him the win, but a single's okay. Especially you just know I've got the houses. There's nothing they can do even with a 9, and that's what Cody gets, a big white horse. But like I said, it doesn't matter.
Rare to see two white horses in one leg, though.
Chris could throw this dart backwards and get away with it.
You threw it forwards. Wise choice.
Not necessarily. I would have thrown it backwards just for kicks and giggles.
That is true. I was doing that. I was practicing that move, try and do with your woody darts that you had.
Yeah, that's an impossible one. That's an impossible one.
I had one
so light on
stay
those
there
darts.
for half a second before it fell.
Oh, my.
On the leg, number 4. Flying Neighbor is going to need to get this one on the board. Fortunately, Cody does not get to the 18s closed. Harder has an opportunity. Needs to get these 19s online and going. But having some struggles in there, just 1, 2, 3. Something we didn't see out of him in Houston. It wasn't many 3 marks. It was very much pushing Ram to have to play great in that last leg decider. It came down to a quirk. That's really what that match came down to.
That's a 5. Phillip. Good time for Chris to pull out another one of those big white horse rounds that we saw earlier. Or a big 9. That is the perfect time to do it, Chris.
Great shot there. Chris doing a good job of putting the heat on. Harder, Cabalro want to get it done. But Cody going to go ahead and hit a magnificent shot right back. Finds a 6. 22-point difference is the separation. A little bit of a redemption turn because Harder only hit a 3. Helps, but doesn't feel like enough.
Exactly kind of what I was just about to say. I mean, it's useful, but it's just, once again, not enough. And your opponents have the upper ground on those 18s. I'm surprised he took 2 at it. I mean, I agree with 1. I would have went back up or been tempted to.
Yeah, I don't like that from Morrow, especially because it's not like Cody's struggling where he felt like he needed to.
Yeah, things can turn too quick, and especially when you're down 2-1, you lose this leg, you're done. You're going to the loser side. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. You cannot let that happen on a guy that's thrown 2 9 marks in the match already. Don't set himself up for greatness.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's a very impressive dart there from Chris out on the second to get underneath that dart and find the trip somehow in a spot where I didn't think you could find the trip. And then to stay from the adjusted angle to nail the 18. Good calculated mechanics. Really Harder needs to get the 1, 2, 3 close on the 16s. He started it. He's finding the 7s. This is a potential costly miss, but gets it on the last. Does leave an opportunity. A 6 mark will leave 1 point down. And at least a 3 to close. Bare minimum, 46-point difference between these teams. So it's 5 bulls to close for Flying Neighbors and to be able to get the point lead. 46 means that Chris should probably go ahead and just grab these 15s because a single 15 will add a bull otherwise. Start 15s. Leave it 5 to 3. I mean, look, they're discussing. They're talking.
They really are. They're really kind of hashing this out here.
I think that was the right move. I mean, I'm frustrated in the last start for not collecting 1 bull to make the shot almost guaranteed, but
well, they need 5.
5 is a tough shot no matter who you are.
And that's why they took the play that they did. I mean, you leave it open, it's an easier comeback. So, yeah, go ahead and attack the 15s there. Force the hand on the bulls, but you got match-winning darts here.
Harder, big collect. Needs to collect because Cody did still find 3. There's 2. 1 more bull for the match and does get it there. And you can see just waiting a moment, making sure, processing. And that's a good win indeed. As coming up next on our stream board, we will be going to the Harder Cabalro Rams Jr. Beans match for our first top 4. In the meantime, while they're getting over there, we're going to go ahead and get this 1 loss side of the bracket. This is going to be D. Punente and M. Avila taking on Late Show in this one. It looks like they're just about to get underway. They're all logged in. Daryl Cortez, your potential future dart partner, playing in this match.
What?
What?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Just throwing it out there. You guys could play darts sometime. Be cool. Best of 3 on the losers side of the bracket here.
You don't know me.
I don't know you.
How dare you try to make me play darts tonight?
I think you would have fun. I know I've enjoyed every BullShooter stop I've got a chance to play at. Except for the time I played with Sean. I only liked playing with Reagan.
Can you become a pro winning trips?
If you get first. Only first.
Okay.
Enough incentive for you now?
No.
But yeah, I believe only first place in trips does make the pro list. Otherwise.
Yeah, we got to take a dive here in a second. I'm just kidding. I'm just
what
kidding.
Do you need to save your pro status for? What do you need to save it for? In case one day?
Oh, my.
Daryl Cortez Diesel to get things started.
Oh, such a tough start for them. Only the trip 19, and to come back and hit the single 7 and single 3, you just kind of do one of those facepalm moments knowing this could have been an excellent start, and now it's kind of fizzled.
Late Show has had a mixed bag of a day. Started off with a 3-0 win over TNT, then proceeds to have a 3-0 loss over Flying Neighbors. And then on the losers side of the bracket, did get a bye. So that's been their run so far. So 3-3.
Yeah, it's a little difficult too. You get the 3-0 and think, oh man, we're going to be set pretty good here for this run. And then all of a sudden, you get 3-0 the next turn. You're like,
surprise.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe not.
DJ can do something with the scenario. You can see really taking that moment to try to get himself settled into place. Kirby saying, I don't think the girl goes pro in trips. That very well could be true. The system is, there's a couple things getting changed around, so I would have to double check the exact ruling. But I do believe at least the amateur can go pro in trips in the first place. Same thing with the mixed doubles as well. I believe that's a mixed event exclusive ruling, which we don't normally commentate, which is also why my knowledge is a little fuzzy.
I just don't want to play trips because I know what you do.
What?
You know. You know
put
what
you
you
on
do.
the stream?
Yep.
There ain't no commentary. If
It doesn't matter.
I can give special treatment.
It doesn't matter.
Now I will sit in the audience. I'll chalk.
I'll chalk. I'll chalk the match. It doesn't require chalking.
Says you. Well, tell that to Brian Henry. All right, that guy chalks a soft tip dart match if I've ever seen one.
Trying to collect on the trip 17. Gets it. Big 6 for him. Good start. He follows it in with another one. How about a big 9 mark on the trip 16s?
Yeah, I would say that's a pretty great shot because it gives you an opportunity, and it might be a great opportunity. All of a sudden,
here we go.
Strap in. Now, I like to start the 20 in this scenario. I'm not worried about the guaranteed close. I'm worried about just seeing if I need to go ahead or if I need to bail back to 16. I think you do need to take at least one dart to start. Instead of going for the guaranteed close, should go back to 16 if you're going to shoot it like that. 60-point difference, a little bit of ground gained. Perfectly all right shot. How about another 9 mark? Diesel.
Yeah, that time from Daryl Cortez. Averaging a 5-0 right here. So a little hat, but late show could, at least should close down the 15s, and only a single once again. So a little bit of struggles here from our B players.
And certainly finding themselves in a tough position. But that's also, I mean, we're looking at the one-loss side of the bracket. That's to be expected a little bit at this point. There's usually either A, you just had a cold start and you're trying to heat up, or B, there's something going on, your team's not clicking on all cylinders. And at this point, you're running out of runway, no matter who you are, even if you're up 1-0 in this match. It's still going to be feeling that pressure.
Got a mild shot here, but you need to collect on the bulls. Really had to be a 4 mark and not capable of getting that. So
Late show will have an opportunity for that 1-0 advantage to continue fighting along. Winner of this match, by the way, does play that Just the Tips team that we saw.
okay. That is good to know, as they do capitalize on 1-0 here.
DJ, to get things started, it's setting precedent. That's the goal in a match like this, in a situation like this, saying we're not going to waver, we're not scared, we're going to start off strong and really exert that confidence. Did get confirmation from our tournament staff. Only the first place team goes pro, and that's the whole team that does go pro.
Okay.
So that is what the tournament staff just told me. So just want to give corrections in there in the chat. I know there was a couple of different things hearing from different sources, but the current tournament staff, that is what I'm getting told.
Okay.
And if they're wrong,
sorry. I relayed the message, folks.
But no, that is what the tournament staff texted me.
Okay. Good to know.
.21 lead secured by Mav. Doesn't feel like much of a lead. Do we go for the stay? I'd like the stay. It catches the wire, doesn't end up capitalizing.
Well,
it's a good supporting shot,
especially with where he's been in the match so far. He's had his fair share of struggles. Go ahead and stay on that 19.
Kirby, the whole team goes pro, but only first place. Just reiterate, he said he didn't hear. Spider-Man. Sorry.
That was absolutely random.
That came out. That came outside.
Absolutely
That was
random.
an inside thought.
Inside thought that came outside from Nick. All right. I go ahead and 1, 2, 3. Well, I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Exactly. You just got to focus on getting the collected close. This is to get to the next rounds and continue to fight along. We do have a match to get into the King Seed, a top 4 matchup, which, just a heads up, when they do get going, we will be going and covering as well. So just a heads up. That will be Harder and Caballero taking on Rams Junior Beans. Those are some beans I don't want.
Just taking a few practice starts now, so they'll get underway here in a moment. Once again, thanks for joining us, folks. We know it's a busy day of sports coverage throughout the country, whether it be March Madness or some other dart tournament. So appreciate you joining us for this coverage here from the San Antonio Regional. If only we just got word from the tournament director. I mean,
Yeah, but I did just look at Josh's message, and it looks like the website might say different. So I don't know. Website saying that first place only, but only the men, not the women. So, and I didn't ask the tournament director. I asked another gentleman on the staff. So you can blame Christian.
well, why would you ask Christian?
Because LJ does answer his phone during the tournament he's directing. Christian, what's he got to do? I'm just kidding.
All righty. Well, you heard it here first, folks.
All right. Well, thank you for the correction there, Josh. We will get our rules really solidified here, especially because, like I said, rework is coming.
Notice that Will did not speak at all on that because he doesn't know. All righty. 304 plays 240. Gotta find the wedge. Gotta find a new wedge. Somewhat of a disappointing 2.
Yeah, Late Show has done a good job of, for the most part, being in control of the leg. Yeah, if you hit that trip 18 at any point, you put yourself in such a great position, but just the 2 mark on the 18 doesn't feel like enough. But DJ, 2.75, really struggling right now. His partner, 1.75, really struggling right now. They're jamming out there, aren't they, Will?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They're rocking out with their darts out.
Those wonderful jams brought to you by Touch Tunes.
Play music fun. 2-number advantage for Late Show. Showing up late in the second leg. Putting on a show. Corner pocket closed. Does get massive advantage going into the Bulls. It's been a gritty battle.
Yeah, very gritty. I mean, sometimes you find yourselves in these matchups that one of these big shots is so meaningful. And he collects on a big one. Exactly what it means. One of these, one shot can be so big in these circumstances, and that was one right there. Granted, Cortez takes firm advantage. Big 7 mark as he answers right back.
Great back and forth battle at the tail end of the leg. Puente Villa just trying their best to make a stand. They don't want to go out. They don't want to go to lunch. I want to stay here and eat those plaques.
Yeah, anytime you see the early lunch, it's like, no.
No, but
Not
also where
yet.
you want to eat.
But also, where are we going?
Couple Bulls and a dream. That's what it's going to take now. Late Show to try to wrap up this show, get it on the road.
Should be able to do so. I mean, you've got a pretty good firm grasp of this one, 139.
If he hits a hat trick, you have to play trips with him because it's Fat Bull.
Who said that?
He only needs to hit bulls. Now you have to play trips. Daryl Cortez.
Trip salt is all
701, lady start, lady diddle, Fat Bull, double out. And you can bull out.
That's just anybody's game. Well, there you go. Cortez and Late Show get the job done for 2-0 as we're going to wait on this one to get started, and then we'll get underway as well. So bear with us. We'll have just a moment here before they get underway.
Yeah.
Maybe now.
Yeah, it looks like they might have just been waiting for the other match to finish. Sometimes you see that in the bullpen occasionally, especially when the brackets, it's not like time dependence right now as they're moving, cruising, and grooving.
Alrighty, getting us situated here. We'll get in for a diddle. That's just not going to work with Ram. Yeah, Ram right in the double. So Spears and Gravaar will start us off here. And our top 4 on the winner's side in this pro bracket.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this matchup. Ram Guevara doing Ram Guevara things, starting off with another perfect rounds. How many times? I would have to say I would argue on Strange Performance this weekend, we've seen him start more times with a perfect 9 mark or a perfect open in 01 starts than we've seen with any amount of misses. Over 50%.
I'd say I'd probably correct. I mean, we've seen him. What do you have? 4 160s or 5 160s in yesterday's coverage of the singles event.
We've seen him with 2 9-mark opens in cricket so far, just today. It's pretty. It has to be close to that 50%.
He's just so talented, man. Just so talented.
You look at him and you can tell that's an absolute athlete. Now, we did see some woes, highs, and lows from Harder and Cabalro as there was moments where they're hitting the 9s, things are grooving, but there's also some serious struggles. I think Joey Lee's still not where his form should be. The struggle's continuing on. They know as a team they have to really get in there and do some punishing.
Yeah, your only answer's 18s here. You got to fill it up. Got to fill it up. He fills it up.
Great shot. Joey Lee Harder makes that one look easier. He's shaking his head with approval.
It's not approval. It's
left and right, sorry.
It's definitely a no.
Just want to get support.
You'll never get it on puns from me, buddy. All right, well, they put themselves in prime position with that big 9, so now what do you go ahead and do with it? Chris elects just to stay. It's not a bad option. You'd be tempted to go ahead and take your shot at the 20s and 18s because of the higher ground, but
a 5 forces Ram to hit a 9 to be punished.
And he's going to hit a 9.
Yeah.
Can we get AI commentary at this point? Because this
I know a guy.
Hey, this is what do you do? It's like you just know what he's going to do and what's going to happen ahead of time. It really is. At certain points, it seems like he is turning the cheat code on.
I mean, and that's a great shot from Joey Lee Harder. Hits a white horse, brings it within 25 points, but still down. I mean, it's 19s versus 16 and 15s. Spears gonna have to be careful. I mean, again, interesting shot there from Joey Lee. And that is careful because now there's no 9 mark that can close your numbers and get the point lead. Good shot from Spears. doing what was needed.
It's 6. It has to stay for that. Has to stay for it. Does get it. But chances are Ram will close us out. 57, 48, 45.
Ram Guevara 8.0.
He's making me look just like a genius, man. I love you.
And that says so much about Ram if he's making you look smart.
Takes an awful lot, buddy. Takes an awful lot. But when you're just a robot.
And, I mean, right now, Joey Lee Harder averaging a 7, his partner averaging 4.33. Ram's averaging an 8 to Jim's 1.67. Right? It feels irrelevant.
He could pick a kindergartner and win this event, it seems. Should we test him? Should we get the local kindergartner to come up here and play with Ram and see if he can run through the field?
I like to picture the local kindergartner as like a capital T. Like there's one local, like, we test things on this kid kindergartner. He is still staying in incredible form. It is so hard to explain to those that don't understand what Ram is doing, how impressive it is that he's doing it time and time and time again. His 12-month form right now is second to none when it comes to soft tip.
Well, he's built Ram tough.
And
that's why. Just 7-5. And, I mean, Harder threw it 6-0. He wasn't far off, but...
Well, that was a combined at 9.75 versus a combined, what was that? A combined to 10.5. That was going first advantage. It was a 0.75 difference in averages between the teams. So fairly close, all things considered. Jim's going to have to pick it up. But if Jim moves his average from a 1.67 to a 2.67, it's still a completely different game. And Joey Lee doesn't close the 20s.
Yeah, and Ram's going to make it hurt. Uh-oh. We got him. He's snoozing, folks. He's snoozing. We got lullaby. And, oh, never mind. He woke up. Nope. Is he? Oh, my. He's in La La Land. He's in a slumber.
Out for the count.
Good night. Oh, he's awake.
Oh,
he's alive. It's alive. Somebody will text him here in a second. Is that Clayton? Is that Clayton Dean?
I think so.
Oh, my.
Good catch there, Will.
Well, just entertainment in its highest form. People sleeping. Don't do it in front of our cameras. You're going to get zoomed in on. It's a guarantee.
I'm pretty sure that's why they invented the zoom in the cameras. Being
specifically for that.
Pat Gallagher laughing at that one. I hear some celebrations out there. There's some intense matches across all the different brackets going on, it seems.
That's the Zequel sleep of the day.
Zequel sleep of the day is not going to be the one we use. That was the melatonin gummies snoozer of the night. Like, what are we on here?
Anything to get a little sponsorship dollar, let me tell you. Clayton's looking for the melatonin sponsorship. All right, so Jim, they didn't close the 17s here, so you'd be tempted to go ahead and open a new wedge as well, wouldn't you?
You would think, but, I mean, Jim's been really, really struggling right now.
He really has. You are correct on that, so maybe it is a good option for him just to stay on the 17s.
This is where Ram can really do Ram things. He needs to find a 6, close the numbers, shoot the 18s. Not going to be able to do Ram things. Only finds a 3. 4.33, the most human we've seen Ram this weekend so far. Ram, I have to agree with Dominic's comment there. Very much one of the most entertaining players to watch right now. The games and the performances he puts up, but also, I mean, you can tell how much some of this means to him being able to not only get back to his old form, but be better than ever. We saw it at TOC. I mean, he was getting emotional during the interview. We saw tears well up in the eyes. That's how much some of this can mean. And the fact is, Ram deserves the success because he's put the time back in. I had an interview with him, Will, and you remember I said, is this the start of the Ram comeback tour in 2024? He said, I think it is, and he hasn't looked back.
No, hasn't looked back at all. Just lights out. Good 6 from Harder. Put some of his front runners here in this leg. I'm going to need to hit a ton of bulls. Does hit the 3.
Leaves it at 5 bulls needed. 4 would leave you short. So Chris does get an opportunity to make this 1-1. Again, a very human leg from Ram Guevara right now.
Human. He is human.
Believe it or not.
Well, he'll make it 1-1. And Ram's going to be looking at Jim like, hey, buddy, I'm going to need a little bit more of your help here.
We're into our top 12 teams here in this Pro-Am. It is moving along quick. Seeing some great stuff from all these different personalities. Ladies bracket also moving along very similarly quick. Honestly, all the brackets are. Again, big shout out to that tournament team for doing what they do best.
Yeah, they're working hard over there, man. And kudos to them.
We're not just saying that because we have to. We actually mean it this time.
They paid me $1 to say it.
Is that what? So you got a 5 credit Touch Tunes
Yeah,
card, and
that's
all of
it.
a sudden you're like, "Yep, I'm bought."
I'm bought.
Good 5 from Jim. Has to be kind of again internally a little frustrated with his performance so far, knowing that if he gives Rim just a smidge more, there's no question about some of these legs.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
I agree with you too.
Well, the way Ram is playing, I mean, for him to almost single-handedly pull himself into the finals is unreal. And he just gets a little push from Jim. They're certainly winning this, no doubt. Big 9.
Yeah, what a great time to find that 9 because it pushes Harder over to the 18s to try to answer back with a 9. Not going to be able to do so. And frankly, a 5, it helps, but leaves Jim an easy decision to go for the 1-2-3 in my opinion. Doesn't go for it, tries to pad, doesn't pad successfully. Right now, if you're struggling like Jim is, are you kind of starting to think, man, if I just go for a couple of, like topside wire, maybe even, hey, let me get at least 2 singles and then try to lock on it's hard to talk yourself out of aiming at the triple, but it would statistically help.
You're just thinking, give me anything, please, anything. Just let me help my partner out.
He's a capable player.
Yeah.
Good 7 from Ram. Does still wipe the sweat off the brow. Harder push to another position of detriment.
See,
Finds.
He is trying to whittle himself out of this, and I don't know if I agree with that strategy.
I think he's assuming Jim's going to go up and be point-centric on this turn. I think I would have still preferred a bottom side triple. Because now, I mean, Jim didn't collect at all. If he hit a bottom side triple, they have the point lead going into this turn.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking too. I mean, You got away with one here. But trip 16. Then take the 20s.
He's going to stay. I mean, that's a great bed.
It's a great shot. But Ram here can still hit 2 triple 20s. And maybe even stay for a third.
That's what I'm thinking is I want to get those 20s or 17s away from Ram. He's going to get the point lead back. You're approaching with after first start, getting a trip, getting that point lead. Now it's the same shot. If Joey Lee finds that first trip, we'll have the point lead. But you're playing 6s versus 9s. At some point, you need to try to shorten the game, get it towards the tail end, especially while Jim's still throwing a 2. Now, this is a moment where you probably do have to stay and point a little bit more.
Yeah.
Trip 15, go
it
for the
doesn't
cover.
give you anything. It doesn't give you anything. You can steal the 20s, but it doesn't give. They still have the 17s.
I do like the cover on the 15. Those 16s were pretty blocked up. That triple is going to be an awkward angle. Beers switches to 17s after having no luck upstairs.
That's still a good turn compared to what he's been given Ram recently. So take the 4 mark.
But a moment where if Chris hits a first start trip, he has to try to take the swing. He doesn't find the first start trip. Now he's going to have to stay for all 3. Ram should have an opportunity to have at least a shot at a close. Maybe close both. He had the shot, doesn't go.
Hey, he took one opportunity at it. He would have collected it. He'd been tempted to go at the 15s as well, but back on up. Taking that smart option, giving them the 100-point advantage.
With Harder getting it back within 50 helps the cause, but doesn't really put it away. I want Jim, if I'm Ram, to go hit 2 16s. And then after that, go grab some points. Stay on the 16. Does grab the close. And Mike in the chat bringing up a good point. Might be feeling the pressure of being Ram's teammate. You're not lying. When you got the big guy in the room, you feel so much because you know it's not to put any pressure on Jim if he's listening to this right now, but you know it's your fault if you don't win if you got the guy in the room. You know it was on your performance.
That's why I mentioned, you just got to go in there and compliment him. If he hits a big 9, you compliment with the 4 or 5, you're going to be okay. Even a 3 there averages out to, a 6 overall. So you're okay if you can do that. And luckily, Ram just keeps on getting you out of a rut. 7.17.
But I mean, look,
I'm telling you, you can match him with a kindergartner and find his way into the finals.
It's a 9.57 combined versus a 10.2. But it's just Ram having so much firepower and very concentrated bursts is making the difference. And again, if Jim just gets up to a 3-5, this feels out of reach. This is still a very big point battle leg in a 1-to-1 matchup.
Well, there you go. Jim gets it to 2-1.
Just a heads up, our other top 4 matchup will be starting right as this one does conclude. Glenn and Bobby taking on Ammerman and Watt in that one. First look at Ammerman and Watt for the day for us.
The match will be cued in here momentarily. Matt says, seen better. Ram needs to step it up. Okay. Okay.
He must have been playing an AI robot that was cheating.
We need perfect the entire time. About perfect as you can get, man. It's just...
I mean, I would say check his darts for magnets, but they're 9 grams. Even if they had magnets, they would be hard to throw.
Maybe that's the cheat. The lighter the better.
That's what they tell me.
There you go. Spears is starting to arrive. Good 7 for him.
Harder in a hard position. No pun intended that time. As he now has to find the 17s, take him away from Ram. And you can see he's even pantomiming there. Man, I really don't know if I'm falling through in that exact spot. It didn't feel like it was as tight as it should have been. It's still a fine 5. But Ram Guevara running away with this one, finds a 9. Of course, Ram Guevara finds a 9. Find a 12 mark for once, Ram. Come on.
Yeah, get an extra dart in the mix. Come on. Let's see something we haven't seen before.
There's no weight limits in darts, or excuse me, no weight minimums, but there's weight limits.
Nine grams, that even legal? Yeah, it's definitely legal.
Yeah, no minimums. There is maximum weights.
You could throw a paper airplane at the board.
That's true. Wouldn't recommend it.
The weight, there's no minimum weight. There's a maximum. I know that, but
So if you can throw to make it work, I have to imagine you have to have a pretty strong like arm wrestling game if you throw with that light of a dart.
yeah.
You have to put some heft in it. Yeah, Harder kind of showing the frustrations more and more. Oh, and this is getting to the tail end. Not much that they can do. They will be more than likely moving on to the loser side, but that doesn't mean they're out of the running yet. They will be moving on to the bottom side of that bracket where they would either have to play tough shots, Tyler and Kyle, Sober as a judge, or Gil and Jimmy. No, it's not a rule in the PPD either, actually. He plays in the PPD. Throws with the 9-gram darts. No rules on weight minimums for barrels. Up to you if your dart doesn't register if you throw too light of a dart. It can't hurt the board. The only reason they have a weight limit is for potentially damaging segments.
Exactly.
There's no other reason.
Yeah, we don't need somebody going out here and damaging the board.
So, there you go. Jim Spears does get it done. And that's going to be Ram Jr. Beans moving on to the seat match to play either Glenn and Bobby or Ammerman and Watt, who will be at the board in just a moment's time. They just got called up, so don't go far, folks. We've been going live now for 2 hours, 15 minutes. We're going to go ahead and take a small break. Once that match is ready, we'll be back to the action. Don't go far. Nick DeShera, Will Stewart on the comms. Welcome back, everybody, to the BullShooter 39th Annual World Tour. We're here in San Antonio, Texas for our last regional stop, and we got a great matchup. That's going to be Glenn and Bobby taking on Ammerman and Watt in this matchup to see who goes to play Ram Jr.'s Beans in that seat match. This is going to be tough. It's going to be a battle. It's going to be our first look at Ammerman and Watt. Watt, you guys have probably seen online plenty, but for the wrong reasons, as he got a perfect game by Ram thrown against them. That being said, was playing a really great match himself and was on going first for an 11-dart leg. The only way you can beat a person going first with an 11-dart leg is by hitting a 9. So even though we've been seeing Watts facing the internet for the wrong reasons, it's still the right reasons. He played great in that final. I'm looking forward to seeing how he's playing today with our first look. Start off our leg number 1 here in this top 4 matchup.
I know you like those super cool dance moves out there.
Were you dancing?
You didn't even see it?
I wasn't. I don't think about you.
Bro, I stepped up right in between those guys and did it. You didn't even see it?
No, I was too busy
Come
doing my job.
on, Nick.
It's crazy concept. I did go up to the Christian at the tournament desk and I said, if you ever lie to me again about the pro list, I will crash out. And he said sorry. I felt bad for yelling.
Yeah, you shouldn't yell at people. That's kind of rude.
Yeah, fair enough.
I can't believe you missed the dance moves there.
Oh, can you rewind it for me? Can you show me?
I guess I can.
Back to the match. Glenn and Bobby, we did see earlier in a tough matchup. I believe that was against the Sober as a Judge team. I do recall that was a 3-1 win for Glenn and Bobby. And what was a scrappy affair? Ammerman and Watt going to be looking to try to put on a dominant performance, and Watt seems to be staying in the same form from last night. Back-to-back 7 marks for the gentleman. Oh, Hot Rob says sick dance moves, Will.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Some of us got skills. Some of us know how to break it down on a beat. Some of us don't know what a beat is, and that would be Nick.
I thought it was a vegetable.
It is a vegetable, but we weren't talking about that kind of beat.
Oh, headphones.
You have...
Oh, no, that's by Dre.
Buddy, you're a lost cause, just to warn you.
They've been telling me that for a long time now. Wow, Will did go ahead and hit some moves in the background there. Oh, the robot too with
robot action? You're
What?
welcome.
Get
I'm
outta
surprised.
here.
I was trying to make your day, but you don't
sorry.
notice it.
I'm sorry, I was too busy actually filling in our job here.
That's all right.
Oh, no.
Dancing's a job at some points too. So
It's been fun having you out here, all jokes aside, calling some great matches, having some great camaraderie between the two of us. Definitely been a fun event for us for sure, as well as a very efficient event, seeing all these matches. I mean, we haven't had many breaks in the action, especially today.
no. It was good to see Jason and James teaming up here. James gets around because of his work, so it just so happens that he's kind of in the area and was able to come down this weekend to enjoy the darts. Got a twin brother as well, so you frequently see him both at events.
Well, and to get our first official look at him in a top 4 match to get to the seat, going to be finding himself in a good position. And he's playing as the AM on this team, and we'll see what that can do, because we've seen AMs easily throw 6s and 7s and 8s. We've seen some AMs struggle a little bit as well. We are currently playing both 7th and 8th place matches right now in this bracket. So after this, we will be getting the seat match for the Pro-Am and the seat match for the women's bracket. And then we'll be going on for the 3rd place and finals of the Pro-Am and then 3rd place and finals of the women's. And then we'll round out with our coverage of the non-pro bracket as they're currently grooving along as well. Jack Wagon's back. Let's go. Bobby taking a deep breath, knowing that this is a detrimental position to be facing. Again, when we saw Glenn and Bobby, it was a scrappy affair. Now, they did beat that Tyler Nintendo Weehee team and Kyle, the Joker. But
Yeah.
3-1, 3-1.
Update. Tyler did stop me out there.
Oh,
I
did
said,
he?
what is this, a roast session back there? I said, from Nick. I keep telling him, dude,
He
you
said
need
the
to
same
stop.
thing to me
Dude,
and then said it was fine.
No.
Oh, you put Jack greater than wagon this time instead of less than wagon.
Oh, shoot.
You complimented him. See, that's the kind of greeting I like, says Jack Wagon. Oh, if you guys are watching this back later on, whether this be a match clip or you're just watching back the VOD, you can be interacting with us live, especially when we're in our shenanigans mode.
Fixed.
There you go. Good job, Will. I thought you were complimenting. I thought you were making amends doing olive branch. Turns out you just don't know greater than less than symbols.
I was quickly trying to type it in there, and it didn't work out for me. All right, Jason's got the upper hand now. Did so on the point, so versus Bobby. Stay on these 15s here. Really has to stay throughout. He can't afford to take the play on the 19s just because they have the three wedges. So
there's two things you can do if you're in the position of Glenn and Bobby. You can either go for a trip, stab at a close, or you go 3 in the bed type strategy and get one clean look. Either way, that's going to be your options. Now, if you want to follow along with the brackets, right now on your smart device, go to BullShooter Live in the App Store. Download the app. It's completely free. Make an account. Go over to that Tournament King section. From there, go from My Events to All Events, and you'll be able to follow along with every single bracket. So right now, go download that app. Make it nice and easy. So there, beautiful 3 in the bed, and you're hoping for an error to get a clean look at the closes.
Yep.
That's the only way you get out of the situation. Again, either that or it's trip, take a stab.
It's a good shot there from Glenn, but you're right. 4 mark here. Oh, my. At least a saving grace of a triple, but you're down in points now, and this gives Bobby the opportunity. It's a big one, but, I mean, take the look at the triple 19 first and then kind of decide what you want to do from there.
And the reason you'd start 19 is a single 19 lets you bail out. I don't like to start the 15 at this situation whatsoever. But the idea is if you start the 19 and you only hit a single, you go 15s for those last 2 darts. If you hit a single 17 and get the close immediately, then you're going to stay on, might only get 1 dart at the 15, even if you don't close that second number.
You should be able to capitalize on the single dart close on the 17. So, yeah, take the risky shot and see, can I hit this here? If I do, then go ahead and go for it. If you don't, then okay, there's no way I can collect here. I need to go for the points.
Yeah, and think about it like in terms of pool. If you have one of the balls blocking the pocket, perfectly you could tap it in at any point. Save the tap in, do the harder shot first.
Yep.
It makes a lot less pressure on your own shoulders. Jason Watt approaching with a 5-point lead. You're going to stop with the shenanigans. You expect him to go ahead and tighten this one up. Finds the trip 15. You're going to push off with some points. Can work in on that dart on the 19. Shouldn't be a block. No, he just forgoes it altogether. Says, I didn't need it anyways. Grabs a single bull. Bobby Pratt doing a final stand on the bulls. Not much to be done. Was just trying to regain the point lead in hopes of getting an outside shot. James should just collect 2 bulls and send this to leg at number 2 in this top 4 matchup, Will. I don't mind the parachute pull. Playing it safe. Don't accidentally give a game shot. Still did leave a game shot, though. Double bull. Double 16. Trip 19. Not going to go.
Yeah, not now, so... Stick to the bulls, try to get your point lead, and he can't do that. Watt should be able to end this here. 2 bulls needed for 1-0. We're waiting on grabbing a barrel.
Missing dart.
Yep, exactly. We all know how they blend into that floor, man.
Camouflage. Oh, and Watt not going to be able to cross the finish line. Goes back down, and the same thing, a double bull, double 16, trip 19.
Yeah, somewhat of an unfortunate go there.
Well,
He didn't even take the shot. I mean, take the look when it's given to you.
he finds 5, but if James collects a couple trips, you're going to feel like you might not get another look at a game shot in this particular leg. Now, if James doesn't regain the point lead, it's wise. And in this case, it might be wise because now you can go 2 16s for a 19, and you shoot it in that order because you need to guarantee that close. You need to not worry about a parachute. You need to worry about winning right now.
Yeah, trip 19. 2 16s. 2 singles is fine. Oh, you got to hit him, though. Oh, my goodness. Barely escapes as he pins the double corner pocket. I'd be just tempted for 2 fat singles there myself.
100% 2 fat singles. It does get away with it. Watt going to be disappointed because those last 6 to 9 darts he was not very happy with.
Should have been able to put that to rest.
I think he's going to take out his frustrations at the start of this leg. Starts off with another 7 mark. He started off that leg just fine. He played great last night. You know, I saw a comment in here from Tyler saying BDG had a good showing last night. I think that was an understatement. I really think he had a great showing. There wasn't much else you could do in that final except play perfect as well. And looks like Jason Watt's daddy, Ram Guevara, in the chat saying hi, guys.
Nick, you are brutal today. That is absolutely absurd from you.
Guys, no one tell Jason I said that.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I'm gonna text him right now.
No, he's playing a match. Get away. Glenn and Bobby doing really well so far for themselves, and this one did miss a 9 market during our shenanigans. Ram saying wow in the chat. Oh no, Jason having some troubles. Needs to collect on a trip. Does find it to get that 9-point lead. Glenn gonna try to follow another 9.
Do you know if there's a specific limit for the dart? I mean, Ross is asking. He said, "What's total dart limit? 18, 20? It's definitely not those.
It used to be 20-gram barrel weight.
It should be more now,
yes,
right?
Yeah. So
I think you can go up to like 25. I want to say, but don't quote me on that.
So I know different manufacturers go up to 30. I do know that I don't think that they have a firm ruling. Now they have a recommendation and they leave it to rulings, but it's pretty outdated now for that.
Yeah.
Now, you know, the initial G3 line was a 20-gram barrel weight limit.
Yep.
And that's the number you'll see cited all the time. That rule is almost never enforced or actually put in place because you never see barrels above 22 is the absolute biggest soft tip barrel. I think it's hard to find one made over that size.
And that's the key. It's hard to find one made that's really heavier. So, do you see people pulling out scales? No, I mean you don't see that anymore.
On top of that, you know the manufacturing process for these G3s, especially the fire and ices that you see in 90% of bars now, or the G3 pluses for the black shell. The manufacturing process made in the USA is using high quality plastic, and really to the point where it doesn't come into play too much.
Well, you can see because a few years ago there were some static issues, I believe, with the bowls and stuff like that, and it misregistered a little bit more, and that's just being factual. Now, non-existent. You barely see misregisters on these things. It's kind of crazy to be honest how that transition happened so quick.
Yeah, and it's and here's the other thing is maintenance for the board's gotten really refined. Like if you're a vendor and you want your board segments to last as long as possible, and you don't want to complain about darts falling out or segments not registering properly, you know, we talk about rotating a seal tip board, but you can rotate segments as a vendor, take them out, swap them around, swap those 11s to the 20s or vice versa.
I think we're going to start seeing a change too. I mean, it used to be soft tip and steel tip players, or mainly we were more just soft tip and mainly just steel. Now we're seeing these people play both, you know, weekend to weekend, and we're starting to see more identical weights.
Trends, yeah.
And the same barrel being used rather than, you know, a significant decrease in the barrel weight for the soft. And
I feel like 10 years ago, it was like 23 to 25 grams was the Norman steel. Now it's 21 to 23. It's getting lighter.
Yeah.
And soft tip I felt like when I was getting in, was around a 16-gram barrel weight was the most common. And while it still is very common, you see a lot more 18s and 20s more than ever.
Yeah.
Always up to also just taking care of the boards. That's the other secret to the sauce.
Yeah,
Change out your segments, constantly doing tests. I know I used to be a dartboard vendor, and that was a big part of it, was just making sure I minimize it. You can't make it 100%, but you can make it really good.
As long as you're hitting your locations, doing the maintenance that you need on those boards, they shouldn't be misregistered like uncontrollably. So
yeah.
Alrighty, Bobby. 20s to close, gets him. I'm an 18 for good measure. I like the play there. 25-point advantage. Yeah, not the best round there for Watt. Only the two single 16s, and this gives way for Glenn just to attack here. My goodness. Didn't anticipate that happening.
Yeah, I mean, he started off with a 9 and followed with a 6. He started off red hot, having an ice-cold moment and giving James an opportunity to flip this on its head. Even if he says 16s for all of his darts, this is still already a massive shot just by getting the closing numbers. If you're going to shoot the one dart at the 18, shoot it on your third.
It's a good 4. But man. It's such a difficult place to be. You want more than that. And Jason should be able to give it right back, and he just has not been able to find it. One triple is just not enough.
Yeah, he's having trouble collecting the way he was last night. He was absolutely on fire, and unfortunately, just only snuffed out by a bigger fire, taking up all the oxygen in the room and from our lungs as we were aghast at that final. A tough situation where it's really getting into scrappy moments of this leg, trying to figure out who's going to get that breakaway, who's going to get that advantage. And we talked about time and time again, but with this Pro-Am, it's about that one big shot. Ross, my name is Sean Green, joined by Ryan Mooneyham.
Don't do that.
No, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart.
Don't do that to them.
Well, you're more Ryan Mooneyham. I'm more Sean Green. Like if we had to pick alternate commentators.
Because Ryan lives 4 hours from me. We're
You're both making beef stew.
Sure, Nick. Sure. I was going, where's Porky been? Well, I think he's kind of, I'll just say it. He's trying to be there for Zyla and her competitive volleyball and balancing the family life and darts. That can be pretty difficult. So, yeah, I mean, just taking a little step back at certain events and trying to do his thing.
And keep a lookout on the AKA Porky page because he also has some big projects he's working on that is darts related but not related to him playing specifically.
Yep.
And that's all we're allowed to say on that. If not, I get kicked out of every buffet. He can blacklist me from every Golden Corral, if you didn't know. He has that kind of pull around here. James can get himself an opportunity. He hasn't been afraid to take the look at the 18. He hasn't converted on the looks at the 18. We're at round 14 and 25, and it has been a scrappy affair. You can see these averages kind of dipping down well and low. And on one hand, I want to say, man, there's not much I could say that would be dissuading me from saying Rams Junior Beans looking likely to take the one. But how Jim performed, if Ram doesn't throw a 6+, they're in trouble. So anything's really still possible in this bracket. And I still want to see if George Daniels and TJ Stout make the run back, who have been fighting that losers bracket after losing to Rams team in the last leg decider. Currently 1-1 against the Late Show, Daryl Cortez's team.
I mean, we really don't know what to expect yet for this final. I mean, yeah, you mentioned Jim just kind of struggling here, but I mean, both these teams are kind of struggling at times, and I mean, some combined average what Ram did by himself. I mean, we'll see. We'll see, but you got to get there. You got to get there, and right now Glenn and Bobby have the advantage, 1-0 ahead, and they're looking for more. They've got the 18s. They've got that upper hand advantage on points as well here.
And James is in a more disparaging spot in the 16s than he has faced yet. At some point, he might want to bail and maybe consider grabbing a 15. I would have done it after the first because you saw that second dart caught all the way up. He's moving so far over to try to find the trip 16. I think grabbing another number might have been the move.
Alrighty, Watt, opportunity, man. You've got to knock on the door. Got a blind draw getting started out there. How about that?
I love that they run multiple blind draws. Well, especially because right now, I mean, we're playing this top 4 match. Currently, both 7th, 8th. We're about to get both 5th, 6th matches started here in our pro bracket. Our women's bracket currently playing both top 4 matches right now. Also playing both 7th, 8th here in just a moment.
Wow, they're cruising.
And on the amateur side, currently getting pretty far in as well, as they're on both top 4 on the winner side as well.
Dude, yeah, so this is going to be pretty, I mean, you're probably looking 3 hours here.
Yeah,
maybe 2.5.
The longest we've seen on a Saturday coverage this tour has been right at about 6:15, and that was a max double dip 1,000-point leg every leg in the amateur brackets, and that final alone was an hour.
Yeah. We'll see here, but Glenn and Bobby grab the second leg for 2-0.
And really what should be, if you're Jason Watt and James, you're thinking should be 1-1. They really looked very likely in that first leg and haven't shown the same signs of life since. I think I need to apologize for my remarks about Ram and Jason there. I think he subconsciously heard it. Starts off with a 9. All is forgiven. Ryan Bigham saying, Golden Corral is a place I'd totally be fine being banned from. That's fair, but I like unlimited hush puppies.
Well, maybe the fact that I messaged Jason and said Nick just called Ram your daddy on air. Maybe that kicked him into high gear here.
That's fair, but you called Danny yours.
That was a pure accident. You son of a...
One of the questions we get a lot is, how do you guys stay going all day on the comms, especially, we put a good 6-7 hours yesterday. We're going to put probably a good 6-7 in today and a good 6-7 in tomorrow. It's about having fun, right? We try to keep ourselves entertained, hopefully keep you guys laughing along, and hopefully give some insights when it matters most.
Yeah, we're not quote unquote professionals by any means, but PDC standards. Yeah, but we try to give the best show as possible, especially with the long hours that we're given. But some of those PDC They get, 2-3 matches a night, can really prep, can really do the things. We're just kind of throwing out what can happen for us, how the bracket shapes up when we choose the best matches possible and go for it. But, yeah, lots of caffeine indeed.
Troy, I can assure you it's the other way around.
Yeah, I hate that. Some people ask, do you ever go back and watch? Never. I absolutely cannot stand going back.
As a video editor, I always have to,
Yeah.
especially because if you ever see a BullShooter post a video, not like some of the promo stuff, but any of the match clips and everything, that's me watching back and curating and editing. So I watch it back all the time. And it's so funny because you get to hear the different idiosyncrasies you don't realize in the moment of your co-commentators and of sorts. But no, Troy, it's definitely me that loves to hear himself talk. Randy says the secret's lots of caffeine. That's also part of it.
Definitely the case. Tons of caffeine.
What about a case of Monster?
And that's for most of the tournament staff, too.
Yeah, but I took like half the case back here.
Yeah, no kidding. I see all your cans.
They're still sealed. I only drank one.
All right, Watt continues to put the pressure on. Averaging a 7. Glenn averaging a 6. Gonna try to give it right back.
And this leg will be going more than likely in the way of Averman and Watt. I mean, it's still 2 number close and a double bull. If I hit a double bull, I swing. Anything else, I'm staying on this bull. Doesn't get the go sign. Not going to steal third. Staying on the bulls. Only 1.
Not enough. Watt needs the 3. Blocker, so may move.
No harm, no foul with the points being grabbed. And a 6.25, massive improvement from Jason Watt. And back to where we have been seeing him on Friday. George Daniels, TJ Stout do take down late show 2-1. Surviving another last leg decider like they did against Flying Neighbors. And they lost one last leg decider against Ram Guevara's team.
Yeah, tough little battle there.
Another one of those teams that we talked about being able to potentially go on the run. Loser of this match will go on to play George Daniels and TJ Stout. TJ Stout, not CJ Stroud. I did talk to TJ last night. And he says, "Yeah, I get that all the time."
All right, big start for Watt. Double it is. Follows it in with a single. They got a leg on the board here in this match.
Now they have to do it against the darts. They've made it a tall task by being 2-0 down. You don't want to put yourself in this position, but you're already here. Now you just got to focus on getting out of it. One big leg win sent to a last leg decider. Glenn and Bobby want to just shut the door. Nice clean leg, nothing fancy, no frills.
Oh, man. Only the 2 mark opener. Watt will look to make it hurt.
3 more people play the blind draw.
See ya.
See you around.
See you guys. Yeah, great job from Watt to take advantage there. Steal the advantage, really.
Bobby does do good to find the 19 and get the close, but he really wanted that last start to trip to make that feel a little bit more comfortable, but puts the pressure on James very well to try to perform and hit a 6. I want to see James grab a number first. I don't want to see close on the 19, just knowing Glenn is behind. And now you can see that. Finds the first start. James immediately turns, confirms with Jason. And look at that. Look at that. Did you see that interaction? Did it just keep going back and forth. He keeps turning his head back and then looking for the direction from Jason Watt of what he wants. Throws one dart, turns. Throws another dart, turns. That was hilarious.
You sure? You positive?
Oh, that was making me laugh. But it's smart, right? Jason Watt's not approaching with a 1-point lead after directing his partner.
Yep.
Gets the option to go ahead and take the big swing. Finds the first trip 18. He's moving back to the 18. And now he's moving down to the 19, but misses the big swing on the last. He doesn't like how he threw that dart. You could see the visceral reaction from the bearded man.
The bearded man.
I mean, I don't know. Jason Watt's certifiably a man. You don't get the bearded dart guy if you're not.
See if they do the same thing here, looking for advice. You got to collect. Does hit it. At least a little saving grace.
And Watt's the kind of player where he's thinking to himself, hey, it's all right, partner. You hit a 6, then you followed with a 3. You're doing fine. I'm mad at myself for missing that trip 19.
Mm-hmm.
You can't put that level of pressure on yourself, but that's what he's thinking. Well, making me laugh in the comments.
Not enough to give him the advantage here. So if you're Bobby, do you take your shot at those 18s?
You have to at some point to start to dictate the momentum. He's finding the 19s so consistently. One dart, I would take the look. Stays down for a 7, but it's a 144-point lead. James, who has been up and down, currently throwing a 4.5, so he's on and up. This only matters, though, if he goes up and finds at least 2 trebles. If not, I think it might actually be a wise decision from Bobby to set it up for Glenn. And just a 4 on the turn.
Yeah, and you see the distance is still kind of spreading out a little bit more. So, yeah, Glenn will look to take this out.
Well, Glenn's throwing a 5. His AM's throwing a 5.67. That's a great pro-am combo.
I agree.
Trying to do a little bit of boxing in. Forcing Watt to stay up for a 3 in the bed on the 18s now. That's 1 in the bed. That's 2 in the bed. Here's 3. Coming up soon.
Not quite. I do love the view that we're getting from Watt. Is he just his hairline in view on that board cam?
And that board cam's high.
Kind of see the release. Yeah. Very cool. See the full dart fly through the air.
James looking for a bailout. This could be a big moment. This is a moment where the AM has to do the big collect. And the position of where this is at, this is a moment where faltering might be happening. Only a trip on the last start. Glenn now gets another chance to hold control. Looking for a first trip.
I see a lot of communication going on. A lot of, oh, I mean, it was close.
The output right now, Glenn consistent and Bobby consistent. Although last round a little bit weak, still throwing very well. Jason might need a cover. You can see that second door got caught up in highway traffic. Does throw the cover on the third. It's hard to say I need to bail on the 18 because if you go for that cover, even if you do on the second dart, you're more than likely giving up your 18s, which is something you're trying to avoid.
Yeah, Glenn and Bobby themselves in the driver's seat.
83 points is going to get whittled down a little bit. Won't be whittled down enough even with the trip on the last start. Fortunate deflection. This is looking likely for Glenn and Bobby.
Yeah. It should. It should.
Frustrating for Emmerman and Watt, I would have to imagine right now.
Yeah. Especially with the fact that they keep on hammering the points. Just keep me out of grasping distance, you know.
Ram is in the comments. He says he's just a big feller.
He's just a big fella.
Just a heads up, Ram, when this match concludes, you guys will be next on the stream because that will be our seat match for the Pro-Am coming up on board at number 4 in just a moment's time. And then after that, we will get our ladies doubles seat, and then we'll go back to finish out our Pro-Am and then finish out our ladies brackets as moving along really quick. $117 points. You can see someone did a caddy run. There's all the aiming fluid back there now.
Yeah, they got it. They got it ready for him back there.
And Ram, that's why I'm happy you're in the comments, because I got to let you know you need to leave the room to go down to throw here in a minute, because you're coming up next on the stream. 2 bowls away for Glenn and Bobby to move on. Play Rams, Juniors, Beans. And, man, Glenn and Bobby, 3-1's their magic score after the first round bye. 3-1 over Sober as a Judge. 3-1 over Tyler and Kyle. And about to be 3-1 over Ammerman and Watt. Pretty solid resume.
One bowl. Can't quite do it.
But no harm, no foul.
No, I mean, they've got plenty of time to put her away.
For the match, the game, Glenn stepping up. Gets it done.
Yeah, 5-3-2 for Ram. Or for Ram. For Glenn.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I read his name right there, so.
Ram said, I'm going to give some beans.
Glenn and Bobby will move on to the Hill match, where they will take on Ram Guevara and Jim Spears. So hang on, folks. That match will be next here on the feed. Don't go anywhere. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira. This is the 39th annual BullShooter Regional Tour. Thanks for joining us.
We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
All set up and ready to go for the King Seat matchup in our Pro-Am bracket here in San Antonio, Texas for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. This is one of the teams we expected to see and another one that we were hoping to see. Glenn and Bobby do make the run after 3-3-1 wins in a row to get to this point. Ram Jr.'s Beans, after surviving one scary match, has otherwise been very strong. For no other reason than the fact that Ram has been very strong. Jim knows he needs to have some work to do. He's going to have to pick it up a little bit, because if he picks it up a little bit, they go from a tough team to an unbeatable team very, very quickly between Ram and Jim. Of course, Bobby and Glenn complementing each other very well. Seem to be finding themselves in good rhythm and good stride even. So let us know in the chat, who do you think is taking the seat, guaranteeing themselves at least $300? Moves on to the finals. Loser will move on to play out of our four main teams on the loser side. There's either the Daniels and Stout team going up against Airman and Watt right now. Those have tough shots taking on Harder and Caballero. So could be either one of those four teams, any one of those four teams, excuse me. On the other side, we will be getting that ladies queen seat match coming up next. Should be our next one. And then we'll be back on for the third place and finals of the pro. And then hopefully third place and finals of the ladies, give or take. Some solid back and forth early on. We're seeing some playing around with the 20s versus 19s and a 30-point separation between the two. Well, only a 2 from Bobby. 10-point separation means that Jim gets a good shot in this moment. 1, 2, 3. Single 19, single 20, single 20. Gets the two 20s with one dart. Gets the point lead back. Extra credit on the assignment. 19 bonus points. Tim Owen saying, gotta go with Ram and my favorite plumber, Mr. Spears. Well, there you go. Glenn getting pushed to 18s, needs to collect 4. I say 4 just because you want to keep it within 1 mark, but really needed 5 or more. Ram on the bottom of the board is of notable lethality. In this case, hugging the bottom wire. Uses that second dart to help that third dart guide right in. You can tell he stacked that dart pretty much perfectly. Grabs that second number and puts Bobby in a high-pressure situation. Bobby Pratt likes to play a little bit more conservative point strategy anyways. I expect to see him to stay upstairs at these 18s. And only a 2. Now this is the question. Jim can go for the 1, 2, 3 close, but you're leaving in a little bit of a dangerous situation. I want to see some discipline. I want to see stay down the 19 or 17 until I trip. Set up Ram with the shot. The man who can't be denied, it seems. The single 18 doesn't really help, especially with the way Ram's hitting trips. Single 19 and then a miss because he went up and down. Just a little bit more discipline. You can even see Ram saying, hey, it's all right, bro. You're all right. But definitely just taking a little bit more of a conservative shot is probably the optimal route. Now Ram approaching behind in points. We'll have to start pointing before he can even consider the 18s. Gets the point lead. Can take the swing if he wants and does trip. So that's a great shot from Ram Guevara. It is notable, though, again, not to be hard on Jim, but for constructive advice, you can see Ram actually talking to him about it right now. 19-18 miss. If he just went for that 19-19 and miss, if it was the same shot, it would have been a different scenario. Ram would have had one less dart. He had to shoot at the 19, and that single 18 didn't come into play. That's what he's talking about right now. As you see Bobby Pratt doing a great job, finds a 3 in the bed on the 16s. Giving a chance now. With a 5-point separation, Glenn can go ahead and walk along the bottom of the board. Trip 16 over to the 19s. Doesn't collect. Now back to the 16s. Now that's a back and forth that's okay because you're trying to hit a 9 mark. Your main goal is to get some points and get a close. not just get closes. So therefore, you start the points. You found the trip. You got the go ahead. Means that Ram has to hit perfect to snap right back. Instead, only finds a 4. Another point lead approach. Bobby Pratt, no matter what, after your first start, you should take a look because you're not going to stay on the 19s or 17s if you hit it just a single. You should be bailing out at that point. Start 16. I really want to see a look. He doesn't take it. We've seen this reservation from Bobby Pratt multiple times today. It hasn't come back to hurt yet, but anything is possible. And I just don't want to leave many things a chance. Jim, forced to the 19s, needs to find 5. Only gets 2. All is forgiven. As now Glenn will get another opportunity with an even slightly longer point lead. And a solid shot there. Doesn't close the 17 on the last, but it was still a good look from Glenn. Still leaves Ram in a 9-mark territory.
Solid 6 to just have the 17s, really, and force Bobby to collect here. I'd say you take 6 here before you take the look.
And Bobby's been conservative. I don't know. I feel like that first start trip with the point lead, 2 single 17s, Jim's been struggling. Push him to the it only hurts if he hits a 7 because he'd have to go trip 15, single 15, trip 16. Instead, he gets a point the 17s and try to get a point lead set up for Ram. And finds a 5. I think Bobby would have been better served going for that 5 there.
And putting him underneath pressure. Took his shot there. Only grabs a single, so this is a time for Ram to shine.
I like insurance policy over to the 16s. Nails it.
This is a time for Ram to shine, and he makes a strategic play there. Opting for the 15s, collects there, and then goes over to the 16s just to make sure, okay, I've got another wedge because I know they're going to be closing down the 17s, and that's what Bobby did.
And it makes this turn harder. Bobby doesn't close the 15s, so now effectively he set up Jim to either A, if you really feel in the bull, go for the bull, but B, just go to the 15s, add as many bulls as possible, let Ram get 3 clear. That's what I want to see. That's what we're going to get. Starts 15 on the wire. Does hit 2. Needed to hit 2. Only 9-point separation. 39-point separation. Excuse me. And that trip 15 doesn't go. Would have left it 3-3. Ram should start the bull and see if it goes. Can stay. And takes leg number 1. But there's scrappy battles in the sense that Jim has not been in full gear all day.
No, he hasn't. We've yet to see his best stuff. So at the moment that Jim Pickle Spears gets it going, it's gonna be good.
Pickle Spears?
What are you talking about? Oh,
Pickle Spears?
did you like that? Did you like that? Yeah. I know Jim will get a chuckle out of that, so had to. Big 9 opener from Glenn as he captures those 19s with the last and forces Ram to his honeypot on the 17s. 9-mark incoming.
Back-to-back 9s to start off leg number 2. And this Pro MC match. This is some great stuff. And Glenn, I don't think we've given him enough credit. Playing very well, playing a very solid pro-level performance.
I said it at the beginning. I said I have yet to see him play soft tip, so it'll be interesting to see. He struggled a little bit because of that bye, and I forgot that he didn't get the first round in. We were seeing him for his first time. So once you establish and can kind of get underway, we're starting to see some great stuff from him.
And he's been good for 5 pretty much most times. He's hanging around that 5 range, doing what the pros expected to do. And Bobby's been playing above the amateur expectation, but just some of those shots, I think he's playing a little bit too conservative and needs to be taking those moments and taking those shots occasionally, which is rare. I don't normally say that for the B position player in a Pro-Am. Ram does get a potential swing, doesn't get the 9-mark swing, and only finds a 3. Here's your let off. Bobby Pratt needs a redemption after a bagel on the first attempt.
A little bit of a redemption. It's better than the bagel. It's 3, but
300% better, statistically speaking.
I don't know if you're seeing this, but this lady back here is absolutely just running through the emotions. Dude, she is all over the place, and it's not for this match. It's for one next to it here. She is literally all over the place.
She is cheering and cheering and cheering. And you love to see the support. And I don't know. I think it is for this match because I'm pretty sure there's nothing going on to the side over there.
Nope, it is for this match.
It is for this one. I think she's just trying to make sure she's not getting too involved. I think
she's getting involved. So what are you talking about? Yeah, she's highly invested.
But look how far back she is, though. She's trying to stay like I want to cheer actively, but I also don't want to like get in the middle of the mix.
Exactly. Yep.
I believe association with Jim Spears, if I had to guess. That was terrifying. Sorry, I just looked at Will's face. Anyways, back to the match.
That's
Glenn and Bobby. 16's found. Looking for a coffin shot. Needs to get the 15s to set up for the Bulls. Good 5.
Yeah, 6-5 for the match right now. Ram with a 6-3-3 just directly behind him, but now he's got to fight off and try to find some 15s. It's a good round of 9, but only one needed to close the door, and if I'm Bobby, I'm tempted to go ahead and take that shot right now.
Well, think about this. Guevar's throwing a 7. They're in a dangerous spot, but that's also because Glenn is throwing a 6.5. When you're getting pressured, it becomes down to the amateurs, and normally Bobby's been outperforming Jim. In this moment, absolutely letting off the hook. Jim Spears gets a moment to be the hero. I don't mind him going for the Bulls rather than going for the big swing, considering where his average is at this moment. Mm-hmm. But not collecting anything is very frustrating. That was our first camera kick of the day, by the way.
Oh, was that a camera kick?
A very small one. It landed right back in the same spot as Glenn.
Ooh.
2 points shy of getting the leg one, but basically a guarantee for a 1-1 in this seat match.
Yeah, having the 4 houses is kind of locks it in for 1-1, doesn't it?
I'm just going to throw a couple of garbage time triples. 6.8. Terrible. For 1-1, Bobby Pratt does take us to leg number 3.
See Bobby kind of shake that off there. Just knowing both B players are wanting to produce a little bit more than that that score line, what it showed there.
Yeah, and if you're Ram and Glenn, you're just going to keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, you've got to. I mean, they're
both in the 6s.
All gas, no brakes right now.
Used to love that YouTube channel. Now under Channel 5 News, Andrew Callahan.
Random facts presented by Nick DeShera, number 72 today.
You're welcome. Someone's out here educating.
Somebody make a book of these random facts. Did you know, hey, LJ, did you know Corpus Christi, Texas is the home of wrestling, apparently? It's because it's not. This guy just made it up yesterday.
Listen, Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss. I've made my mission plan very simple around here.
Oh, my. Alrighty. Just fun facts presented by Nick DeShera.
I thought it was true when I said that one, at least.
These need to be reels now.
I'm not here to look up facts, LJ. It's a BullShooter stream. Touch streams, people. I'm kidding.
A Ranger bringing it up. He said, "You mean random untruths?"
Untruths. That's very fair.
All right, Glenn. He's kind of itching for this opportunity, isn't he? Another one. Trip 20. Oh man.
Yeah, he sailed it. He knew as soon as he threw that dart what happened, and wasn't happy. Look at that dancing in the background. Oh, we just missed it. That was some great dancing.
I saw a little bit on the back end.
I love the background audience today. We also have our field reporter, Mama Lizak, Jennifer Lizak, that is, in the background listening to us and giving us inside scoops on all these players. So if you guys are talking at the hockey, we know.
The field reporter. She's just hearing it now, and she's like, "Oh no, they're talking about me."
she's getting ratted out. Coming up next, we have third place. We have that seat match for the ladies coming up next. Fourth place for the Pro-Am getting started. George Daniels, TJ Stout taking on Harder and Caballero.
Fun fact: you asked her if you needed a haircut, and she definitely shut you down. Yeah, and she kindly, without saying yes, said yes.
I've been meaning to get a haircut. I've been a little busy, so I'll have to get one Monday morning and look sharp and fresh.
I could have Bobby Hilled you at the.
I don't need to look like Bobby Hill again. I already looked like that in my Valentine's photo with LJ. Mine's a 6 from Clinton. Ram at a 4 right now.
I mean, and they're a ton behind. That's not where they want to be. It's not ideal situation.
60-point difference. This is a moment. Bobby Pratt, I want to see a 1, 2, 3 collect at the 20s.
He's been making an effort just to stay on the 19s. I just don't think we're going to see it from him.
I think it's just too conservative.
He did.
In this case, maybe not. Finds a 7. Good shot, Bobby Pratt.
What a big turn there for him. I knew that he's going 2 darts minimum at 19s, just with how he's been playing. But to collect there is huge. Just huge.
Now, Ram going wide, grabbing multiple numbers. Don't mind that, but it gives Glenn an opportunity to just hit one big sweeping shot. And he pulled the rug from underneath. Not in this turn. Does get one of those 2 numbers and forces Jim, who has been struggling, to find that big turn. He still hasn't gotten yet.
You notice he went after the 17s. He knows. He knows. Ram's too good at the 17s, man.
Yeah, the bottom of the board, absolutely lethal with Ram Guevara.
If you're Bobby, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I think you 1, 2, 3 here on the 18s.
With 84 points, you have to, in my opinion.
I mean, you do have Ram coming up behind you.
But 84, I mean, don't get me wrong. If you hit at least a single 19, it prevents any 9 marks from being hit if you hit a single 19 and close 18s.
Mm-hmm.
You needed to hit at least one more single because now Ram can go ahead and get the point lead. Trip 18 is enough to be able to look at the 19s with the lead. This is the type of shot Ram tends to hit. Finds the 9 mark. Screwston Ram Guevara.
Look at Glenn. Glenn did a DJ check there. Just knew it was coming.
A massive shot and a miscalculation from Bobby. One more 19 at least makes that shot a little bit more favorable.
Oh, man.
Glenn airballs.
That. Not what he wanted to see, as Spears looks to just take advantage here. Throw some distance in between them and the other scoreline.
Yeah, the Spears doing a decent job there of supporting and definitely picking it up a little bit in this leg to where we have found him at. Ram can go ahead, hit the coffin shot. Not going to coffin shot. Just going to do the bare minimum, close to 16s, but looking likely to go up 2-1, which is just a hole to throw, but quite the battle.
That's good. Oh, good 7. But as you can see, a 1-point differential here. So we'll see what Spears cues in. He'll, of course, attack the 18s. Do you go last start at it? I think you do. And that was what he opted for. Coming down to the gritty points here, folks, in this lineup. We got 4th place match getting ready to kick in on board number 2. And then these 2 teams, and that's it on our pro double side. Over on the ladies front, we got the Dart Assassins and Nina and Crystal. That's the seat match, I should say.
Glenn does grab the 18s. He's going to make it a little bit of a pressure scenario, especially with Jim struggling where he is. I like this shot quite a lot. It forces 1 bull to close, and you need 3 to get up. So it's 4-3 on the bulls. And Jim has had troubles. He's above a 3 for the first time, I think, in all of his streamed games. But it doesn't matter because he hits 3 there.
I really thought I'm really starting to like this. I thought you were really going to start at that one there. I was expecting it from you, bud.
I don't know about the San Antonio Regional. I'm really starting to like the San Antonio Regional.
Oh,
is that what you wanted?
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. What a cue in this. We'll go into our next leg here.
Here we go. Leg number 4. Only a 2 mark for Glenn, who is cooling off. Ram Guevara, the athlete he is, going to try to make some magic happen. A man that I'm thinking more and more about as a potential front runner for the Invitational Shootout, even though he was not in last year's top 4.
Man, I kind of agree with you on that. I mean, the shootout kind of sways in favor of a split bull format. So knowing what he's been able to do on both sides of the Aki, on the steel tip side as well as the soft tip side, look what he did at the Open. I mean, come on now, the Las Vegas Open, he was really in true form. So yeah, I would favor him. I'd favor him.
He's nailing 160 ends in double-double. Well, it's open double in the Invitational Shootout. So you expect just 180 wins.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can hit a 9 on double-double, that's tough. It's rare.
I agree with you there. Bookies would probably take him as an overall favorite too, if not up in the top 3, no doubt.
Yeah, and I mean, we had a great top 4. Randy Fern, of course, Family Man Fern, getting that win. You had Leonard Gates, who had an unfortunate exit in the first round of the top 4. You had Elliot Melk and Kevin Luke there as well, roommates of the Virginia Beach tournaments. So, I mean, it was a great top 4.
That's a scary room.
Porterfield 1 leg away from denying Leonard Gates and getting that top 4 spot for himself. I mean, Alex Spellman was in that room, and he's going to be in that room again, already qualified. Invitational Shootout looking tougher than ever.
Oh, yeah, it's going to, and especially if you, like you mentioned, potentially increase the field. What happens, What happens with that?
The fans win. That's what happens.
You're dang right. We're going to get more and more tough competitors in that field, and we all know that can mean anything can happen. I mean, you could have some sneakers that come through and really show up, and I always mention, I said, do we see a lady make a deep run? And we've seen Paula Murphy, Chrissy Grimble do some damage in that Invitational, but it's just a matter of time. Look at this from Ram, though. Good 6. With some distance in between the score lines as well as those 17s. And for points. So if you're Bobby, averaging a 5 right now, you've got to find the 16s. You would like 6.
He'll take 6. from this position. He's going to find 6.
Yeah, good shot there. Just puts him down by 9.
And again, discipline from Jim. I want to see all the 17s, no matter how good they're feeling or not. Finds a trip and does stay, finds 4. Good supporting shot. Keep the pressure on the fact that Glenn is having an off leg. He kind of cooled off after being very consistent for our last several legs that we've seen him in.
Ram Guevara with another 9.
Absolutely good stuff from Guevara. Undeniable in form. Another 7+ leg. I've never been so desensitized to high average cricket games than when I watch Ram Guevara. It is truly incredible. And Jim, again, give him credit where credit's due. We saw multiple legs under a 3. He's at a 3.67. He took out the previous leg. I think that he's really done his part to pick stuff up and get back to where he needs to be. So good stuff from Jim where it matters most to get to that seat. 5 bulls found from Glenn, but it's still going to require a miracle for Ram not to hit 1 bull. And there you go, Ram Guevara and Jim Spears move on. Thanks, Ram. Gives us a thumbs up to the camera. Appreciate that. I think he told us good job. I think that's what he did.
That's exactly what he did, and he'll continue trucking on. They've got the hill. As we will keep trucking on as well. Looks like maybe an overshot of board number 2 for the time being. There we go. We'll get that 4th place match. We'll let you sit here and view it for a minute. Women's queen seat matchup coming your way next. We got Nina and Crystal taking on the Dart Assassins. Don't go anywhere, folks. William Stewart, Nick Teixeira. We'll be right back.
Here for our ladies queen seat matchup in San Antonio, Texas for our Saturday doubles. Looking forward to seeing this one, as it's going to be the Dart Assassins taking on Nina and Crystal in what should be an interesting matchup. The ladies are playing a combo format, 301, open in, open out, Fat Bull, freeze format. Guys, if you're curious what you missed during the break,
Nothing.
nothing.
Nothing at all. We were just hanging out, enjoying ourselves here as we are underway now with this queen seat matchup.
Avery saying, I see my mom. That's the one that's about to play. Look at that.
Hey, there you go. Sweet, sweet. How about the quote-unquote jerseys for this team, too? A little band action.
Yeah, I like it. I like the look. Sam finds the first bull. Only one bull on the visit. But this is for the seat in a hotly contested ladies bracket. We have our fourth place match we saw in the overhead. George Daniels, TJ Stout. Again, we talked about it. Very likely team to potentially be in the finals against Ram and Jim, as we saw them go to a last leg decider. Currently one match away from having their rematch. Got to take out Glenn and Bobby, though, if they want to get that done. We will get that final. We won't get that third place match. So queen seat, we're going to get that final, and then we're going to try to get the third place and final of the women's, or at least the final of the women's.
Yeah, and it's just kind of unfortunate that Daniels and Stout, they, we're on the same side of the bracket as Ram and Jim. So, yeah, we'll see if they can storm back. One a few on that loser side, to be honest. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches there on the loser side? 6 matches on the loser side. Really impressive.
Now, we have to do our reminder for everybody. This is a freeze rule game, right? So if your partner's score is higher than the other team's combined score, you are not allowed to win the game. If Bex is higher than the team of Nina and Crystal combined, Sam is not allowed to win. That is the format. And not only not allowed, but if you do hit the winning shot when you are frozen, you actually lose the game. It is not a bust. It is a loss. A very hefty penalty, which we've seen once on this tour. We've seen one time already. Someone take out a frozen game and lose.
Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Jason saying, man, I hope to see another 9 today. That was awesome. Yeah, those just rare, but man, when they happen, fireworks, man, fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if you count the invitational shootout, we saw 2.5 on the 38 tour. We had 1 on the overhead cam on a zoom-in match, and then we had the Derek Hinkle, Johnny Lackey 9 dart doubles, and then we saw Kevin Luke in the invitational shootout. We've seen 1 on the stream this tour and 1 miss on the bull. Both from Ram.
And then back in 1994, we had this, and then this. Oh, sorry.
Back in my day, BullShooter used to be the cream of the crop. Guess what? Still is.
That's good. Well, Nina and Crystal have put themselves in a good position here, 84 and 110, but Sam's scoreline of 43 needs a little bit of assistance from Bex.
And Bex not giving much assistance, looking likely to freeze. Needs to get below 61, or gets 61 or less. Good last start, risky last start. Would have probably preferred left side of the board just to guarantee the freeze.
It still works out, though. Bull, I mean, gives her 18 remaining.
Want to get to 10 or less. This might be an or less scenario. I would recommend hitting the button just because a bust. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if she hits the button or not. She does end up busting, but it doesn't matter because Bex isn't on a finish, so you're not worried about freezing her back. So you can go ahead and take another attempt to bring it on down. 110 is the shot here for Rodriguez. Crystal not going to be able to finish now. Going to be on setup duty. Chooses the 14
You should go opposite. 50 to leave 14.
in a freeze format, and especially in an open out format where 14's hard to bust. Agreed. But the freeze is still on. Sam will not get a shot regardless of what Nina does. You have to survive 6 darts and hope Bex takes a 118 is the only way you're getting leg number 1 if you're the Dart Assassins. Nina and Crystal, leg number 1 on the board here in the queen seat. Now we're on to cricket for game number 2. Game 3, if it comes to it, is a stacked 501, by the way. Just a reminder for those. That is our first full foray into the ladies today.
Crystal will start off for Nina in this cricket leg. Starts off with a nice triple just to close it down, and then how about one for good measure just to add some points to the mix.
Yeah, great opening onslaught. Sam forced the 19s. If she trips the start, she can try to get a look at that 20, but now you're relegated to stay. Finds on the 3rd, better late than ever. Defend at the 20 should be the mentality here for Nina. Nina trying to hit a neener.
All righty. Solid one, Nick.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. We have a fun job.
Oh, we try. We try to make it fun, don't we? All right, Crystal has options here. Looks like, 19s is the attack she makes. I'd be tempted to go back up now. Does go up and finds the trip 20.
Massive dart.
Keeps pounding away.
Diego, give me a pronunciation.
Nina.
The next spelling in the chat says Nina. So my apologies. I will say her hair is giving me big FOMO on not having my hair dyed at the moment. Finds a huge 7. 2 numbers ahead. This is looking really strong. They're definitely looking like a pretty comfortable team on the dartboard.
I would say so, man. I would say so. They're performing well.
Combined 8 beat some of these Pro-Am teams we've been seeing today.
Mm-hmm.
Nina coming up to the line. 2 18s on the mines. Doesn't collect. Gonna have to do a correction. Only corrects to a single 18. So not door shut yet, but Bex has been having some struggles. She needs to back into the call of the big 9 mark. 4 helps the cause with the 10-point lead.
Yeah, it does. But you're still fighting off these 20s and 17s. The Dart Assassins. Yeah, she just takes care of it. On to the 15s. You can see she was not pleased with herself not being able to capitalize on the 15s there, but I mean they're in good shape here.
Yeah, I mean, Sam going to go ahead and do some damage just in case. Tries to contest the 15s. It's a good shot. It makes this game not guaranteed. Then I'm going to have to find something special on the 15s. At least 2. Finds a trip on the last. What a bailout dart.
You can see missing that last dart there. Probably going to hurt. Chris will be quick to close, I would imagine.
And this close, getting it secured is so important. 1, 2, 3. I love the switch to the big single. Very smart placement of those darts from Crystal Rodriguez. Pretty much set in stone. But we've seen crazier things happen with this bullseye, especially this weekend. I feel like we've been seeing some bullseye woes and bullseye foes.
Can be your worst enemy as well as your best friend.
Much like commentating with Will Stewart.
That's it. That's it.
It's some villainous behavior right before this match started.
Don't know what you're talking about, bud.
Few bulls away. Not going to happen this turn. Double bull leaves a game shot. It's on. A single on the 15 or 16 needed to be hit to push out of range. Doesn't go. How aggressive does Crystal play this? Does she tear up right the bull? Does she add a bull first? I think I would like to see wonder at the bull to see if it collects. And now I'm going to go add a bull. Never mind. She's going to hit it. Hits a fist pump. Great shot from Rodriguez.
So we're going to go right on over.
Leg number 1, we didn't miss no action.
We didn't.
700 points.
Gotta love that.
Oh, wow. All right. Getting a little
Choked up my Coca-Cola there. Wasn't as bad as yesterday. What did I do yesterday? Just
oh, you started
yeah.
I thought it was game over for you yesterday.
I thought I was dead and gone there for a minute.
I think look over. It's not like even something funny happened. Will just randomly starts spewing water from his orifices.
Went down the wrong pipe, brother. What's happened?
Just a Kansas thing.
Get out of here. 7 mark for George.
Our first look at the George and TJ team up front. We did get some overhead views of them earlier. Glenn and Bobby, very familiar with them. And it seems like Glenn has righted the ship after his previous struggles in the tail end of that last match. Finds a 9 mark to get things going.
Yeah, TJ grabs those 18s, so Bobby's option is those 19s, and you see 4 mark there for him. But you got to think it's just not enough.
I want to give credit, though, because Glenn hit that big 9 to kind of push the envelope along. He's trying to put pressure on the man that typically doesn't get pressure, George Daniels.
Yeah.
Hit 7. And now Glenn, with the shot selection previous, now needs to find another 9 to make up for the difference.
Bobby giving a little fist pump back there of approval.
Bobby knows how important this is. They want to obviously get a 2-0 win, move to the final, and get their rematch. Both these teams looking for a rematch, facing a suffering loss from the same team. Ram Guevara Jr. and his beans. 5-point separation. Bobby's been playing conservative. This is a moment where I want to see that. I want to just see a big discipline stay at the 17s and a big collect. And He does hit on the second. That first dart, he had such a visceral reaction. He's able to snap right to it, but it's so dangerous when you're reacting to your darts after your first, especially one that was on the wire. It wasn't like it was a weird miss.
Yeah.
This is a shot. Not taken by George. Fine 7.
Yeah, stays right there. Tries to pad it up a little bit. Can't blame him for doing so. Glenn coming up behind him with an 8 mark average right now. Just hitting everything that comes his way. Just hitting everything that comes his way, Nick. Wow.
Glenn playing incredible. 8.33. The game. Really playing the game.
Paul, that's a Sean Green thing.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Sean Green's not here. Because of Wisconsin.
Why'd you do that?
He probably hit one last night that we forgot. We gotta just throw one out there.
No.
I like DJ. He's very nice. Another moment, Bobby, to continue to try to push off. I, again, don't mind it in this scenario as much, although quickly switches to aggression. Finds the 16-15 on the second and third dart. Wow, what a snap in the shot. George Daniels. DJ have survived so many last leg deciders to get to this point. They've been in 3 of them. They might not get to the 4th. This might be a 2-0 loss.
It may be. 1, 2, 3. Only 2. Only 2, but still, I mean.
One time on the one time.
One time for the one time. You need it.
By 2 points, this would be an insane tear down the house kind of shot.
Yeah.
Not going to happen.
Will not happen now. Yeah, really need the double there.
We built it up for you, TJ. What the heck? Bobby Pratt to go ahead and send Star City to the finals.
Just the one needed. Can't muster it up.
Whoa.
Just on the high side. And now, George, you like your odds.
6.25. I like his odds a lot.
25, trip 17, trip 15.
Step 1 does a little step off. What a collect this would be. No.
Not going to happen.
Split between the 2 numbers.
That's exactly what it was, just right in the center of those 2.
And Glenn still needs to be careful, but
he won't, yeah. This is over.
But he still needs to find a trip. Let's find a trip. I was building up suspense for the fans, Will. I see you looking at me. I understand, but no, good shooting there. Glenn definitely showing some A-game. George and TJ, you can see it on their face. Respect to the opponents, but heartbreak in the end. As Ram Jr. Beans and Glenn and Bobby will be your next match coming up here for the finals of the Pro-Am, Will.
Yeah, it should be a good battle between these 2 teams. We're going to find out who takes home our first place prize and a couple nice plaques at that. Just hold on to your seats, buckle in, folks. We'll be right back with more entertainment from the San Antonio Regional here on the 39th Annual BullShooter World Tour. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back. Time for the finals here in San Antonio, Texas. We have our Pro-Am bracket coming to an end, and what has been an impressive journey for these teams. Rams Juniors Beans taking on Glenn and Bobby, a rematch of the seat that went in Ram and Jim's favor 3-1. I'm Nick Scher, joined by Will Stewart on the call.
Looking forward to this battle. Ram, let's be honest, been able to do most of this by himself to get him to this point. So as long as Jim can kind of produce a little bit, this should go their direction. Now, is that guaranteed? No.
No such thing.
Bobby and Glenn definitely capable. We know that Glenn's been the front runner on that side, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here.
We've seen, obviously, we've seen Ram for the most part outgun Glenn, but not by so much. And we saw in that third place match, Glenn absolutely have some shining moments. And Bobby's been outgunning Jim, which is why this match, it was a 3-1 scoreline, but those games were pretty close games at that. And it was all about going on streaks. It was about going on those big runs and these tough moments.
Ram free reign to attack how he so chooses, and he wanted his honeypot of the 17s, manages to collect on the last dart, but I was thinking he may abandon there and take a look back at the 20s.
Yeah, but it just exerting confidence in his game.
Exactly. I mean, the 120 lead, that's what led to, all right, I'll just go ahead and go for the 17s here, and they're getting away with it with Glenn and Bobby not producing really anything. So
back-to-back 3 marks for Glenn, 0 marks for Bobby on his first turn, and Jim producing at a 6.5, where he was at a less than 3 for a majority of the day.
Exactly. As long as he's able to produce a 4 marker or so, I mean, they're going to be cued in for the win here, I would imagine.
Well, you can see the reaction. Ram's smiling. Jim and Ram are goofing around a little bit, because the pressure goes off the shoulder. Jim was the X Factor. If he's no longer the X Factor and he starts playing a solid B+ version of his game, A+ version of his game, whatever version comes out, as long as it's higher, this is going to be a tall task. Ram was getting away with a 4.33. He was not sniffing a leg with a 4 earlier.
No. You can see there, folks. This is a race to 3 once again, so we jump back up to that winner's format. If you're unfamiliar with how that works, well, learn. No, I'm just kidding. We'll help you out with that one. And we will stay on the race 3 if it goes to a double dip set. So reminder that one, there's always tournaments that do that side of things a little bit different when it comes to the double elimination style bracket. But this is nice. Actually, Jim is averaging better than Ram right now. 4.67, plays 4.33. Now, you talked to Bobby and Glenn just a little bit out there. You're like giving Glenn some stuff. From my understanding, Glenn thought Bobby's doing just fine. Bobby was definitely like, how the heck are we here right now?
Yeah, I mean, Glenn immediately gives props to his partner as I was giving him like, oh, haha, is your back hurting? Just knowing Bobby and giving a little bit of trash talk to some friends. And, Glenn was all too quick to give respect to Bobby. And when I talked with him, it was very brief, but he was just like, oh, we're here. I didn't expect a run like this. I'm happy it's happening. And let's go ahead and see where this goes. As Glenn starts off with a 9 to course correct for the previous leg, where they were not exactly in it.
Well, 7? You knew it was 7 or 9. You just... It's crazy to say that, but you just know when Ram's coming up, it was one of those two most of the time.
It's also just statistically makes sense when I'm going to be curious. I'm going to have a stat report. We're going to pull that here in a little bit and see the stats from last night, but also see the stats from today once this event wraps up. So I'm really curious to see the numbers that Ram is putting. I would wager to say he's been near a 6 this whole weekend so far.
I'd second 5.8 to 6. I would go in that range.
I'm sure he's had a couple of legs where he didn't need to throw particularly high in the bottom.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have those. But from what we saw, mostly, 5'8" to 6 range, I would say.
And it's coming off another weekend of him having some success last week at another event. He's just been on a tear. We talked about it, 12 months of beauty.
When you find this rhythm, man, you just got to stay active. You just got to stay active and keep going. Time off is not your friend. You're going to lose it quicker, so.
Right. And time off can be your friend if you're not on a hot streak, but in a game of ebbs and flows and peaks and valleys, when you're at a peak, you want to ride it out and get in as many events as possible because you know a valley will come in your future that you have to crawl out of. Now, with Jim, I wouldn't mind 220s in that scenario, but does grab the 418s. I just think that you either have to grab 4 on the 18s or you can settle for 2 and hope for an error. In this case, he does pay off with the 4. Man, Glenn's not missing that 20 much.
No. Nope, he's not.
Ram not in 9-mark range to be able to close with the point lead, but it does have a 17, so likely to get a 9-mark if he wants it. Likely. Ooh, only a 4. Misses the aggressive shot at the 20, and not particularly close, especially by Ram standard.
He's taking a few of those this weekend. The aggressive play, trying to close down a wedge, knowing the benefit that could bring. Yes, it's a difficult play, but most of the time when he's done that, the team hasn't been able to kind of give back much. Granted, Bobby did come up with a 4 mark there, which is great. Jim's now got to stay on these 17s. Yeah, Glenn will go ahead and close now. Just because if Ram comes back up on these 17s, he's going to punish.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. Glenn's thinking, all I need to do is close these 17s. If I get another number with it, we're going to be chilling. And that's exactly what's happening. Finds the 17s, finds the 16s, over to the 15s. Not quite a 9, but a beautiful 7. 119 points ahead and likely to go 1-1. Jim back to a 2.67, having some woes after that first leg where he's settled. And admittedly, Ram at a 5.25 is crazy, but that's been the low end of what we've been seeing out of him for the most part.
I would say so, yeah.
Which is insane. I mean, can we just say that that's insane if you're like, oh yeah, Ram's struggling 5.2? It's gross.
Yeah, it is. Just where the game is at now.
And now almost guaranteed for a 1-1. Glenn to make that prophecy be fulfilled. Needs a double. Finds a double.
5-6 for Glenn. We find ourselves at a 1-1 scoreline now. In your finals here in San Antonio of the Pro Doubles bracket.
Pro Am.
I guess I should add the Am part in there, the Pro Am Doubles.
Ram starts off with a 7. A Pro Am, one of these most interesting events to see, right? You always love to see the different combinations of players and team dichotomies that usually you don't see because they're typically not your usual partnerships like you see in the Pro Doubles or the Amateur Doubles, where it's teams that play together a lot. Usually Pro Am teams have not played together very often.
See Jim just taking a second there. He grabbed a drink, but I think it was a small chat there as well.
Yeah, you got to be social.
With his teammate, Nick.
We're here to make
strategic
friends.
talk.
Oh, strategery.
That was a good one.
Bobby taking a breath. Knows this is an important turn. Fishing for 5. Can he reel one in? Looking likely. but doesn't get on the last start, doesn't secure that point lead. Ram can try to go on a runaway shot. And this is what Ram has done well with his aggression in this play, although it doesn't convert with an 18 close, is that it doesn't matter as much if Jim is struggling because all the momentum shots have been going for Ram, and for the most part, he has been setting up Jim with the more conservative traditional shots unless they're already ahead. In this moment, though, no conservative shot needed. Just go 2 18s. That's your main goal this turn.
Yeah, close up the 18s for sure, and he does it in one single dart. Back to the 20s for good measure. I like to stay as well. 150 advantage for him. Trying to make this 2-1.
Let's see if the 17s can go in favor of Glenn and Bobby. Impactful because they need to make a stand. Also impactful because Ram loves those 17s. Both factors in the mix. But Ram doing what Ram needs to get done. Closes the 17s, gets 2 15s. Then making a stand at the 16s.
Yeah. Tried to go ahead and take out those 20s there. Just knowing that points doesn't help you as much as trying to get rid of those, but you're fighting off the 15s as well. So, yeah, cued in to be a 2-1 score line for Rams Juniors Beans. Gosh, that's the S's. It's the tricky S's.
That's a tricky one. And currently combined 11 is what we're seeing. This is the type of unbeatable team dynamic that I think
we haven't seen
expecting
yet.
Out of himself.
Yeah, we haven't seen yet.
I mean, Ram doing what Ram has been doing, hanging out in the high 5s to low 6s, and then you see Jim supporting with a 4-6. You can't really beat that. You just statistically, I mean, how do you?
Yeah, exactly.
But that's a 2-1 advantage for Rams Juniors Beans.
And if they win the leg here, it's over and done with. They have the seat. So Glenn and Bobby under pressure here. See what they can come up with off the start.
You guys are curious. I believe Jim is a kidney bean, is what I was told.
Oh.
Not a pinto. Mine's a 7 to punch, a slow start from Glenn.
That was Nick.
What, kidney bean's the line? You're the one that said Ram could play with a kindergartner. I said kidney bean.
He could play with a kindergartner and get
true.
away with it. He probably could win. No offense, Jim, but offense, I guess.
Also, we know Jim, for anybody that is watching this thinking, man, they're really mean to Jim. And job still done. Grabs the 19s. Going to be fine position, 80-point separation, and a 2-mark recovery needed from Glenn. He needs to find perfection pretty much for the rest of his leg to try to get themselves out of this scenario because you know Ram's about to go in and hit another phenomenal rounds.
Valerie letting us know that Ram prefers refried or charo beans. So there you go. Fun facts.
I can see Jim being refried.
Back to the match, 99. Yeah, they're looking strong here as well.
Yeah, this is looking very likely for a 3-1 at the moment.
Good shot there from Bobby. Grabs the 6.
A good find. Again, impressed at the time of the entire tournament to show up. The finals is the best one, and he's definitely picking up his game when it matters most.
Yep.
So credit to the pickle spear himself.
You're welcome for that one,
I
Nick.
like that one a lot.
You're going to start using that more.
Absolutely, I am. Ram is 2 triples and a couple bulls away. Gonna take it the 3 triple route.
9 mark. Oh, I figured it was coming. It's a 7 nonetheless. And, yeah, just one step closer here.
The only way out, if you're Glenn and Bobby, find a bed on the 15s and hope for an error from Spears.
Everyone knows this is over out there. Even if you give yourself a big shot here, 90% of your brain saying this is done.
It is, but that 10% of the time is really cool.
It is really cool if you can get it done.
No worries in Jim's mind. Even going to play safe. Another 17, that's another bull. All Glenn can do is say, man, I had a slow leg at the wrong time. Bobby did really well, 4.67, no real notes there. Glenn has just been a little bit up and down towards the end of today, but his up was really high.
Yep, 1. Ram surprised he didn't get that second dart in there.
And if Bobby Pratt hits 6 bulls, Star City will have free play on their boards for at least a month.
You heard that from Nick.
That's
and
not
Bobby,
true.
I'm sorry if you don't hit a 6. Okay, whew.
And now Jim Spears across the line for the Pro-Am doubles title. Jim Spears, Ram Guevara Jr. does go. The title in favor of Ram and Jim.
Yeah, that'll work. Congratulations to those gentlemen. Your winners here, the San Antonio Regional.
Well, your 2 losses for Glenn and Bobby were 3-1 Ram and Jim, 3-1 Ram and Jim.
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to be too mad about that day,
No.
as it was a tough go at it.
So next up for us, it looks like there is a match underway on board number 2. That's going to be our women's 3rd place matchup. That's Boom NATO and Dart Assassins facing off right there. We saw the Dart Assassins just a little bit ago. So winner will advance to the finals. So we'll wait right here and just kind of keep an eye on this one, and then we'll give you the finals right after that. How about that? Does it sound good, Nick?
You know what? I think that sounds great.
You sure it sounds great?
Yeah, it sounds more than great. It sounds fantastic.
Okay, so the rest of the way, we'll get this women's 3rd place, the finals, and then we'll go to our non-pro bracket that still has a couple matches to play out in it. So bear with us, folks. We'll be back with more entertainment coming your way here in just a moment. Thanks for watching, folks. We appreciate it. William Stewart, Nick DeShera. We'll be right back.
It's time for the ladies' final here in San Antonio, Texas for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. My name is Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart on the call, and I'm excited to have the ladies on the board once again.
Yeah, looking forward to our final here. We got a couple Oklahoma ladies, Tornado and Kylie Mundell. Looking forward to seeing how they do on the stream here versus Crystal, and it's
Nina.
Okay,
Yeah.
Hopefully we got that right.
Yeah, and Nina and Crystal in their 0-1 played solid. It wasn't the most strong-armed, we're winning this definitively kind of leg, but that cricket game certainly was. If they do that performance in the cricket, they're going to be a tough team to beat, and Boom NATO is going to have some work to do.
Tornado definitely has a unique setup where she pulls her hand all the way across her face and then releases, but it's always worked out for her.
As we talked about cross-eye dominance being a big factor. We just saw Jules Van Dongen talking about it a little bit with his switch to left-handed play for a little bit. But having the dart follow to your dominant eye is a behavior that you typically will naturally develop as a dart player. And if you don't realize it, or maybe you pull it to the eye that you struggle with, that's going to be the big difference maker and maybe something you could do an adjustment in a practice setting. Wanted a hat trick? We'll take a 109 because it leads to 160. Good shot from Kaboom.
That was a good kaboom for you. That was a good kaboom. I'm proud of you.
What did you say for you? Like you could do a better Kaboom.
Because you could do a better kaboom, but it was decent.
Kaboom.
See if we can get that. There we go. Focused up a little bit. Sorry about that. That's going to happen.
Finds the 111 to leave 122. So far, Boom NATO looking really strong early on. And gonna go ahead and get herself to a finish as well. Gonna only be a 114 with the first bull. You expected to have more in mind than just 70 points.
This would be excellent. Bull. Triple 20.
Still can stay for the bull to leave trip 16. That was a gnarly deflection. Gnarly. He's 47.
Speaking of setups here, look at Kylie's setup going straight to the chest. Two totally opposite throws there.
It's funny how partnerships work like that. But 122 viable. With the freeze format, I always want to see the bull start instead of the 18s. Now, this is where it gets to a question. She did go for 617s. I like the switch given the scenario, but you just want to guarantee, because it's 127 combined. You wanted to try to make sure the freeze happens, and so far, Nina on the freeze.
Hey, Kylie, what do you got for us?
15 for 2 16s should be the route. 3 leaves 44, a little bit tricky because you just want to get some big singles in this format. 11, trip 11. Leaves 19, no harm, no foul, unless the 146 goes.
Exactly.
Boy, would this be a good one. I actually like Rodriguez's setup and follow through, except for the elbow being reared out so much. If that was tucked in, otherwise mechanics very solid from Rodriguez.
Yeah, not bad. You know what that is? That's a magnet.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what it is. She has a bad back, so I saw her pull that out at an event one day. I was like, oh, she's still carrying it. Yeah, she sure is. So Tornado carries a magnet for when her darts fall on the ground, so she doesn't have to bend down and pick it up because of her back. So.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't even
It's
have a
kinda
bad back, and I don't want to bend over and pick up the darts.
When I saw it, I was like, man, I kind of want one of those now.
Not exactly sure the shot direction, but regardless, 19 is the shot for Boom NATO to get leg number 1 on the board.
16 needed.
Single 9 needed. That's a bust. 1, 2, 3 now gets an opportunity to check.
Guys rubbing it in on you. Hello, son, watching from the Bahamas.
Wow. Wow, what the heck?
Sorry, Nicholas.
Who's going to water my fish?
Just take that in, folks, for what it's worth. Who's going to water my fish?
57 now the shot for Tornado. Spinning up a dust storm trying to take leg number 1. That's literally the best fallout you could have.
Yep.
That's not a bad fallout either. Trip 10 for the fans. Oh, it was a trip 10 for the fans. That's what I'm talking about, Tornado.
We've seen it earlier. We saw it earlier on the trip 10 on the 30 left. $15. Yeah. Nothing she can do there. She unfortunately was frozen, so this is just a matter of time for Boom and Tornado.
Well, and if Kaboom doesn't bust but also doesn't take it, it is very likely to be a double freeze. Bust prevents the double freeze, so 1-on-1 does have an opportunity. Rodriguez needs to capitalize at some point or another, taking that breath, taking that moment to set herself into place. Now about capitalizing on rocking her Warped Tour shirt. I don't know if it's actually Warped Tour, but pretty good bands on it.
Yeah, there's some pretty good bands indeed.
Tornado now to 24. Does take it.
Yep, good win there for 1-0. Reminder, your queen seat holders are that 0 score line currently, so in order for them to win this without going to a second set, they're going to have to go 2 straight.
And we're getting to our tail end of the coverage, by the way, folks. This is, currently we have a 5th-6 going on. We have a 5th-6 going on right now for the amateur, and we have 1 7th, 8th currently playing as well. So into our last few matches there.
Yeah, big capture on the 19. So now they have the trip 20, single 20 there for 40 points on the board. Tornado, it's 18s or 17s. What do you like? What do you fancy? It's the 17s.
And this is where we've seen Nina and Crystal have their most success, is in cricket. That cricket leg from them was very impressive earlier in the queen seat match. They need to try to channel that energy once again, or else they're going to be in danger of going to a second set fast.
Just 3 big 17s, but it gives them the upper hand by 25.
And I want to see just nice, safe play. Don't take too many big risks. Get those points.
Yeah.
And I had some real explosiveness in that queen seat match where we saw some big 7-mark swings.
That was a good round for her there.
moment here.
Yeah, what do you do? You go ahead and attack the 17s, knowing that you have the 19s and 20s? Yeah, that's exactly what she opted for, at least with the first.
With the 20s and 19s, I start 18s, honestly. I love doing box-in strategies.
Just because you got a box that you're trying to box in, yeah. Yeah, there's two different ways to attack. I think you being that you grab 2, you've kind of already established that. And that's why my first start would be at the 17, but I get it either way. You really want to go.
Well, and it's also the question of how worried are you about how well they're hitting a number. Now they're starting to hit that 17 really well. The thought process changes a little bit. When they're collecting smaller rounds, it doesn't make a difference if they're only getting 3 or less. But when they start getting 5, 6s, and 7s, that's when you're like, okay,
yeah.
I'm
that's harder
to with that number.
That's hard to fight back on.
Well, you know, once you find a number once, it's easier to find it again.
Love seeing Brock here, by the way. I don't know if you know Brock Battles. Brock is a great dart player. Just a fantastic dart player.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of other people sneak in the room that I haven't had a chance to see yet, especially as the weekend continues on. Maybe some of the local crowd decided, hey, I'm going to work Friday and come Saturday, Sunday. I see right there in the background behind Brock is the Team Purple Haze from NDA Team Dart that we saw. So the El Paso crowd.
There we go. And that's the good thing. We've seen a few people saying, "Oh, give us Fort Worth, give us Fort Worth." That's great, but Fort Worth is 4 hours down the road. Come on now, come on down. I mean, it's not too hard to. Yes, Texas is huge. Texas is big. Don't get me wrong, but San Antonio is a little bit more doable than Houston for some of those guys. So,
BullShooter Tour 41.5 is going to be the Texas tour.
You know, where's Wichita, Kansas in the mix?
Yeah, the zoo. I got a zoo, guys.
No, I totally understand. I mean, the more stops, the better, and we're getting some good ones. We got some good ones this year. Reminder, Chicago right around the corner, end of May. If you haven't booked your spot, what are you doing?
Do it now.
Yeah. Go over BullShooter.com. Get involved. Why not?
I agree. I'm not going to argue with you that. It's a great time in Chicago. I'm looking forward to being back out there, being in that crowd, in that room, in that beautiful tournament hall. And it's still a great battle on the 17s. Boom NATO continuing to find some damage. And Crystal looking very dangerous in their position. I mean,
they've got the 20s their way, and yeah, Tornado has a subtle lead here. So what do you do with it? She chooses the 18s, and yeah, doesn't find any value with the first 2. So opts for the 20. I just don't know.
.1 lead after that single. Grabs another one, makes it 21-point lead. Right now, Boom needs to focus on getting those 18s in line, getting yourself an opportunity. If you trip the 18 at any point, you could swing the 20 if you really want to with this close of a point difference.
Yep.
But you have to get that stability first.
Yeah, you've got to have a little leverage your way. And just nothing of value there. Unfortunate. And let's see if she presses. Yeah, she's pressing more points before going over.
As they're doing a good job rebounding themselves into this leg after that early advantage was almost squandered.
Mm-hmm.
That's a word I can't spell.
Squandered?
Yeah, I don't think I got that one off the top of my head.
That'd be tough. That's a tough one. Couch. You've obviously never seen Billy Madison, so yeah. So that's like talking to a brick wall with this guy.
I was like, okay, buddy, you just let me know when you're ready over there.
Some people are laughing right now. Others are like, Nick doesn't get it.
Tim Owen's comment sums up my commentary. Waka waka, it's me, Fozzie Bear.
Well, an awkward clean off from the hotel staff there, but
just doing a little drive. He won his 15 minutes of fame.
Hey, he wanted to tell his friends that he was live on BullShooter and USA Darts. That's what it is. Yeah,
that's literally it. That's the whole deal, as you would say.
Well, Crystal and Nana, they are just keep trucking along here. Need the 16s, need the 15s. They shut down the 15. Both of them. There they go.
And that's one of those big 7 marks. Nina boo boo, good shot.
What? She's currently averaging a 3.57 before that catastrophe from Nick. What a shot for her. That sets up Crystal for 2 bulls needed for 1-1.
Still have to hit the 2 bulls. Happy accident on the deflection. Finds 1 bull. Sets it up perfect. Oh, they just updated the brackets there. It looks like they're adding some bonus money to the amateur side and whatnot.
Wow.
They're going to be adding some money into trips tonight, I believe, as well. They're adding in money. This is more than $16,000 in payouts. We told you guys it was going to be likely. It's definitely more than likely now. It's absolutely happening.
No, that's what you guys need to do. That's what they need. That's what they need to do. They need to add some more money to payouts because that encourages people to know, like, hey, if we get more participation, we're giving it right back to you. Yeah, you got to clear that. Sorry. 1-1 here. Nana and Crystal can get the win. This will crown them our champions, and that is a significant drop, but she laughs it off here.
I mean, that's all you.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can do is just laugh that one off, knowing, oh, well, that wasn't our best effort. David's saying, have you all guys had some SA tacos? No, we have not, so that's a must. We did try the Curry Boys yesterday. Curry Boys Barbecue. Mm-hmm. Definitely a unique fusion restaurant, but it was good. I expected more to the barbecue side, but no, it was pretty tasty.
I enjoyed it. It was definitely the most unique meal I think I've had on the road in quite some time.
Yeah. I think that's the next joint I do want to try. I
think we might sink that in tonight. We might get some tacos.
That's fine with me.
Any recommendations?
I was thinking steakhouse, but we can get a steak anywhere.
You want a steakhouse?
Well, I was thinking steakhouse, but you can get a steak anywhere. You know what I'm saying? I like tacos.
We're going to Morton's? Are you buying?
No, definitely not.
Here we go. Only 21 points on the in. Boom, NATO not taking advantage of the diddle win. And it's going to hurt a little bit. But just a little bit.
All right, Tornado needs to come up with some value here. How about 2 of them? Only one bull. Wow, that non-pro side's cruising too. Almost full. We got 1 done in the 5th, 6th. 1 awaiting 5th, 6th. Pretty good position.
They are schmoovin' is the official term. Ranger, that's correct. I have no idea what you're saying.
There is a full list, and we're going to release that list soon of the movies that Nick has not seen.
The spreadsheet's named CSC Movie Night.
We're gonna go ahead and post that. I think it needs to be posted.
I think we need to update it with a couple more that are missing. But that was everything that chat said that night.
Yep.
One of the times the chat was most united, and it was against me.
Throw some movies in the chat. We'll add them to the list, folks, if Nick has ever seen it.
And back to the match. It's chalk. We're back in the mix.
Yeah, this is we're dead even here. 381, 374.
Oh, it's Pulp Fiction. Okay, that's not the Pulp Fiction quotes that I would say.
Yeah.
And another one bull turn, but who collects that first low ton? Who collects that first
That's
hat
it.
trick?
That's it.
Something like that can make a big difference.
It really can. Who goes full bowl, and possibly sets up that hat trick, like you said. I mean, that could be a big turn here to kind of lock in this leg for one of these teams. There's the first.
Lots of body movement.
Yes, for sure. She's got a slight rock to her throw. Lots of moving parts. Ideal, you wanna kind of lose some of the moving parts and whatnot. But if you've been working with it your whole dart career, and it's kind of why go through that when you know what you're capable of. Yeah, it's all about the rhythm. So.
It's so hard to know when you should be working on that, because if you're improving and working with it, it's easy to continue
Exactly.
to say, I want to keep this.
The old Jim Furyk. Jim Furyk, a great golfer. He always had this unique little twist at the top of his shot, and everybody's like, you need to get rid of that. Got me here. Why would I change it?
And that's why you have to also analyze. But sometimes if you're hitting that wall and you're like, what do I do next? Give yourself that reset. Try to work from there.
Jason's saying very John Hindo with the rock. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. She's the Oklahoma John Hindo. I always like throwing that up with Jason Barlow and what have you. Canadian John Henderson.
Jason Barlow, the Canadian Jason Barlow.
Yes, he would be.
Great last start to leave 80 when the opponent's on 256.
That was huge. That was a huge leave there. So, Crystal, your only hope is to collect at least 2 bulls here. And she elected for the triples. You can't blame her. I mean, she feels like she's in a spot. And really, she just hasn't been here in this match yet like she was in the previous one, right?
Yeah, I think that's more than fair. Nina and Crystal just haven't shown their seat form, and really not challenging Boom NATO too often. That even that cricket leg was looking likely to be 2-0, and then kind of started to switch around.
Our own Sean Green says Jim Furyk, only player with a 58 on tour. You're right.
Our own Sean Green.
Yep.
Miss you, Sean. Hope you're doing well, my friend.
Happy Gilmore, that's a good one. Have you seen Happy Gilmore?
No, we've been over this.
Oh, this is what I'm talking about, folks. Like, and you had the nerve to talk about the trailer to me when you haven't even seen Happy Gilmore 1.
I knew it meant a lot to you, and I wanted to play along with the conversation.
Never been more disappointed in Nick till now.
Double 15 for a second set. We're going to a second set here in our ladies' final.
Yeah, good shot. I know the crowd in Oklahoma is cheering them on here as we will be going the distance.
We'll be going for speed.
They got the first scoop. They're looking for scoop number 2.
In our time of need.
What kind of flavor is it? Cookie dough, chocolate chip,
Superman.
cookies and cream, Superman. I mean, then if you like artificial dyes, that's a good choice.
I'm a big yummy dyes kind of guy.
Yeah, you're a you take me as a Cookie Monster guy.
I don't like chocolate.
No, just terrible.
Right now, Boom NATO's taking that momentum and sprinting, winning the diddle in the second set. Chat is going crazy. There's a lot of let's goes, lots of 2 scoops. Ice cream shop seems to be open. See how the checkout goes. Gonna start off with that 301 split. Split score, not split bowl, for the record.
Yep. Yeah, we'll go to the split. So I know what you meant. Maybe not them, but yeah, we'll go to that 301.
You never know what I mean.
Sometimes.
Know what I mean? Supposed to say never.
Never.
Kaboom, to get things going. Doesn't find a bull on the start. Rodriguez. And then trying to just get some momentum. It just takes a couple brilliant moments.
Yeah, throw out that first set. You have to. You got to kind of say, hey, that wasn't us. Get back into the rhythm we were on. When was there? Go to that women's bracket. When did they play that Queen?
Separated about. There we go.
Yeah, 2:05.
It was about an hour and a half. So not
Yeah,
terrible.
so a little bit of time. I mean, that can kind of, depending on what they were doing with that break, did they take the time to jump up for 15 minutes and get yourself prepared for the final? So difficult because as star players, we like to socialize, we like to mingle. Most of us do. Or we get caught up in our phones. That kind of thing,
I love seeing like the difference of like, oh, there's the player that talks to everybody on their break.
Yeah.
And then you see like the Jimmy Jones of the world or someone that we saw in South Carolina just hanging out, big headphones on his phone. He'll talk to you if you come up to him, but he's going to mind his own business otherwise.
Tornado leaves 1-8-9 after her first go. She's the front runner here.
Now, Crystal can still lead the first finish.
Yes, but more difficult now as Tornado has a pretty good hold of this one. Let's see what she manages. One bull is great.
Still struggling to find the bull. You can definitely tell this is a very tight final. It's just as far as no one seems to be loosened up. No one seems to be. I mean, we've seen some brilliant moments, some really good shots. But overall, turn in, turn out, it's definitely tight. It's definitely a nervy final.
Yep.
One of the other reasons we talk about getting your throw lined up and consistently minimizing body movements or minimizing arm motions or stopping a kick, doing stuff like that. The reason we bring up stuff like that is because when you have those habits built into your game so firmly, when you get nervous, it's less variables to have to worry about. When you're playing that final, when you're playing on the final and in the stream, it's those moments that you really have to just trust the fundamentals and hope it works. It's so hard to do that.
Yeah, and you don't even realize as a player, you don't realize some of the motions you're making when you're at the throw line. And I think a big example is Maloney. He had a match last week where towards the end of the tournament, he was starting to sway one way and the other, and he didn't even notice it until he watched it back, and you're like, yeah, you were moving all over the place, bud. You can't be doing that because more motion means your rhythm and your normal shots thrown off a little bit. So less likely you're going to capitalize on the moments you should.
So even your current MVP, Mike Maloney, Mike Maloney, co-MVP with Liz Tynan, which was really cool, by the way. A cool moment from Chicago to see Mike finally get his first place check in Chicago, and to do it alongside his partner he's been playing with for all those years in Chicago. For both of them to get the MVP ring side by side, a very special moment.
Definitely.
But also baloney.
Baloney. 1-2-9. This would be a heck of a shot.
And leaves 47, brings it on down, but Nina just not in range. Tornado needs to focus on having a very solid collection, very easily freeze from this position.
Exactly, and that's what you need to focus on. Freeze. Freeze, 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 freeze.
And it does freeze by 5. So just enough accomplished. Oh, excuse me. I was reading that wrong.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Whoopsie.
This 149 could go.
5 points plus whatever Nina hits is now the freeze line. So 30 points is the target. You can tell we've been commentating for a little while
Couple
today.
days, 2 14s. Hey, that's a benefit. You get to follow it in with a single as well and take the leg. 1-0 for Boom NATO.
Their first true lead in this final, and it's been convincing. They looked likely to take the first set 2-0, instead took it 2-1. They're up 1-0, one leg away from becoming your women's doubles champions. We saw a near comeback.
What a fight back that would be.
We saw a near comeback from Z, who almost completed the double dip last night against Katie. And we did see in the amateur singles a double dip occur of John Cortez over Johnny Smith.
Yeah, Boom NATO actually took the L in their round 3 matchup. So they've been fighting it out for a little while. They're on the loser side, so if they're able to get this win here, that's going to feel awfully good. Come 5 rounds back on that loser side to get the W.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a great position to find yourself in. It looks like our trips is starting to fill up. We got 60-plus teams already in it.
Nasty.
Which one?
Haley and Daryl just giving up on me and going with Keith Galloway. That's just rude.
Do you blame them?
No. Because I wasn't playing.
You would have been on time to play. It would have been. We're going to be done with these brackets. It looks like right at start time.
That's crazy. We have some incredibly good tacos to eat tonight, apparently. Another bonus of being at these events. You get to kind of take in some of the local cuisine and the what do we say? We went to the Alamo as well, so able to kind of check out that site.
Don't forget it. Back to the match.
And then it has a chance of making this one interesting. Only comes up with 2, the 120 to point in the single 19. So what does Tornado have to offer? A triple would be great here on the 19s. There you go. Yeah, I agree staying there, and then you switch.
I don't even think you consider the switch because of the X and the other marks on other numbers. If you're finding it, stay there. The gentleman called for the up and the back. I don't think he just flexed. I think he was just celebrating. Maybe
I wouldn't have even been keen to go up. I would have been keen to go to the 18 or 17 there.
Exactly.
Make that transition to the 17 really, because that would really help you.
When you have an X on your number, you're looking to take an insurance policy. Get that second number out because you know your 19 can go away at any point, regardless of scoreline. 51-point difference. Like right now, this shot, I would love to see us start on another number.
Well, you need to grab something else. You're fighting fire with gasoline almost, trying to do this because you only have that one wedge or that one single number. If they hit just one time on that 19, it's gone. Now, granted, they got to have the opportunity to do it, and they haven't been able to do that, so.
Yeah, one of those interesting moments here. 20 should go away. Need to stay focused because at this point, this is the goal of the turn. Falls all the way down to an 18. Crystal Rodriguez has a big saving grace moment for her team because she shouldn't have had this opportunity in her own mind.
You needed that 20 there. In that instance, you needed the 20. You committed, unable to find it. Can Crystal make him pay? She can't believe it. She found that 20.
And look at the crowd building up. We're having more and more people coming by to watch these ladies right now. I love it.
Crystal found that 20 an awful lot in that seat match, and it's just been non-existent here in this one.
Still struggling to find the 20. I think the first one was a drop and still doesn't get to close on the 20. What is happening?
Wow.
This is finals nerves to its utmost degree. And it does finally hit a bailout. Needs the one more, though, to add the point lead. And now with the X on the 18, single 20, single 18 is the shot here for Tornado. The twister this game around.
Don't look at me like I'm going to acknowledge that. Your typical Nick.
Everyone's a hater. You know how many improv workshops I've had to go to?
I've been working on this since I was 12. All right, Kaboom has put themselves as the front runners here. They have the 19s, they have the 18s, so 2 good wedges compared to none for Crystal and Nena. They got to, go ahead and just continue trucking on. They grab the 17s there, win at the 15s. I don't mind that at all. You like I said, you've got the 3 houses now.
It's theirs to lose.
Exactly.
Now, I will say, if even a 3 mark is hit, and the 3 mark is going to be hit, my only thing is Boom NATO needs to make sure to have 1 or 2 really big point rounds. You're not here to make friends. You're here to push us out of reach. You have 3 numbers up. This is your finals to lose now. You have the advantage. I'm not considering anything until I am a 9 mark ahead. I want my opponents to feel it. The pressure's on them now, not on me.
Searching for those 16s. Tough first start, but finds it with the second. They now have the point lead. But just takes a few singles from Kaboom. It's right back in their favor. Really, the favor's still their way. I mean, they have those 3 houses, and she just put the foot down on the gas a little bit, hit a 4 mark, and right back to them.
I definitely agree. But we've also seen, just with the way this match has gone, so many random momentum shifts where it doesn't feel as comfortable. There's 3 numbers up, and it still doesn't necessarily feel comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why you're looking for that one big pointing turn. And right now they're doing a good job of answering Nina and Crystal, who have done a good job of pointing on those 16s.
Yeah, 2 single 19s, unable to find it with the last, but it's just a choppy back and forth. Real choppy back and forth. 3-point advantage for the Oklahoma crew here of Boom NATO.
Or is it Nadao? Nadu?
Now you're making me question.
It's NATO.
How dare you?
Well, the 19s are closed, but the 3 points are still in favor of Boom Nado.
What if it's Nadu? Nadu.
I don't know. Over to the 16s, doesn't get the close. Does find a 1 mark on it. Still in great position, but now in 9 mark potential range where a trip 16 gets you right within 1 mark. 6 points down. It still feels a little too close to call yet.
Very close to call. 10 points the differential. I go ahead and attack. I go single, and you get away with it. So, but you see, just a hole outside of that. She thinks about it, just stays true. I think that's the smart move. I mean, a single 16 doesn't give you any value there.
Well, and again, it's just one big shot away for either one of these teams. Rodriguez looking to have that big shot now.
It also forced Crystal to commit, if she didn't hit the triple, to 2 on the 16s, but collects with the last for 5.
And they've been hitting those 16s, particularly well.
So 56-point advantage for Nena and Crystal. Oh, man. So no matter what she did there, the 17s or the 18s, you weren't going to get ahead. I mean, 54, 51. So I don't disagree but going at the 16s, because if you hit, you force them to a new edge.
Well, the shot selection was crazy. I agree with what you're saying, but just to go start the 16 to have had a little bit more points when you needed a 5 mark for the go-ahead. Then you trip the 17 on the second, go outside on the third. That was a changed shot selection.
It's such a tough call there.
Well, and no punishment at all. Now 2 18s needed, and we said this. 3 numbers ahead didn't feel safe with the way this matchup has been. We're going to be more than likely going to a last leg decider as long as Crystal gets to close on the 18s in this moment. That's my prophecy.
Yeah, she does close it up. Back to the 16s.
I'd advise it. I mean, the idea is that if you hit that trip 15, yeah, you got it. But you're still leaving a potential big shot for your opponent in a game of back and forth momentum swings. You just want to throw a fastball down the lane.
Ouch. Ouch. Just the single 15, and now the odds are in favor of 1-1 scoreline here.
Insane to see this go to the max distance given the scenario. You expected Boom Nadal to go ahead and just get it done.
17 different ways to say it, I guess. And still unable to close, so we are round, 20 now, I believe.
If Nena and Crystal
should be able to, you should still be able to end this matchup here.
Exactly.
I can't be on their mind quite yet.
Well, I was going to say they need to close the 15s to basically guarantee no round out. Boom NATO here really does have an opportunity to fight back if they hit a magnificent shot. You don't expect the round out to come into play, but anything's possible at this point.
Yeah.
There's no reason to hit a single 16. You have to stay disciplined on your 15. She does. 120-point difference. Nena to go ahead and push it to the Bulls. Goes back to 16 as well, just in case.
Yeah, just margin of differential here. Just add up the points. 120. Would be around 22 now. So go ahead and just go right at the Bulls. 21. Sorry.
I mean, 120-point difference is enough where you're not even really thinking about padding anymore.
Single bull.
But still down 6.
Yep.
Needs 1 to close, 5 to get up. 2 bulls needed. No game shot available for your opponents. You can stay on the bulls as long as you want. 1 single 16 doesn't push anything. You would need 2 to go ahead and make that 152-point lead.
Just what a back and forth, though, we've seen here in this leg. Surely this will go, right? Surely these bulls will go.
You would think so.
There's one.
Needs another, though. Catches the dart, but on the wrong side. Doesn't happen yet. 4 bulls and a single 16. 9 darts left for Boom Nadal.
I almost think you get rid of the 16 just because. I mean,
you needed a favor no matter what you did.
Yes.
So yes, that's fine.
You're needing a favor still, but if you take out that 16, that gives them the I need to hit the bull. Yes, granted it's just 1, but it fights them from going back, and then because you're around 24 now. That's what I'm saying. You kind of stop that ground from happening.
No, wholeheartedly agree. I think you're spot on with your analysis, but now it's 5 bowls, now 4, and a single 16 needed.
But that's what I'm saying. Take out the single, and then they don't have the. Yes, they could just hit one and it's all over and done with. They should be able to hit one.
Well, a single 16 and it's over and done with right now because it's around 25.
Exactly.
It's mathematically impossible. Or let me phrase. They would need to hit more than 1. They would need to hit 3. But it doesn't matter. If it hits the bowl in the 25th round, we're going the distance, Will.
Wow. So crazy, that little back and forth there, and I guess you could have opted to take out that 16 maybe even a couple rounds sooner, and then who knows what could have happened. They were struggling a little bit on those bulls. But either way, we go to a diddle, and this is over and done after this leg. It's a decider in our first set, a decider in our second set. We couldn't have it any other way. Who's going to pull off the win?
Full parity to the last night's matchup that we saw in the women's singles, Z and Katie, where it went all the way on the first set, all the way in the second set, and 75 points was the final separating line that let Katie Norman retain her seat and win the title. And Crystal going to look to mimic that performance in this given moment, stave off the challengers that have been doing a great job of putting up a performance against them. There's a bull. Doesn't find another. 13-point difference. This is as close as it gets. And Dro, it's not that I disagree with what you're saying. Basically saying you don't take out the 16th point, maybe them concentrating the bulls other than thinking. If I miss the 16, or basically saying that you need to be within 2 bulls to throw that 16. Typically, and by definition, yes, that would be the optimal setup. But given that scenario, given how the bulls were going, and given that the turn that Will called for that 16 to be hit, no bulls were hit in that subsequent throw, that was the logic.
That was the logic.
It was saying that something needs to change because at this point, you need to force something to happen.
A potential round out could have happened. That's where my thinking is like, yes, you've already kind of accepted the likelihood of me grabbing that leg is slim to none. But if I take the shot here, maybe it turns things around. You just don't know. So it's a dang if you do, dang if you don't moment. But still, we found ourselves in this decider where right now, Boom NATO has put themselves have the upper hand, even going against throw. So 337, Nana needs to collect here, and this could be almost a hat.
Yeah, I was going to say, now back to neck and neck. This teams are heating up in the twilight hours of this event. This is going down to the wire. The first finish is still yet to be set up. Hasn't happened yet. Tornado doesn't go. Crystal Rodriguez with an opportunity to leave the first finish. Needs 65 points. Leave a 170. Technically, you can leave less. You can leave at a 180 at 55 points. Bull will leave 167. Does leave the first check. And it's a bull first shot.
And outside looking in, Crystal set up Nana with a 167. That is a look at a checkout here, so.
Has a little bit of haywire dart. It's only 30 points. Means Tornado gets a spin back in.
I'm tempted after missing the first one to go after the bull. Nana.
I think should have started the bull because you can still
You
start
can
once
still,
you on the
you
bull.
could still go. You're correct there. You could still go 50, 57, 60, or the 60, 57. So,
Regardless, it is still neck and neck down to the wire. Advantage to the team with the first look. 89 remaining. 57 for 32. Or
go 50,
bull
39.
for 39.
You could go bull 39. She's just kind of checking it over, asking Nana, what do you think here? Yeah, but it was bull for 39.
Now it's 45. No, stayed at the bull. A little risky, but open out. You can still hit 2 singles on 35, so it's not as detrimental in a double out format. 144 will get a swing. Needs to find one bull. Needs to head something to give a little bit of assistance. 104 doesn't feel like enough. Banana 75, no gimme because it's an awkward bull first shot. If you shoot the bull, you have to hit 2 singles and risk busting. You have to go for a trip this first start. And not a bull second dart either. Wow. This is a nervy
This
final
is nervy because Tornado's the kind of player she can take out this 104, man. I know she's capable.
We're mathematically unable to do so now.
Yep, she can't do it now.
But no guarantees. You have to stay focused. Bull to leave 32 would be huge. 80, not a bad leave. But 68, an even better one. Crystal Rodriguez, deep breath, shake of the wrist to save the day. Nina and Crystal to get it done. 2 darts for the bull. Not going to go. Only a setup.
Yeah, it will not.
Needs to fade the 80.
We saw Kaboom hit that big double 15 earlier in this match. Can she go 50 double 15 here?
Now it's 15 for bull. You really got to drill that 15. You don't want to go into a 10 or a 2.
There's the 15. Bull for the win. Oh, they jumped up thinking it was in.
That was a good look
The
at
Oklahoma crowd thought it was gold. Instead, Nana gets the look at trip 11.
Single 19. Single 16. Gets it done. Nana and Crystal survived what was an absolute battle to the very end.
Wow.
A parody to Z and Katie's Friday night bout.
What a back and forth, up, down, left, right, roller coaster ride of a match that was. Both teams had opportunities. It's Nana and Crystal, though, that get the win. We're going to go head on over to board number 3. That's James Green, Games Green. Some may have stumbled upon a stream of his before, but it's Rick James playing Bros and Bulls here in this one.
Yeah, this is the 4th place match of the non-pro bracket. The seat match did just finish up. Don't call Iceboard sitting in that 3rd place.
Rick needs to find a wedge here. 18s is what he's going to be eyeballing. That's significant enough. Really needed more from that one.
And our first look at the amateur bracket, looking at the doubles cricket, just best of 3 that we're looking at.
Yep, same format as the ladies. I'm pretty sure, correct?
Ladies are playing the combo format, 0-1 and cricket.
Oh, I'm the best.
Best
I was
of 3,
talking. Yes. Sorry. The same length, I should say. The format can be so. Yeah, we could be talking games.
We've been
you could be
commentating
talking
for
about
6
race.
hours straight.
Exactly. Add in last night's fun too.
Well, last night, we can tell them what happened. Go ahead, Will.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I was just trying to see what you would say.
What are you talking about? I don't know what happened yesterday afternoon, but I don't think we want to give that up yet.
No.
We'll wait for the videos to come out for that.
This week, or maybe next week, or maybe never.
Maybe never. Now it's maybe never. He's abandoned his idea because Will got the best of him.
Well, you can't spoil it. Now I can't post it. You spoiled the show. Well, we're going to reshoot it.
Don't know what you're talking about. All righty. Rose and Bulls, they've got the advantage right now and just keep on trucking.
And if you're watching our stream, it is 4:30 Central. We went live right at 10:30. The event started right at 10. We are at the tail end of our coverage. We got the 4th place. We got the 3rd place after this. And we got the final to conclude our coverage here of Saturday San Antonio darts. That being said, don't you worry. We got some great stuff going on this evening. If you want to go to twitch.tv/Bracket360 for no commentary bonus coverage of the mixed triples brackets. On top of that, we'll be live tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Central Time. As looks like Bros and Bulls 1-0 so far. Rick James to get the start here.
She's a super freak. She's super freaky. Said Rick James.
No, it was allowed. I'm not gonna yuck your yum, bro.
I definitely don't think that was their intentions, but it's gonna work out that way, fellas.
It is definitely working out that way. That's why they invented ands, or ampersands, or dashes. You didn't put that in your team name, you get Rick James. Rose and Bull is going to start off taking advantage.
Man. Big time shot for him. As they take advantage of the 2 mark. James only gets a single himself, so only able to shut the door there on the 20s. As Bros and Bulls will just kind of work their way around, hoping for a big triple as they go. There's one.
Looking very strong right now.
He thought about going to the 18s, but I like the hold there. I mean, you're not up by a ton. I mean, yes, 79, but one good round.
And if the last of the 19 trips instead of hits a single, you guaranteed a 9 mark can't even get them the point lead. So I love the discipline. In this situation, you're setting up Gibo with an opportunity to hit 1, 2, 3 on the 18s because 79 points up means that they otherwise would have to hit a 9 mark to be able to do so. Probably would have preferred to start the 18. But now if you're going to do that 19, you need to stay for one more single. So that way the 9 mark's off the table. That's the problem with a shot like that. You have to sit back and kind of play with the math a little bit. Really analyze the shot.
Yeah, the singles are not going to do. James, you got to find a little bit more. Because they can just one. I think you go up there, 1-2 punch on the 18s gives it to you.
Yeah, once again, letting your opponent back in. There's so many ways where just good shot selection can really de-incentivize your opponent from getting back into the leg, getting settled, getting comfortable. But right now, all you're doing is saying, hey, Rick, hey, James, if you want to get settled in, we're going to leave you those 18s for a little bit, and we're only going to take some pot shots at it. Well, those pot shots didn't pan out. That 7 mark was massive. Pot shots didn't pan out, by the way. Great dish pun. Wasn't even intentional. Will is laughing so hysterically he had to mute his microphone because he can't control himself on the microphone.
Not true.
I'm funny.
The only thing funny you are is funny looking, sir, but we'll keep on going.
As long as it's funny, haha, not funny peculiar. Yeah. Right now, Bros and Bulls' early advantage is getting squandered because they're letting him live on the 18s. And now they're at a point where they have to go back to the pot shot method and hope that they get the point lead first, taking one dart max.
They're doing well in these 19s. I mean, Rick's got a decision to make. How do you attack here? He's looking down, and he captures it. Big triple.
Bros and Bulls pushed over. They have the mark on the 16. They could save it for later. They're going to choose to save for later. I don't mind that given the scenario. Finds 4. Keeps it within 20 points. The game's green. This is where, again, shot selection is very important. Are you going to go ahead and defend your number? Or are you going to go on the attack? Don't, like, you hear me say it time and time again.
Yeah.
Till the cows come home. But up and down, hard to do. We've seen it time and time again today.
Rick looking to keep the pressure on. Go down for the 17s here. Yep. Now he's starting to collect here. What a turn. Big 7.
Looking likely for a last leg decider now to get to that third place match against Don't Call Ice. Board.
Is that it?
I added the board.
So I was wondering. I said, don't call ice. It's not what you think it is, bud.
Board. Is it like the opposite of the Ghostbusters?
Well, being that we're in San Antonio.
Board.
Okay, bud.
Sorry, I had to take a sidebar.
Nick was like, wait.
No.
Wait, am I right? Yes, Nick, you are. Just yes. Just
Board.
yes.
Well, we have fun, don't we? Will?
It's the players that have fun, and the system allows them to put in a nickname, and they're gonna have fun with it. I mean, why can you can't blame them for that? Come on, now.
I don't blame the players.
No,
But I still think no more nicknames. I will say it. I've been saying it since the 38th. Trips can have nicknames. That's it.
I do agree. As a person outside looking in, you're not gonna know who Bros and Bulls is.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna know that.
Have you found the bracket at home?
It is nice being able to just look at a bracket and be like, okay, I know that is such and such and such and such, or such and such. You know, that's the ideal. But
Now, I will say to my friends at Erected Programming listening right now, if you had the same bracket page with a drop-down list of saying, here's all the teams and their names like a legend on the bracket itself, maybe I would feel a little different.
yeah, that would be good.
That would help.
That would
But
be a good idea.
just get rid of the team names unless it's 3 or more people on the team. Once you get to 3 people on the team, that's a lot of last names. It's a lot of characters. That's when you get team names.
All right, Rick and James fighting back here in this leg.
Yeah, only one bull away from forcing a last leg decider. and a leg where it was looking very heavy on Bros and Bulls. I really do think their shot selection on those 18s cost them, and they never got a good look at it again when they had opportunities to go for 1, 2, 3 in the close. When they had opportunities to go for first dart point 2 darts at the close, they didn't take those shots and never got a chance to look back once Rick and James found their rhythm. Moments like this are the true learning opportunities of being able to play on a stream. I don't think Rick and James really did much wrong other than have a slow start.
Yep. Good win for them. 1-1 here. It's like one hole inside. Rick, same thing, so we'll go again.
Another one.
Another one.
This is like,
yeah, Rick goes outside there. But a little, kind of a tough mixture to work with. But sticks it right in the middle. Good shot. Pros and Bulls gets the start.
now it's up to them to make sure it gets in the leg.
Oh, no, that's funny.
What?
Trish was streaming that whole thing.
What?
Tornado was streaming the whole final.
What? Can you comment this is being reported for copyright infringement? I did that once. Someone was like live streaming the live stream, and I commented this has been reported for copyright infringement, and they got to me apologizing profusely. I was like, I was just clearly joking.
Just joking. I know your friends will watch at home.
But next time, send my link. No, but it's funny though, and we actually have this problem. I say problem; it's very much not a big issue. But because we have the boards kind of built into the wall a little bit, right? Or before we had the bullpen with the rubber flooring mats, the big stanchions, one board. Now it's two boards and a couple of cameras that are nearby, but are set up in a way where it's supposed to not be overly prominent. It's very easy to not realize that those were the streaming boards or which board is streaming in that given moment.
Yeah. So I think it's allowed for more action, though, more coverage of the darts going on in the hall. So can't go wrong with that. More darts is always better for you viewers at home.
More darts, more better.
Okay.
Sorry, I've been saying Mo Betta a lot because I ate at a restaurant last week in Oklahoma called Mo Betta's.
Oh, okay.
And it was Hawaiian food.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Really good.
Can't go wrong with the wine food.
No, Mac salad. Didn't have any of it, but I heard it was great.
Hey, Mac salad's a must. Mac salad is a must.
Hawaiian Mac salad is a must.
Yeah.
Not all Mac salads created equal.
Still pretty good, though.
I don't know. Some are like very oily. I like the creamy ones.
You know what they call an Italian Mac salad?
Nick DeShera.
Spaghetti.
Back to the match. It's terrible.
That's true.
It's still terrible.
How?
It's Corpus Christi's the home of wrestling.
All righty, here we go. Yeah, Bros and Bulls looking at the 19s here. Good 5, but as you can see, the margin produced by Rick and James just allows them to even hit 3 big singles here and take care of the 19s and point it up a little bit. And that is what James was thinking. It didn't happen, unfortunately.
Now down to the 19s once again. At some point, you just want to pop that single 20, but just never really give himself a chance in that given throw to do it at any point that really made sense. There's times where you might still shoot it anyways out of frustration. Now Rick will be able to do some work. Should be popping 2 19s. Going to take all 3 to try to do so. And a gnarly last dart looked a little funky on the way connected to the board. This is to get to that third place match. And again, another factor that's important to note, make the pro list.
Mhm.
This fourth place match is debatably harder than the third for that reason alone. Ow!
Don't do that.
There's actually a gnat in here for the record.
It's bothering the heck out of me. I freaked out when I saw a mosquito down here, and it's. I guess it is mid to late March, so to be expected.
I live in Florida.
Yeah,
I see a lot of them. Great shot there. Gets the point lead back. Big 7 found by Gibo.
Yeah, it's a big round, big turn for him.
Now, can the 20s be successfully defended? Single on this last still isn't enough. It's a well-thrown last start, but
It's not enough because your opponent's going to come in and you have to feel they're going to collect on one triple, right? It's a good marker for. Can he work it below? He cannot. So only the 2 singles. This is a dogfight. This is a dogfight for the third place.
it certainly is. And a dogfight that neither team probably wants to be a part of in that sense. They just want to find that big turn and pull away, but the pull away just hasn't happened yet. Looks like that Trips is about to start out there. I can hear the announcements getting made by our very tall tournament director, LJ. 72 teams. The bracket just got posted.
Wow, that's a good amount of teams.
Not bad. Not bad. Don't see Will Stewart's name on the list for some reason.
Not good enough.
That's not how that works. I think the 20 has to go on this turn.
You need to get rid of it.
Has to go on this turn. Does
There
go
you
on
go.
this turn.
There you go. No, I mean, eventually you got to get rid of that, and no better time than then to do it. Orson James of the 17s does collect on the triple, but you got to stay there for more. Good round of 7.
Yeah. Great stuff from James Game Green. Makes another save. The 18s have to be on the table. Gonna say for all three. Finds 5. Solid from Gibo. Trying to kick in high gear bow. Does your neck hurt from how much I make you shake your head?
Sometimes. But I deal with it.
Is it like one of the hazards of the job they don't warn you
Yes.
about?
Yes, exactly it. Back down? No, they stayed. Just trying to go for more. And you, like I said, you can't blame them for that because you mentioned earlier they're fighting for this third place because that third place locks them in for pro status, right?
Yeah, exactly. You want to make that pro list. Something. Do you know how many fist sixes I've gotten in BullShooter? I've tried so many times. I've gotten so close, but I couldn't even imagine the pressure in the 4th place match when that's your main goal.
Yeah.
It was one of my making the pro list was one of my 3 goals as a player that I had when I first started taking darts seriously. It was get a CDC tour card, make the BullShooter pro list. I wanted a steel and soft accomplishment, and get my own line of barrels, but in a meaningful way. And I had said that at the time because I wanted to eventually find a barrel sponsorship that felt really special in general. If you know that, especially back, these goals were set 10 years ago, where these custom smaller manufacturers weren't really the case yet.
Yeah.
But and those are goals I visualized as a player. If you're curious, achieve 0. But here I am as a commentator, living my best life.
Hey, there you go. Over the 16s for more points. Can't go wrong with that option. Good 6. Leaves the Bulls.
Rick and James on the outside looking in. Rose and Bulls, who thought they could have potentially had a 2-0, survived a scare and then had a heck of a battle on this leg, are 3 balls away from Don't Call Ice Board. But not yet.
Just not meant to be quite yet.
But not enough done to prevent you going for the
Nah.
2 balls.
No. This should be over and done with. Rose and Bulls. There's 1. There's 2. Advances.
And look at the celebration. I mean, you saw that. It means a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunate exit there. Rick and James falling just short at the tail end. Coming up next on our mainstream board will be Bros and Bulls versus Don't Call Ice Board. We'll be back in just a moment's time with more coverage. Don't go far, folks. Nick Sher, Will Stewart on the mic. Welcome back, everybody, to the third place match here in San Antonio, Texas for the San Antonio BullShooter, the last regional stop of the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour. It's been a wonderful time. We are 2 matches away from our Saturday coverage coming to an end. But first, we have this third place match. Bros and Bulls taking on Don't Call Iceboard. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. As currently sitting in that seat position is going to be Team Blue. There you go. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays. First look at Don't Call Iceboard. Finds a 7 to get things going. Bros and Bulls looked likely to potentially get a 2-0 win over Rick and James and fell short of that 2-0, instead of making it a 2-1 in dramatic fashion. Don't Call Iceboard was not wasting much time really drilling in. The practice starts. They were hanging by closely. They wasted basically no time getting into the mix here. And now you can see they're already off to the races.
Pretty steady for Bros and Bulls as they take away the 19s. An 100+ advantage.
Bros and Bulls, solid team name. And Fat Bull 01. And Cricket, I don't know. I don't know. There's not that many Bulls.
He's still
like,
gotta hit him.
Yeah, but you gotta be like Bros and Triples. I think might be a little wiser.
Bros and Trips.
Trippin' Bros? Trippin' who knows?
I guess that's it there. There you go.
Bros and Bulls looking well and fed in this first leg. A little stuffed nose there.
Yeah.
Guys, we are having way too much caffeine today to keep on trucking.
Yeah, it's probably not smart to open up another, but you know what?
Those 473 milliliters had your name on it, though.
They did. They did.
In American units, that's 16 fluid ounces.
Someone passed the math test, and that was a brilliant 9 for Bros and Bulls as they just keep on trucking.
I didn't pass the math test. It's on the side of the can. Yeah, Bros and Bulls definitely keeping on trucking, looking likely to get a 1-0 advantage to get to that final. And if you're the team of Don't Call, you really want to make it back to that final. You want that rematch of the seat.
Yeah, for sure. You want that opportunity. You want that opportunity to stomp your foot in the ground and say, hey, I deserve to be here.
And they didn't sit particularly long. By the time that match finished, they sat for about 20 minutes maybe. Maybe a little bit more than that, but not much. So it's not like they really got a chance to even cool off too much. But when you are in a last leg decider in the 4th place match, starting off a brand new set kind of feels a little bit easier.
Yeah. One bull needed. There's the bull. So 1-0. We'll head to leg number 2.
And Don't Call needs to start off the right tone.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't. 4-mark minimum here. You can possibly get away with the 3, but you have to close out. You can't afford to give this to your opponent.
It is the non-pro double, so the target line is both players trying to find a round of 4. Of course, you want more than that, and sometimes you need more than that. But if both you and your partner are both 4-0s or higher, you're doing just fine.
This is what I said. I mean, you feel like you needed a 4-mark minimum there.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how big that last start is if it goes. And again, Bros and Bulls have had their woes by having that 19 advantage over no 20s. We saw that happen to the Rick and James match. Shouldn't be a problem here. Should be trying to focus on regaining the point lead for Jay Nye, the science guy.
Jay.
It's Jay Nye, the science guy. Jay Nye.
Glad you at least knew that one.
They played in schools growing up for me.
Good. Too good not to. Mark, what do you got for us, bud? Shorty, you can tell back there is getting anxious.
It's a little on edge, but then again, if you look at Bros and Bulls, there's still a lot of movement. There's still a lot of thought of what's going on. I think Gibo is probably the most composed out of the four at the moment. The biggest thing is one of the biggest extracurriculars in darts is I don't like letting my opponents see into how I'm feeling too much. I'd rather than always assume I'm happy and chatty and fine. Or I'm at the very worst, what they can read into is I'm serious because I'm usually locked in maybe a little bit more. I don't like putting my head down to the floor. I don't like shaking my head too much at my own darts, and I don't like overreacting to either what my opponent's good shot is or my partner's poor shot is. I don't want to give them extra motivation to beat me. What a shot there from J9.
Big turn. Big turn. Great 6. This Bros and Bulls just looking strong here, man. They are really looking strong.
Gotta say, I do admire the design on the Don't Call jersey. I thought it was really cool with the big samurai in the back and the Japanese blossoms.
Very neat.
We see a lot of dart jerseys in our line of work. Not all are created equal. I thought that one was an interesting one. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Some people were forced into it, but that's okay.
No, well, I guess you are.
Yep.
But no, the rest of them aren't.
Shorty with that big leg kick there. You can see that pop up just over the scoreboard.
With a 70-point difference, the 18s can get attacked immediately. Grabs the trip 19 first. It might stay. He's just going to stay. He's not leaving anything to chance. Almost a 200-point lead with that shot. That's the kind of shot where if you're Mark, you're either demoralized, feeling like this is over, or you're about to hit a crazy shot and say, I'm not giving up because it's so far ahead. It's almost no pressure. But now you definitely expect to start at the 18s or a boxing. I'm not afraid of how they're hitting the 18s right now. I wouldn't mind a 17, 16, 15.
Yeah, but why not get rid of it?
Oh, also more than viable.
That's brilliant. What a shot. Good 6 once again. Bros and Bulls just pulling out their best stuff when they need to. A 5-0 and a 4.25 for their averages.
Combined to 9.25 in the amateur doubles would get you pretty far. Might even get you all the way.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
This third place match and the finals remaining. One last share. If you'd be so kind, let your friends know. We're going to crown another champion here.
Technically champions. It's been a lot of fun. Our final Saturday coverage of the regional portion of our tour. All that will be left after San Antonio and our Sunday coverage will be Chicago, and the Invitational Shootout will be that wrap up, and then we'll be right into the 40 tour very quickly after.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Already talking 40th and getting those event venues situated and locked in.
And they're getting locked in earlier than normal.
And that's the key. You need to do that for the 40th. Make sure that you have enough spots to attend and maybe a few more spots to attend, hopefully.
Now, playing around with these 16 still, I think with the two numbers, you could have probably popped it a little bit ago. But Mark's been the man off the margins. He's the one that needs to click the big shot to try to get themselves out of the scenario. He's feeling the pressure and the weight of the world in this moment. Two 16s is the grab.
Yeah, two fat ones will do. Grab them and get rid of them.
And Fernando now needs to go ahead, go to the 15s. He hasn't had a bad leg, and he's hanging around a low 4. Might even raise it. Will raise his average. Finds a 7. Needed a 9 to get the point lead, but still a great shot. And if you're Mark, you're saying a lot of mean things to yourself internally, but you can't yet. It's not over yet. You have to keep fighting until the gold star appears by somebody's name.
Mark Dewey's got to stay for all on the 15s. He can't afford to jump over to the 19s, so only 3 singles. Chances are not looking good. Don't call me ice board.
I won't. I won't call you that. Hasn't finished the 15s yet. Does find it on the last. 63-point separation. 3 bulls to close. 3 to get ahead. So 6 bulls needed, meaning you can't really even argue moving off the bulls, even if you block yourself out of it.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe their last starts right there.
Again, Fernando, I really played well in this leg. Mark just having some trouble collecting. It's going to feel frustrating, but you just have to kind of keep on keeping on in a scenario like this. Unfortunately, sometimes you run out of gas.
That's how it goes, right? Sometimes you do run out of gas, and at unfortunate times, too.
That's why I go to Taco Bell before a road trip. One bull needed to cross the line. Bros and bulls fighting back from that 5th, 6th position after losing to Team Blue, the current seat holders, in that top 4 matchup.
At least they feel they get a little rematch here, and what should be a doozy. Your last match of the stream here on Saturday. Coming to you next. We got the non-pro finals. You don't want to go anywhere for this one, folks. This is going to be a good one.
Team Blue takes on Bros and Bulls in just a moment. Don't go far. Welcome back, everybody, for the finals of the non-pro men's doubles bracket. Team Blue taking on Bros and Bulls in this matchup to see who will get that title, who will definitively say we are the new pros in town. My name's Nick Teixeira, joined by Will Stewart.
Yeah, looking forward to this one. Just looking at it, I mean, Team Blue have not seen so far, but they were able to best this Bros and Bulls team a few rounds ago. So can they possibly just do this in set number one? Will we go to a second set? Are we looking at 2 scoops? We don't know, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, and looking at Team Blue in particular, they had a fairly tough run. I mean, they already ran to Bros and Bulls once where they got a 2-1 win, but Team Blue has had a lot of matches go the distance. They had a bye in the first round, then a 2-0 win over World Series Sexy, and then a 2-0 win over Gayson.
That's the World Series of Sexy. Come on.
They didn't put of in the name. And then a 2-0 win in the next round, 2-0 win over Drunken Masters, but then 2-1 over Rowdy Knuckles, 2-1 over Bros and Bulls, 2-1 over Don't Call Ice Board. So a tough run there.
Yeah, a tough run indeed. They are your king seat holders. But they need to find a little bit of a run right now. Already kind of in an interesting predicament.
Leg one looking likely for Bros and Bulls.
7-0 and a 4-5 for Bros and Bulls. Just
That'll pass.
hello.
That'll pass the assignment. If you guys didn't see in the background there or on their overhead cam just a moment before, those boards are full of action at the moment. With that triples getting underway, there's already talks of expanding 20 more boards for next year. Bros and Bulls going ahead and getting to the tail end of this leg. Beautiful 8 mark. 3 balls away. Blink and you miss it start. You're my boy, Blue. Man is Elner in the chat asking, are y'all going to stream trips? Exclamation, question mark. Well, we actually do have bonus coverage. Twitch.tv/Arachnid360. You'll be able to watch the trips with no commentary coverage as we have been currently live for 7 hours as of this moment. So we will be working on other content in the background and getting ready for tomorrow's live stream. There will be no commentary coverage. Arachnid 360 over on twitch.tv. It'll go live about 15 minutes after this stream ends.
Yeah, so head on over and just pop it up on the big screen. You'll be able to at least view some of your friends and what have you. So
now Team Blue is going to have to pick it up, knowing that if they get another game like that from Bros and Bulls, they're in some trouble. And
yeah,
this is not the ideal open with just a 2.
yeah, and you're gonna see the head look down just ever so slightly, knowing okay, things have gotten tougher. And if Bros and Bulls can rattle off too fairly quickly, you gotta like their odds for getting the win here and taking the first place prize. Yep, that's a good shot.
Gibo does good, finds the 5. But decent enough answer, although the last star gets away. Missing by 2, single 16. Would have probably liked that last star to actually go for the single 20, 21-point difference, especially if Jay ends up tripping the 20 continuously like he has been. Finds a 5 on it. 2 trip 19s makes it 133 points. And that's kind of the range of separation you'd want to have if you want to shoot the 20 in this turn.
Yep. Takes a deep breath, knowing that he has just been not even existing in this match yet. But that will kind of get yourself back into it. A big triple there kind of opens that door.
Of course, getting another number helps out so much. I like Ebo going for these 18s. He's shaking his head. I don't mind this. If you stay right there work in. If you trip that dart, it expands your point lead. I don't like the switch back. There was no reason. You weren't blocked. Unless it was a miss by 2 and you really just didn't like the dart. I don't think that was the case. Single 20 in this shot? No. Going to stay down. Keep it within 8. Again, Jay here, though. A trip 18 helps the cause. Stays for 5 on the 20. Not bad either.
Not bad at all.
And here's the other thing. If I'm on Team Blue, I'm thinking Jay has stayed at those 20s every single time. Gibo's moved around a little bit. I'm going to make sure to close before Jay gets another swing at those 20s, more so than Gibo. You have to kind of think about the bias of the players in the shot selection a little bit when you do stuff like this.
Yep. Eighteens. Well, at least got rid of the 19s, and anything from there is just extra, you know?
Yeah, and now in a situation where betting the 18s is the only option for Team Blue that makes sense. No way to be able to shoot the 20 in that throw. Trip on the last, all it does is help nullify the X on there and make it a little less damaging if this dart is a triple instead of a single. But Jay should just go single 18 and then trip the 20 again, given his strategy. He's looking down. Awkward dart. Yeah, he stayed to try to get underneath it. Goes a little too much low. Just a 2 on the 17s. Now, do you take advantage of your single mark on the 16 in this shot, or do you try to contest the X on the 17s? Tough shot.
I think you got to find the new wedge, the 16s. The 17s is just so tough because you know they only need one, and you're down, so chances are they're going to collect. So, yeah, that does nothing. It does nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing, but it's the idea of like, okay, well, you're preventing your opponent from getting a second number up. You're getting a couple of points out of a number that's about to get closed. But the other hand is the big shot here hurts even more if they get the 16s now. But they don't, so maybe.
They only got 2, but
maybe.
You need something, you need it now. You know you got another set to bank on, but you at least want to see some fight back.
Yeah, I mean, this league's more fight back than the first, don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But Bros and Bulls pretty much setting themselves up for a very convincing 2-0 sweep in the first set.
Mm-hmm.
Team Blue not even getting to a last late decider in this one. And you can just kind of tell from the body language, this is one-way traffic in this matchup. Kind of like those highways here in San Antonio.
Goodness gracious, you are not kidding.
I never kid.
Them things are testy. Upper level, lower level. Where am I going level?
Where am I going level? You can tell Trips is going because I'm starting to hear some hoots and hollering.
There's some big hollers out there.
Some yees and dare I say
some
a haws.
All right, one bull.
Should be able to clear this one up nice and easy. He adds a bull by accident. Knocks out the first start to give himself a little bit more room for the bull. It actually worked out in his favor.
It did. And that's the first set here. So somewhat scary if you're Team Blue. You're thinking, well, bud, let's shake that off and let's kind of get back into the form we were in before.
Honestly, the amateur and the women's brackets have all gone to the second set. Only the pro bracket has not.
Yep.
And that's because no one's been able to beat Ram in a match.
Let me know if you're surprised on that one.
No. Gibo to show first. Not happy with the diddle. It's not terrible. It's not great. But blue beats it. So 2 to 3 more legs of cricket to round out our coverage today, Will, for our main coverage, that is. Oh, my goodness, has it been a fun one.
It has been. It has been. A good one indeed. A little bit more to go for us from the content point, but
Oh, you don't get to sleep.
oh yeah, no sleeping. Definitely not.
You got to play trips. You're way late to your match.
You already second round called me here. That's a great 7 for Team Blue.
And because the participation was so awesome out here, first place, 500 doll hairs plus a bonus 240 added in. Extra $120 a person in that first place. Second place, $300 with a bonus 120 added in. So there you go. Love to see the increases in the payouts to get these players paid what they deserve. $370 a piece ain't bad for this event.
Not at all.
Step in the right direction. A lot better from Team Blue so far in this set, though.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we need. They just need one leg, and they can figure it out from there.
Staying for the close in the 18. I don't love stuff like that, though. You're leaving a shot for 418 to get a shot for 20.
Gives the opportunity to bros and bulls.
418s, 1-7 mark, and shots like this has kind of been what Gibo's game has been. It's been these big 7 mark third dart close.
Oh my!
And he's going to get a swing for more than 7. Takes 6.
It's still a great shot. He gathers that big 6 on the 18. Gives him a 46-point advantage.
Now 26-point differential. 3 clear at the 20 is what I want to see from Jay. He starts 18s. He stays 18s. He needs to get a close on the last. He only gets a single. I think it's more important to close the 20 than to get the point lead pushed off in that given moment. We'll see if that's true or not. It's definitely dependent on Blue in this moment. Not going to hurt too bad, even if this last start goes in. So now Gibo to 20s for the 18s. You want to get rid of the 20s. The reason we call that number more than any other is it's everyone's favorite number. If they say otherwise, they're lying because you practice the 20s more than you practice any other individual segment, barring the bull.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. This is why you start the 20 because you can at least stay on and still get the close after a miss. That was a complete whiff from Gibo, even with the single 18. Doesn't really accomplish too much. 2 20s needed for the point lead to be regained.
Yeah, able to at least grab that triple 20. He's still thinking not enough. That would be 2. Yep, and that is why. Good 7. 126 points on the board.
I will say the one thing about Jay's game that is showing very, very true is that not only does he love to say on points for all 3 of the darts, but he typically does well when he does so. His best shots have not been shots where he's moved between multiple numbers, but he has had many great shots staying on the same.
Go ahead and attack early. 1, 2 to close. Back to points.
Doesn't get the trip on the last to really make it feel like a knife is twisted, but the wound is still very apparent. Trip 17 still leaves a shot. Gonna happen. Just focusing on getting the close now. Does find 5. Good shot there.
Oh, that's such a difficult dart to try to work in there. See if Team Blue can make him pay. They cannot make him pay as much as they want him to.
Not at all. And now this is a moment where I would like to see Gibo stay up for 4 on the 18s. I want to see at least 4 before I consider any moves. Hanging dart makes it awkward. Now I might want a cover shot just because of the blockage. And I would honestly cover to the 15 or 16. Stays up, undercuts, but still gets a single.
Oh, there you go.
Didn't even consider a look and
Kind
hit
of-
a fadeaway on that last
Yeah, that was
dart.
kind of a move there on that last dart. Well shifted, really shifted over, I should say. Kobe for the 3. That's what it looked like.
Oh, yeah, with a little like fadeaway jumper.
Yeah. Yep.
R.I.P. Kobe. Still thinking about you every time I have a paper ball in a wastebasket. I do. That was not even a joke.
Oh, yes. There you go. Lock in the leg. What a big shot. Big 8.
A massive 8 at that. Team Blue looking great from this position. This is completely different than that first set, which was, again, one-sided. This one definitely having a two-way road. But at the same time, Bros and Bulls, I think their strategy has cost them at times more than the misses have. Now, the misses aren't helping, especially when the other team's getting close to that combined 8, currently at a 7.8 combined. Solid shot there. Nothing fancy needed.
Well, they're trying to at least gather some sort of momentum here, but Team Blue 4-0, 3-6-7, a complete turnaround from that first set. Well, at least you thought complete turnaround, and then they get a single mark there.
I mean, you left a 9 mark on the table. I mean, you would be down 3 points, but I think if you hit trip 15, you have to take the look. Not going to be in the cards now, but a 7 will be massive.
Oh. You know who sings this song out here? Party all the time.
80s? Is it 80s?
Yeah.
I don't know the 80s. I know 60s, 70s, 90s.
In the chat, let them know who sings Party All the Time for me. You'll never guess. Very well-known actor.
Mark Wahlberg.
No.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Yes, but different song. That's a totally different song. This is Eddie Murphy.
Oh.
Yep.
The more you know.
Pretty sure Rick James wrote the song.
I believe they actually got knocked out.
There we go. Shaggy lets us know in the chat. Rick James. Jason does too.
Oh, chat, you are awake. Well, while you're here, drop a follow.
It's not MJ. It's close. You'd assume, but nah. Definitely Eddie Murphy.
Ebo,
They have an opportunity here. They've kind of crawled back in, huh?
317s. I don't like this shot selection. You have a shot at 3 singles to give yourself a 4-3 advantage going in the bowls. That is one of the best things you can ask for. If you have advantage going into bowl, you statistically win from that position more often than not. Instead, you're getting into another point battle where now you're not starting with the 3 clear, and Jay has already shown a tendency to stay on points regardless, and you have an X on your 15. That might be a costly decision from Gibo. It very well may be a costly decision from Gibo. Whew. Oh, look at that. You got double fact checked in chat.
He's uncredited on this. Who, MJ?
Yeah.
No, it was Rick James that wrote that song.
I don't know. I trust chat more than you. You lied to me.
I don't think MJ wrote that. He may have appeared in the music video. I can't remember that one, but either way, fun fact. That's like a Jeopardy question right there.
Certainly is.
All right, Gibo. Then took it out, went to the Bulls.
But it's 3-3. Situation favoring Team Blue at the moment. Team Blue not going to be able to take it. All that work, 2 bowls away, 3 now. Jay Nye needs to be the bullseye guy. Bull, 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 bull. Jay Nye. One more. No!
Oh, my goodness. That is so difficult. Now this Team Blue only needs 2.
Still a tough shot. This is max pressure. This is as tough as it gets trying to finish a leg. 1 bull, 1 dart. No. Oh. And that's a brutal deflection.
It's very brutal. It almost looked like it was in. And now you just need 1.
Gibo needs to get this done. Needs to take advantage of this moment. Needs to find the
wow.
bull. Find the difference between those 2 darts. Multiply, divide, and he does get the right answer on this equation.
Wow. 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 Came down to his last dart and manages to put it in for 1-0.
Here we go. Team Blue getting the start. Taking a moment. Taking a second to get composure. See what he's able to do with an opportunity like this. Starting to get to now or never. He lost 3 legs straight in this match right here. Only starts with a 1 mark.
Yeah, difficult. Difficult start.
Ebo's been pretty solid on his starts as well.
Yeah, but this is a different story. Now pressure's implemented. We just saw what it did to him on that last round where he barely mustered in a bull. Somehow barely musters in a triple 20 there.
Normally, mustard on that beat. Mustard!
It's the Will Ferrell skit for me that did.
Really seals it in.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jay playing aggressive, looking right at these 19s to capitalize on the fact that they only hit an X. This is a risk, and it pays off. Finds a trip on that dart. Bros and bulls. Look at that. Hands up for Team Blue as they are feeling it in this moment.
Bros and Bulls, right? You said
What?
Team Blue by accident, I think.
Probably.
Yeah, I think you did. Because I had a double take and triple take. I was like, wait, what?
I get my words jumbled.
You boys need a Snickers bar. Yes,
That's
we
probably
do.
true.
Yeah. Need a little sugar.
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we'll say that. Sorry,
No.
this is twice. Gibo and Jay make a good team because Gibo likes to play a little more aggressive, and Jay definitely likes to play conservative.
Yep.
But in a way where, unlike Bobby and Glenn earlier, it seems very complementary in nature. I say that lightly because Bobby and Glenn still made that final, and deservingly so.
Yeah, but look now, these boys are content on points, and I don't mind the strategy here. Couple points, then kill shot on the 17s. They're doing exactly what they need to do to end this right here now.
Now, these last couple of numbers for Bros and Bulls is all about getting the 1, 2, 3, getting these big closes. If you hit the big fancy shot and get right to the bull, great. What you need to do is make sure to not let your opponent back in. You have a 101 point advantage. Just make sure you close these 16s. Just make sure you close those 15s. 3 marks at a time, and it doesn't even matter if your opponents play perfect from here on out. You're 9 marks away from victory. 6 marks away. 3 marks away from victory.
Wow. That's tough because the Team Blue only at a 2-5 and a 2-0. They just know that they just weren't able to put the pieces together in enough time.
Not in the same way they played in that seat match. Just didn't happen for them. It wasn't in the cards. And now it might be all over for their run. 1 bull away. Jay Nye. Can he get it done? He does. Hits the celebration with it. Gets the moment. Seizes it. Conquers it. And that's some great stuff.
Wow. What a back and forth. Bros and Bulls coming on a tear through that loser's bracket to get the job done. A big hug for the two gentlemen as they capitalize on a first place victory here in the non-pro bracket at the San Antonio Regional for the 39th annual BullShooter World Tour.
Yeah, total parity. Again, we saw that with the ladies bracket where the seat holder goes all the way to the last leg decider before finally getting back their lead and winning the title. Well, then you saw on the amateur singles last night, the full double dip ended up getting accomplished. That's what happened here. It's some crazy stuff we're seeing on our dartboard as well, and we still got another day of action, don't we?
Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to be kicking off the coverage, I believe, 9:30. Correct?
At 9:30 Central, the event start time at 9 Central. We'll be having our pro doubles 01, women's doubles 01, and non-pro doubles 01. But the trips, as you can see right now in that full dart hall, and this is a packed room right now, going to be going on. We're going to take a break here for about 15 minutes, so give or take about 6 o'clock Central. You'll see us go live again on twitch.tv/Arachnid360. I'll go ahead and actually put that link in chat. No commentary, bonus coverage of the triples, just out there for your convenience because we do record those matches and try to at least add commentary to the finals if we can. So just a heads up, folks, that will be out there live and on the internet. But Will, any final thoughts on Saturday?
No, we had some interesting back and forth. Some good matches, some not so good. That's just how it goes off. When you're dealing with a weekend of events. So. I'm looking forward to Sunday's broadcast, and I hope you guys all are as well. So join us right here on the BullShooter Sports Network YouTube page, BullShooter Facebook page, as well as USA Darts, and we'll keep you company. We'll keep you company on a Sunday.
I'm really starting to like San Antonio's BullShooter. Have a good night.